Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. You are here with me. I know it feels like it's been 2 weeks, and it has. But nevertheless, I am back. Had to take a small hiatus, but I had fun, and I am here once again to have fun with you guys. And I am Lola, and as you can see, my handle at the bottom, I won't say that. I hate saying complicated things when I'm trying to do intros, so we will move past that. Today, and I like to get right into topics, okay? I am not a long drawn out person like that. But I'm not going to jump right into it because this topic it's a little sensitive, okay? Let me just say that. And it's sensitive on both sides. And identity politics is not my thing, okay? But we're going to get into why this is a thing, at least for Miss Lola, okay? So welcome everybody. If you want to let us know you're here in the chat, definitely leave a comment, say hello, and just let us know how you're feeling. Press like and share. Support the channel. So as you can see from the title, we will be discussing Black male identified. Now, the reason I didn't say Black in the title is because realistically, there is no other type of male identified out there. Now, let me give you a little backstory on this, right? So, a lot of this I didn't understand or even have knowledge of until I came to YouTube. And my first introduction to being male identified, Black male identified, was through the divestment movement. Not that I was a divester, I just watched their channels and stuff. And then I seen the feminist channels, and then I was seeing the womanist channels, and I was seeing the regular women channels, and all of that. But essentially I watched everyone, and I came to the conclusion that, okay, women seem to have an issue with other women, not identifying as women, or let's say taking on the correct identification and conversation as women. Greetings, Princess K. And I just kind of felt like, okay, I don't have a dog in this fight. Hey, Eddie. And I just couldn't understand, well, what was so bad about women if they feel like they want to be male identified, Black male identified. I mean, nowadays you can identify as a tree and have the government give you some sort of money as a result, or some sort of law that helps you out in some way. Never mind that, okay? But you can identify as whatever you want. So I didn't understand, well, what was so bad about it, right? Like, how did it impact anyone's life for it to be such a huge point of conversation, to the point people are talking over one another, screaming, getting people's channels demonetized, all sorts of stuff. And then the infamous pick me thing started coming up. Now, I took issue with that because that was pretty much obvious, right? But the whole male identified thing still was an enigma to me because I just didn't understand. However, through watching what has happened over the last 2 years, specifically up until yesterday, I realized that, yeah, this male identified piece is more important than what I gave it credit for. And so for the topic tonight, I had a different topic that I was going to do tonight, but I kind of move based on my intuition a lot. And when I make a move on my intuition, I trust it. And, and tonight I had to trust that, what the topic was tied into what I wanted to say anyway, which was about the stereotypes that, let's say, white women and Black women fall into by default, that causes cultures around basically lies. So this issue of being male identified has a history with me, but I will admit that it is still kind of new to most people. If you just mention it, most people are not going to say, oh, I know what you're talking about. Like, that's not how it's going to go down. They're going to actually define male. What do you mean by identified? What is that's what you're gonna run into. And tonight I'm not here to really take away from your definitions of what male identify is as a female or male. Okay, whatever. All right, at this point. I'm not here to redefine that, but I am here tonight to talk about what it's evolved into since I've been watching YouTube, since I've been on YouTube, and what I see happening, and essentially, I guess, what I project to happen. Now, I will do what's called like a monologue first, and I'll do that, and I'll have others come up on the panel if they want to come up and speak to what I said, because as you guys know, I usually keep my paperwork with me, and because you like to berate me on this channel, okay. Shout out to Mr. Larry. I always have to keep myself in order, so I want to get through my points first so that you guys can, I guess, have a complete understanding of my perspective, and then we can chop that up, okay? And it's okay if you disagree. It's fun to just debate, in a good-hearted way, but I don't want to miss my points, and you guys like to keep me here till the morning, be long stroking me, and I'm telling you now, you will not beat me. All right, that's how we're gonna do this here. All right, so what time is it? Okay, where we at? I don't want to lose myself. Okay. All right, so we got basically the intro out. Now, here's a little fun fact, right? Some of the things that I'm going to talk about tonight, you may understand where it's coming from in terms of content creators. But tonight, I will not be naming content creators because that's not important. What's important is what's happening as a result of what's going on. And I want to really zone in on that. And men, this is not a woman's conversation because it's eroding the whole dating scene just in general, like this whole conversation. And so I don't want men to feel like, well, this is an issue between women because some of them feel like others are pick-me's and other ones are not. That's not, you guys should know me by now. That isn't even my angle here. And I do have my perspective, which I'll give you. But salute everybody. But I want men to understand that just because content creators are out here claiming to be teaching Black women how to be better women, or putting their foot on their necks, or keeping the gynocracy in order, or whatever they call themselves doing to protect Black men or get Black women in order, it's a problem. And not because Black women don't need order, not because we don't have problems, no. But it's a problem because it's turning into a racial issue now. And it's doing the same thing that has been done in the last 300 years, where the minority is being used to market a whole group of people that is now totally untrue. And now the people that are good in this whole scheme of things are leaving the premises because there's no point. When you have mostly female content creators that, it's maybe with the exception of maybe one or two female creators that, when they speak, they're very unbiased and they give good information. With the exception of them, what you have is women essentially being the female Kevin Samuels, to which they're just garnering a bunch of females that either feel just like them, or they have, in a sense, a comfortable hole in their content where derelict men, female haters, all sorts of red pill junkies can just come into their platform, sit down and have a good old time. And I'm thinking, if your purpose is to help Black women and essentially help the Black community, why would someone who has left the community, that doesn't care about the community, feel like they have a seat at this table and on your platform? Why do they feel so comfortable to speak so candidly hurtfully against people that you're trying to help when they have no vested interest in it anymore. And it's proclaimed on top of that. And this is the issue I have. Some of the content creators, I know some of them, their heart is in the right place. It is. But they are essentially what I'm seeing as male identified. And this is becoming a problem, to which is causing Black women to, one, divest, and three, it's not helping the choices in men that women have. It's really not helping. It's just causing women to say, you know what's the fucking point? It just is. And like they say, a broken clock is right twice a day at least. Some of these movements that I don't personally agree with, they have a point. When it comes to these male identified talking points with these content creators that quote unquote are trying to help Black women, I'm like, I know they're broken, but they have a point when it comes to you. Like, I mean, in my unbiased opinion, and I like a lot of these content creators, but I see the hole that's in their content that makes it very easy for outsiders to come in and feel like, yeah, tell them Black bees to do whatever. And they're not Black at all. And these men to come in and just say all sorts of off the wall stuff. And I'm sitting here like, what is this? So let me get into this, and then we can chop it up, okay? Because I just want to make sure you guys had a good background on why I'm even talking about this, because some of the conversations women get into, I just be sitting back with my popcorn and tea, going to sleep on. But, this one I couldn't go to sleep on, because I said, you know what? This is not good. In the next 20 years, these females they're not going to be where they think they're going to be. Okay. So, okay. There's content, right, that is geared towards women being essentially petty, in having not high enough standards and too low of standards, right? There's no one, according to these content creators, that have just right standards. Okay. No one. Not one person. And, they feel essentially like Black men are perfect. They're just perfect. And everything is a Black woman's problem. Every single thing. Now, you might understand who I'm talking about right now, but it doesn't matter. I was watching a content creator, and she was talking about Black women being shallow and essentially not wanting to date a man because of, superficial reasons, right? And how that's a Black woman's issue, right? Like, Black women do that. Now, while she was talking, and I like her, but while she was talking, I was thinking to myself, non-Black women are very shallow when it comes to their attraction to Black men. Very shallow. Whenever I've heard anyone ask a non-Black woman, what do you like about Black men? I have never heard any of them say anything about Black men that is substantive. I've never heard it. I heard one white woman say something that was very strange. She said that she was white, and she said that white men have an inability to love, and Black men don't. Now, obviously, she said that in a room full of white men, and that was a problem. Now, I don't know if white men have an inability to love. I'm not white and I'm not a man, but I can kind of capitulate that that's her. It's not based in anything factual, okay? But she said that in a room full of white men in a room where they were talking about white women's attraction to Black men. Now that's something that I seen for myself. However, when this content creator, and this was like a couple days ago, when she started talking about Black women being too petty, on the surface it seems like she's saying something very good to Black women. Don't be petty. You can't afford to be petty. Nobody can. However, she was making it a race issue, when I know that Chinese women, when they get with Black men, the first thing they want to know is, can you afford me? Period. Like, do you come from a good family? Like, can they afford? Like what's going on? Like, you can't come to an Indian woman and say, I need you to work with me while I'm unemployed and, give me some money so I can get myself on my feet in the next 10 years. And then maybe we can start. Like, you can't come to them like that. So, this whole thing about shallow standards, too low standards, where obviously you have non-Black women that will say openly the reason why they like Black men is because Black men will allow them to be fat. I've heard this, and not just one or two times either, not just in one or two places in the United States or even in the world. So to me, I was ruminating. I was just fuming on that. I said, how are you making that a race issue? But then, strange as it may sound, somebody dropped a $300 like, what is it? Like, they do the chat thing, drop money in the chat or whatever. They dropped $300 and it was a man, Black man. And I'm gonna read the quote on here, right? And I'm gonna tell you the problem that I have with the content creator. So she's talking about that, right? And this comment comes through for $300 US dollars, okay, not pesos, 300 US. And it said, I am a 30-year-old independently wealthy Black man. I have to fight, and he emphasized the word fight, to even get a date with a Black woman in the US. Guess who has no problem dating me? Plain, right? End quote. That was the $300 quote, right? Okay. So now I got issues with that because I'm like, dude, what you trying to do, flex? Like, you think I don't know that you could be on social services and drop $300 in that chat like that? Like it doesn't matter how much money you have. Seriously, if your issue is you can't even get a date while being wealthy in the United States, like, you have other issues. But here's my issue with the content creator, and here's where we get into being Black, being male identified. If a Black woman would have dropped that same comment in and said, I'm 30 years old and independent, okay, and I got money, and I got to fight to find a good Black man, but guess who ain't giving me no problems, white, or something like that. The first thing that content creator would have done is to say, first of all, man, okay, if you are so fit, feminine, and friendly, however you want to word your situation here, because you're so perfect, why is it that you can't get a date when everybody's looking for that? Why? What is it about you, right? And as like you would hear on, let's say, Kendra G's channel, where she would say, well, what is it about you that's attracting these types of men? In this case, the question would be, what is it about you that's repelling every single person you come in contact with as a Black woman? However, none of that was said to this post, right? To this comment. There was no question about, well, could there be another reason why you can't get a date as a rich, wealthy man in the United States? Like, not even for white women? Is like, there was no analysis of his age, and well, he like the fact that he's throwing the money around as if to say, believe me, I'm wealthy because I put $300 in the chat. It's like, wealthy men don't always run around throwing money around for frivolous reasons. I mean, at least the wealthy men I know don't be doing that. Like, my father and my uncles and grandfather had money, but they had money because they didn't spend money frivolously. So nobody said anything about that. That content creator actually praised and read this comment and praised this guy and said, see, ladies, see, they leaving, ladies, they leaving. And I'm sitting here saying, okay, why you not giving this guy the side eye right now? But you would definitely give a Black woman a side eye for coming in here using the word independent and talking about how much money she has, as if people connect based on money. No woman connects at her heart based on how much money you have. And everybody has a right to love or be in love with the person that they choose. If they don't want to be in love with you, they got a right to that too. But last I checked, most men don't like being used for their money. But this guy throwing his money around, and this content creator didn't even say, okay, sir, let's look at you. Because in reality, she is identified with males, meaning if she had to correct a male for the same thing, doing the same thing she would have to correct a female for, she wouldn't do that. And so she'll let him get away with that. And the problem with that is this, people. If you keep on treating, let's say, for all intents and purposes, bad men as if they're great, and treating all women like they're the problem, you're not solving anything. You're just making the gap even wider, period. That's all you're doing, is making the gap even wider. Okay? Now, this sort of kind of led into what I wanted to talk about. But what I want to do is go into some other conversations, because I don't want you guys to think that this is just like a one-off situation. There's content from quote unquote good content creator women that are trying to help Black women, that are essentially telling Black women you should be afraid because Black men are divesting and they're going to white women. Now, for all the passport bros, do not come at me with this, okay? Because you can do your own research, okay, and figure out if this is true or not. What you care about it, I don't know. I don't care. But I'm gonna state the truth, okay? I'm not saying you can't go overseas. I'm just gonna state the truth, okay? At the end of the day, all right, Black men have been having sex with white women since Black men stepped foot on Plymouth Rock. Now, it might have been forced sex. It might not have been forced sex, but that's what they've been doing. All right. Now, when slavery ended here, okay, Black men, the first thing they did was, they wanted their right to have sex with non-Black women. And they have a right to want that. I mean, if they really like non-Black women like that, they have a right to want that to be their freedom. Okay. However, the question is, did they want to have sex with non-Black women back in the day, back in 57, during Reconstruction, because Black women had attitudes and our marriage rates wasn't at almost 100%. It's like, was that the reason? Was it Black women the reason why they were fighting so hard for that back then? So when these content creators come today in 2022 and say, you should be afraid that Black men are divesting, it's like they have always been divested. If you're saying that we should be afraid because they're divesting in greater numbers, okay? The question is, are they doing that because of us? Or are they doing that because that's just genuinely what they are and what they want to do? Like, is it really because of Black women? Now, I know what you're going to say. Most Black men are saying that the reason they're going to white women or non-Black women is because they're sick of what they're getting with Black women. But if we're going to hold true to what these women are saying, that the reason why you can't get a good man is because you are attracting what you are, the same thing works vice versa. So if you can't find one good woman in I don't know how many billion people out here, not one, okay, something is completely off. Something's off. And women that are continuing to regurgitate these talking points about, we're losing our men to Becky. It's like, honestly, all y'all need to shut up. Okay. And I'm trying to keep myself clean tonight. All right. All y'all need to shut up. Because at the end of the day, Black men have a right to do what they want to do. Like, we don't own them. Okay. And I'm not saying that, okay, every Black man that went to a white woman did it be out of anger or whatever the case may be. I know that's not the case. However, okay, I know that when they do go across the aisle, they have a 200% chance of coming back. All right. I know that. Okay. If I don't know nothing else, trust me, every dude that I've ever dealt with the exception of one, now I've dealt with quite a few guys, have had a white woman in their past. So this whole thing about, white women being so great in terms of relationships and working with dudes and being feminine and fit and listen, y'all can go put that up your ass, seriously, because this in real life on the concrete, that's not what it is, and I'm sick of it, because all it's doing is reinforcing Black women to hate the men that they have to deal with, and it's reinforcing men now to continue to be whatever they are, okay, and not be better and help anything, and that's their whole reason for existing. So you know, when people talk about, for instance, that picture that came out with those kids on it, those boys that were all holding those white girls' hands, right? It was a whole picture recently, right? They use that as a way to say, you know, black men are leaving. Look at the children. Even the children are leaving. You know, but one has to question, well, what are the children leaving for? You know, now these content creators are not going to talk about that. They're not going to say that the reason why these boys are leaving is because their fathers are teaching them this. Now, why are their fathers teaching them this? Because obviously they have fathers, okay? Like, she's not going to go into that. She's just going to sit here and say, black ladies, this is your fault. You just need to be better and they'll come back. Meanwhile, when we were at our best in terms of our support for black men, this is what they were doing. The worst, okay? Black men right now are not at the Supreme Court trying to fight to have sex with Becky. They're not trying to do that, all right? Like, don't get me wrong, they like it, but they're not out here embarrassing themselves like that. But that's what has happened. So, you know, I this is what is alarming to me, just in general. Yeah, just the notion of being afraid of that. Now, I'll say this, right? And I know you guys might disagree, but black men going to non-black women does not equate to anything that's beneficial for black men. I'm just saying. So, you know, whether or not black women are great or not, okay, that's not to their best interest. Whether they want to do it or not, why they want to do it or not, it's not to their best interest. Like, most people that have a white mom reproduce with a white person, therefore you have a whole white person now. Like seriously. And what I don't understand is why these content creators are talking about black women. It's your fault that black men are going to white women, knowing good and well that you have people like Cynthia G who have whole campaigns. And it's not just Cynthia G, whole campaigns telling black women, leave these dudes where you found them at, don't give them your womb, don't reproduce them. And meanwhile, they're fighting so that they won't reproduce themselves. I don't get it. But this is the problem with these females that keep saying that they're not pick-me's, right? Meanwhile, nothing that they do will keep a black man from going to a woman he want to be with, even if that's not a black woman. It's like, it doesn't matter how much you identify with men, to the point where you're not going to even be fair to black women. That's not going to make them stay with you. And no black man, y'all can come up and disagree with me, no black man is going to sit here and say, oh, well, I'm sticking with black women because, you know, these black women over here are saying that we kings. That's not why a man going to stay. Like, that's not why men are going to stay. Now, there was one content creator specifically, right, that made a video about Lizzo versus Aries Spears, in reference to what was stated about Aries Spears making a comment about Lizzo's weight when he was overweight and whatnot. Now, this content creator made it clear to Aries Spears on camera that he was not good looking, period. And this is the pot calling the kettle black. Seriously, like, this is, and both of them need to basically lay off of the snacks. However, if the video was 2 hours, she spent 15 minutes talking to Aries Spears and the rest of it about Lizzo. Now, mind you, Lizzo hadn't said anything about anybody. Okay, he's talking about her in a way where you would think, dude, if you're complaining about the fact that, you know, she thinks too much of herself because of her money, dude, like, come on. Like, women like people that are attracted too. We should have had a whole conversation on why is it that the vast majority of men that are Aries Spears' age, okay, look just like him. A lot of men are overweight. We don't want to talk about that. A lot of men have health issues as soon as they hit 40. They just can't get but one out, okay? Like, as soon as they hit 40. Like, why can't we talk about that? Why is it that when the issue is that, now the conversation has to drift onto, well, the problem with a black woman, despite the fact that the issue you're having is what he said. Had nothing to do with Lizzo. And I'm not saying I'm all on Lizzo's side. I don't really know Lizzo like that. I don't listen to her music. I'm not into that look she got. None of that, okay? However, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Females out here using the word Lizzo and Aries Spears, meanwhile, they don't really have a problem with Aries Spears. They have a problem with Lizzo. It don't matter how wrong Aries was, their issue is with Lizzo, no matter what happens. And what that means is a woman can be sitting by herself and getting attacked, but these male identified females will be upset that they made the man mad to want to attack them, despite the fact they didn't do anything but just exist. Seriously. Like most Americans are fat. Most Americans are fat. Okay. The only reason why I'm not fat is because of my genetics. I'm a foodie. Okay. So I don't get it. But one thing I do get is if you can't be fair in your conversation and everything has to be the black woman's fault, like you male identified. I'm just gonna say it. You're male identified. If everything come out your mouth is the black woman's fault, or let's say 98% of it is the black woman's fault, you are male identified. There is problems on both sides of this whole circumstance. For you to be focused solely on black women, like for real. Let's talk about this. What about the problems that white men have with white women, to the point that MGTOW is a real thing now? Okay, what about that? Do we have any campaigns about who the hell is keeping Karen in order? You think Karen is at home making her husband happy? You really think that's what's going on? Okay, like where are the content creators that's helping women talking to black women? I'm sorry, talking to white women about their issues with their men or their issues, period. Like where's the content about that? All I see is this ghost listening of white women to black women's talking points. And now I see white women trying to co-opt movements like the divestment movement. Like I'm hearing talking points. I heard a white woman this morning say she's tired of being expected to be a strong woman. Okay, so this is what's happening from these content creators that think that they're helping black women get over these issues we have. Meanwhile, they're not. They're just forcing black women deep into their corners because they can clearly see that you only have an interest in getting paid off of YouTube at the expense of black women's demise. And you're not here to help them. You're just here to talk at them. Okay. There's a content creator right now. You know, she likes to talk about the gynocracy, but I'm like, if you just listen to her, you'd be like, okay, black women ain't SHIT. Like, and you know why they ain't SHIT is because they come from SHIT men. So who in the world wants to be with black men? Like, that's what it comes down to. But it's like she don't see how she's embarrassing black men. But in her content, she says all the time, this is where we edify our black brothers. And I'm like, how are you edifying black brothers when everything that come out your mouth is essentially they don't know how to have children, raise children, or treat children to create healthy adults? Everything that come out your mouth is what black men haven't done in terms of their community, their children, their women, anything. Like, you think you're talking about black women, but in reality, in retrospect, all you're doing is embarrassing black men. That's all you're doing. And the truth is, like these divestment movements and these women, these feminists, they're calling you a pick-me. That's exactly what you are. You're trying to seem like something that a black man would want, but in reality, because of who you really talking to, that feel like they got a seat at your table, these derelict, stupid motherfuckers. Like, no, they not picking you. Most of these females talking, and some of these content creators are married. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard a few things slip in some of their conversation. And I'll tell you this, I don't think they're as happy in their marriages as they profess. Okay. One even said, you know, she didn't care about her husband's height, but then I hear her saying, you know, I mean, but he this, that, and the third height, but that's okay though. Like she was like it was an issue for her, but she's putting that to the side. Meanwhile, she's trying to tell people that's not an issue for me. And I'm like, girl, if it's not an issue for you, you wouldn't have brought it up. But you brought it up because it's an issue. But you want me to think that it's not And that's the thing, when you pay attention, the problem is, yeah, you're going to see the truth of the matter. Oh my God, yes, that guy. Okay, now you see this guy on the screen, Aries. Don't you see that a lot? Just that archetype right there, all the time, right? Like, you never think that this is such a problem because it's so common, especially in America. Men with a big belly is common. Men that are short statured but they're very large, that's common. You don't have a whole lot of men up in Planet Fitness, despite the fact that Planet Fitness is doing very well. You don't. That's usually comprised of a select type of men. But most men that are Aries age, got kids, they settle and they look like him. Okay. And the problem is, a lot of them do be getting vagina. So I don't understand why they upset. I really don't understand. To the point they talking about Lizzo. Meanwhile, and we all know behind closed doors, these dudes be having Lizzo type of chicks like behind closed doors, but be online talking mad crap. Like, this is what I'm saying. And these female content creators don't want to admit to that. They don't want to admit that 90% of the men that's on their platform have dated a big woman, have been married to a big woman, or secretly prefer big women. But they don't want to because it's not socially acceptable now that Kevin Samuelson told them that, something else is acceptable now. This is just utterly ridiculous. And it's not helping anybody. These quote unquote pick-me's are not helping. They're not even helping themselves. Like, they're not, So I want to.
I can't get past the fact that she looks like the shit emoji. I'm sorry. Listen, I ain't the most in shape nigga in the world, but I still, when you funny and you got swagger and confidence and you decent looking, I think I'm at least handsome, you get pussy. But a woman that's built like a plate of mashed potatoes is in trouble. What kills me about women is the hypocrisy and the contradiction. Yes, queen, slay, queen. Yes, queen, slay. Yeah, girl, your confidence. Fuck diabetes. Fuck heart problems. Fuck heart disease, cholesterol. Y'all claim womanhood and about sisterhood and support for your sister, when it come to that ridiculous shit. But y'all won't fucking be real and go, sister, put the eclair down. This ain't it. It's treadmill time. Lizzo?
Okay. So you see, like, men will openly get on television looking like shit, talking about somebody else looking like shit. Now tell me, in what world does he feel confident to do that? And why? You know why he feel confident to do that? Because you got female pick-me's, male identified females that will see that and will not check him. Because I'm sitting here like, if he got a woman, she cooking for him. And I know she eating what she cooking. And if she cooking for him, I'm sure she look like him. But you know what? He not going to talk about that. He ain't going to talk about the weight of his girl. He ain't going to do that. And I'm be honest with you. I know females that look like Lizzo that got rings on their finger. So to sit here and say, oh, well, y'all in trouble. No, like they not. No, they're not. They're not in trouble. And here's the thing. That's not their fault. Okay, bigger women are becoming more of a thing nowadays. Why? Don't ask me. Okay, I'm just telling you what I see. All right. Sometimes I'll go into spaces and I look around and I'll be seeing rings on these female fingers, and I'll be like, wow, just wow, like this is crazy. But according to him, they all losing. Meanwhile, we looking at him like, dude, like you about to die early too. Like, and you probably gonna die before her. But here's my thing. I don't want to get into, the debate between him and her or what he said. The issue is, why is it that these men feel so confident? They feel confident because there's females that will back them. As they say, behind every bitch made nigga is a bitch type of female. Yeah, that's what that is, period. Like, he don't come into the space with that level of hypocrisy in his mouth. And he don't got a female behind him supporting that crap. Like, females support like that all the time. They just do. And so, other men don't have a reason to sit and come down on him about that. No. But other women, sure. But pick-me's, they keep people like Aries Spears in play. People like Aries Spears can be online talking shit in the comment section about passport bros looking like that. Okay, talking about they can't get a date, looking nasty as you know what. And and these content creators would be like, see, ladies, see, they're leaving us. And I'm like, okay, they be back. I'm gonna make a t-shirt just called "They Be Back." Like, seriously, they be back. But I'm gonna get into this before I bring anybody up about just stuff. Now, okay. The issue is this, right? There's this undertone, even inside that little exchange, right? There's this undertone that women of non-Black descent, right, are better, right? They have a better genetic standpoint in terms of their look. They are more submissive, whatever the case may be. There's this undertone there, right? And there's been times when you've heard people say, especially like with content, red pill content, they'll say, white women are more submissive or Asian women are more submissive, right? I have heard this, okay? I've even heard them say Spanish women are more submissive or Hispanic women are more submissive. Okay, now here's the issue with that, I'm not saying that nobody isn't submissive if they are, okay? I'm not saying that, because I'm gonna let you guys get up and speak your piece. However, what I'm gonna say is this: if the question is white women, we just say white women for now, right, is more submissive, right, than Black women, and this is the talking point of most of these pick-me's, these male-identified type of females. If this is the talking point, then let's define submissive. Now, everybody got their own personal definition of submissive, which is a problem, okay? It's like Black women being told 11 different types of definitions of submissive, and then they're being told that they're not submissive. This is stupid at this point. But what I've come to in terms of a definition is just willingness to conform, period. And that's not a male or female sort of thing, just your willingness to conform, submissive. Now, dominant, for instance, because that's another issue too here when it comes to someone being submissive, you have to have a dominant, okay? Dominant just means exercising control over. That, again, is not something that is specifically masculine or feminine or for men or for women. That's not what that is. So, okay, are white women submissive as a collective? Is anybody going to get on here and say yes to that answer? Because I got hella videos to show you that white women have been off the fucking chain since before we even landed on Plymouth Rock, okay? I can show you that, all right? Historically, they have. Like, maybe not with Black men, but they have been off the chain. Why? Because Black men haven't been in their communities to see how off the chain they really are. Coming out of college, body count is up in the hundreds, just because of the culture that, they come from. And I'm knocking white people, okay? I'm just saying, I've been to college. I know, okay? They do things different over there, all right? So it's like, well, if they're not as a collective submissive for what that is, okay? Because you see, this whole new movement is really a white woman's movement, okay? As a collective, they're not submissive. Who can really say that they are submissive or not submissive, right? Because we're looking at it from an outside view. Who can really say with authority that white women are submissive, right? Who? Obviously, white men, right? However, as I stated before, white men are never going to tell you that white women as a collective are submissive. They will never tell you that, because that's not the truth. Like, they know that's not the truth. They bred these females by whatever means, okay? And that means is white supremacy. I'll get into that, but they know that white women are not submissive. They're just not online saying it, except for the people that are in the red pill community to a degree, or the MGTOW movement. They'll tell you straight up about white chicks. They really will, like on some real stuff. So why in the world do we find, why in the world do we find Black men saying, well, white women are more submissive if white men don't feel that way? Like, that's just really, really stupid. But again, you have these Black female content creators talking about the gynocracy and how our men are going to these white women because they so submissive. And it's like, in real life, don't nobody see that dumb stuff. That ain't real. It ain't real. Not one iota. Not at all. So, I mean, I would ask my question, well, if you're going to say, well, white women are more submissive, who are they submissive to? Are they submissive to white men? Are they submissive to black men? Like, who are they submissive to? Because last I checked, when for the relationships that do end in marriage, okay, and most men don't get married. This is terrible. The rates is terrible, and I know everybody out here love these stats. Now I don't know if these stats are really true in the specific amounts that they're quoting, but according to what is being had out here, they bad off out there. So I don't understand, like, what do you mean? Like, these women are better. We're losing our men to white women. Like, what are you talking about? Like, really? Like, you are male identified anytime you would state such a lie. I'm not saying that black women don't have problems. I'm not saying that we're not single at race that we probably don't want to be. I'm not saying that. But we're not losing our men to better women. Okay? That's not what's happening. If they go to these women, that's what they do. And that's what they get. And they have to deal with that when they get over there on the other side of the river now. Now, over here, it's a whole nother situation. So my thing is, if somebody want to go on the other side of the river where the wolves is at, by all means, go over there. Just don't be taking my food with you, okay? Now, I've heard some, people say, well, black men are better for white women. I've heard that. I've heard people say, well, white women love dominance and black men are dominant, right? And non-black women are so coachable, because, they're willing to compete. Let me tell you something, okay? Again, these are lies that these pick-me's and these quote-unquote, male identified females are perpetuating, and it's keeping black women in this cycle where they're moving, but they're not going anywhere. Because some of them are thinking, well, this is real, but because you will never experience this in real life, you're only experiencing this online, and nothing's actually changing in your life because it's a fucking lie, right? Here's the thing: if a white woman is submissive to a black man, right? But she ain't submissive to white men, right? Obviously, the reason why she's submissive has everything to do with that black man being able to force her or influence her to be what she is. Has nothing to do with her. She's not inherently good. It's all on him. The problem is, if that is the case, okay, if that's the case, then that black man should be able to garner submission from any woman. But somehow, the only women that, these people, are saying that we're losing our women to are females that are treasonous to their own race, that literally are like they have the most masculine trait I know of. For instance, men can go out and punch each other in the face and actually like each other. Like, they can really do that. Men can compartmentalize sex with women that they literally hate. These are masculine traits, and it's not a bad thing. It's just the nature of men. Okay, it's not a bad thing. It's just how they is. Okay. However, white women can do the same thing. Like, and they've been doing it since these African Americans have been over here. Okay, they've been having sex with men they hate, getting pregnant by men they hate, having children that they hate. I've heard some of them even call their children the N-word. I have. Now, this isn't to say all of them feel this way like that. I don't know. But I know what I've heard. I know what I've seen. Okay, I come up in the 80s. So I've seen a lot. And it's like, okay, what are we really dealing with here, right? So how is it that this masculine trait that really only belongs to men is found in these women? However, they're being marketed by these black female content creators as better women. Like, we're losing our men to these women because they know how to support a black man. Meanwhile, they dealing with that. Like, and you think that exists on its own? You think that masculine trait exists on its own? Meanwhile, we can pinpoint one masculine trait on a black woman and see how her whole life is basically a problem. But that don't apply to white women. See how this is really turning into a racial problem? It's not even about male and female relationships anymore. Now it's turning racial. And this is the problem, because I'm not really here to say that black people or white people are inherently better than each other. We all have different problems. But now, this is becoming a problem. And it's a problem because of black female content creators. Black men can say what they want to say about their preferences. They have a right to do so. But at this point, for Black women, this, yeah, I'm kind of with Cynthia G with this one. It's us at this point. It's really us. Now, another fallacy for what I just said, this whole dominant thing, right? Dominance is about control. Part of the reason why we say white men are the dominant society is because they control resources, they control media, they control a lot of things, right? This is why they're dominant. They're not dominant because of their skin tone. They're not dominant because, they come from Europe and, they kind of have this sort of savage history with them. That's not why they're dominant. They're dominant because of their current control. If they used to have control but don't have control now, they're not considered dominant. So what I don't understand is people claiming that submissive women are submissive women to Black men because Black men are more dominant than white men. In what world are we talking about? Is this Earth 47 or Earth 2 right now? What Earth is this? Okay, like what Earth is this? Because we talking about as a collective. We talking about white men and Black men. We talking about dominance. We talking about control. It's like, if you're easily controlled, that's for a reason. It's not necessarily because you're better as a person. It might be because you have self-esteem issues. It might be because secretly you're Karen and you'll blow up. When you feel like calling somebody the N-word. Like it's a lot of reasons behind that. But it is what it is. Now, lastly, I'm gonna say this whole idea about being coachable, right? People in a position of power aren't typically coachable because they're in a position of power. They don't necessarily have to listen to someone that they don't perceive as equally powerful as them. So coachable has a lot to do with respect. Coachable has a lot to do with understanding where one is versus where one is not. It has a lot to do with community engagement, how much you actually feel connected to people. There's a lot that goes into the perception of coachable, right? However, to say that white women we're losing our men to white women because white women are coachable. My thing is, what year did white women become coachable? Because last I checked, white men have never treated them as if they were coachable. They have treated them like they were the scum of the earth. Okay. All right, as the old saying goes, women are for children, and men are for, like that was a widespread thing. When have white women been coached? White women have been under duress in Europe. Okay, and they just now, according to them, got from underneath of it, and they mad. So my thing is, these mad ass females out here are coachable. Most of them are coachable. Like, come on now, like really. I'm not saying that some of them ain't, some of them is, but come on, in mass, let's be honest. And I'm not gonna keep you guys, but I'll be honest with you, right? I feel like when you have these spaces where Black women are largely at, non-Black women have the leverage to come in, knowing that our community is still dealing with stuff, tentacles from slavery, and leveraging their skin tone and their race, and telling themselves, I'm a better woman because I can, be feminine, right? But in reality, the reason why you can do that is because of how society views you. You can't. Even Meghan Markle recently made it clear that she could rest, okay, in her femininity a bit more when people thought that she was mostly white, or when they couldn't see her Blackness. Now that they can see her Blackness, she says she feel Black. No, she feel Black. She feel Black now, okay? But she ain't never felt Black before. She was very, like laid back and calm and collected and stuff. But now that she got to walk around in the world Black, oh no, she a little more uptight. She a little more tight-lipped. She a little more, listen, don't come at me with the boys. Like that she more like that now. So it's like, what's really going on? Like, really? So, I want you guys to speak on the matter. And again, the matter isn't necessarily, are white women better? The matter is, how are these women that claim they're helping Black women understand relationships, get back on track, all of that, how is that actually happening when essentially your rhetoric is that white women are inherently better? That's what the rhetoric is. Like, how are you helping Black people by reinforcing white supremacist ideology in their minds to tell them that they need to do better? In reality, Black men and women cannot do better under those belief systems. Like, you can't do better. What's the point? Really, what's the point? If you as a Black man, if you're viewed as someone that's going to abandon your community anyway, right? Because, that's just what's going to happen because of, white men, white women, the way society's set up, then why would you try? Like, why try? So it's not helping. It's really not helping. And I'm not trying to bash Black men, okay? I know that we all have our problems. I have my problems too, okay? Seriously, like, don't think I'm saying that, I'm perfect because I'm telling you that, listen, I didn't have a dog in this fight before. I never felt this way. But now I'm really starting to see what being male identified is. Don't think that I don't have my own issues as a Black woman. Like, I do. But one issue I don't have is being male identified, meaning I will come down on a Black woman for her problems, but a Black man showing me his problems is like, oh, it's okay, you're Black. Like, as if being unfair is gonna help things. It's like, no, it's not gonna help nothing. It's just gonna keep the same cycle going. Meanwhile, as if we need more people feeling emboldened to keep doing bullshit. Like, really, we don't. Hey, Wally. But I like I'm saying, I'm not blaming men for this because men are not forcing women to get on these platforms to say and do what they're saying and doing. Men are not forcing women to do this. So I'm not saying, this is men's fault, no matter if they're wrong or not. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, as women, when we sit and tell each other how we need to be better, but we're not interested in being fair with the men that we're telling these women to be better for in terms of what they need to do. We have children. We know, we as mothers, as women, we know what the consequences is of telling one child to be good while allowing the other children to run amok, but only come down on one child. Eventually, that one child doesn't give a crap what you say. That child will rebel against you and do what it want to do. It will not learn anything from you. It won't even trust you to instill anything in it when it sees that level of bias. It won't. And that's what's happening right now. That's exactly what's happening right now. Every good woman, every genuinely good woman has experienced a screwed up type of man that did not appreciate it. But somehow, it's because we didn't do enough as women, as Black women. That's the problem. It's not that there's other issues inside of men that will cause them to have a good woman and think, I might as well let her go because there's so many of them running around here. It's like right now, according to a lot of these content creators, there's 3 times as many women as men, right? However, the amount of good, viable women are at such an all-time low that men are literally fighting each other and it's not enough to go around. So my thing is, why do you think good women are shrinking? Why? Because at the end of the day, the numbers just are not there. And that's not Black men's fault, but the numbers are not there. Even if every man married a woman today, it would be a good woman someplace that would just lose out, period. So when you have that as the basis of what's going to happen to people regardless, and then you pull up on the fact that, oh, well, Black men feel like, yeah, I can pump and dump. Yeah, I can sit and play games until I'm 49, play the field till I'm 50-something years old. Some of them 60-something years old, like still playing the field. It's like, are you serious? Like, this is a problem. It's not, Black men are not leaving because, there's so many problems they're running into the world. I've had guys that have tried to have a conversation with me, and I could tell through that conversation that they were not used to respecting women, period. They would say insulting things to me and didn't even understand, like, that's not how you have a conversation, let alone with a female. And they just didn't know. And then they're wondering, well, why can't you keep a date? Why can't you, maintain a relationship? Most of these guys out here running around talking about how they not affectionate. Meanwhile, that's the underpinning of what keeps relationships together. And they're putting that off as part of their personality, when in reality, that's just the sickness they're dealing with, the toxicity that they're walking around now with, talking about this is just how I am. No, that's the bullshit that come with them that they don't want to let go of. And that has a lot to do with whether or not a woman is willing to risk her life staying with you, period. So, it's not hard when you really understand and you're willing to work with the environment you're in. And I don't want to say people, but it's an environment you're in. When I started dating again, it was different. I had to adjust. But that's the thing, I had to adjust. But, these female content creators will have you believe that, no, it's my fault. It's my fault that, these men, the older they is, the worse they is when it come to dating. No, it's my fault. Okay. So I'm not going to tarry too long on that. I like I said, I'm not going to say any names because this isn't about me trying to beef with anybody. No need for that. I'm an adult. One thing I don't do is take business outside of, circumstances and whatnot. Conversation is a conversation. It is what it is. The point is, let's be honest. There are some male identified females walking around talking about they're here trying to help Black women. When in reality, they're not. They're just here to get a bag from YouTube. They're not. So if you want to come up, you can. I will. I have not been watching the chats. I am so sorry, you guys. I am so sorry. Yes, wow, yeah, running amok. Okay, I was referring to children, but yeah, people be running amok out here. They do. They be running amok, just doing whatever, and it's really it's too much. Like, it's really too much. I've been hearing stories that's making me feel like I'm not grown enough to hear this, and this is what's happening. Yet the problem is Black women. It's like it's just an easy way to target a whole group of people, and now essentially, market them as the bad guys. And I'm like, let's not do that. Even if that happened in the past when it came to Black men, keep in mind everybody wants to turn to Oprah and stuff. It's like, look, to a degree, those women on Oprah, especially those white women on Oprah, they had a good reason to be on Oprah complaining about men. They did. They really did. Okay, and white men wasn't doing everything right over there. They had a reason to talk like that. When you look at how white women were treated in Europe, like, versus like what we know is like humane, they had a reason to be complaining. White women just got the right to vote a few years ago and own land. Trust me, they had a reason to be upset. But you ain't gonna hear that. Okay. They are submissive to Tony and That's funny. Okay, that is funny. Okay, yeah, that's funny. And yeah, when I look at Black women, right, and I'm be honest with you, like she says, the Black women I see are extremely submissive, right? What I see in Black women are women that are willing to take whatever, literally whatever, and do whatever to keep relationships. I'm not seeing, the only women I see that are like saying, you know what, are these new young women that feel like, listen, I'm about to live my life and I'm not about to, put it on hold for anybody, hashtag, my girl, was it Steve Harvey's daughter, Lori Harvey. Like, that's your young females, but they don't make up 2/3 of the population. But the females that are, let's say, between the ages of 30 to 45, right? That are probably still in the dating market. A lot of the Black ones I see are doing more submissive things than these white women. Okay, seriously. And I know people will say, well, you know, white women, they willing to work with you, whereas though black women aren't. I know that is a whole lot. Okay, white women, first of all, the only reason why typically, and we see this in Cynthia G's opening, okay, only reason why they typically get with you is because they need something from you, because they can't get it in their own ethnic group. It's not because they genuinely, in a sense, like you like that. It's like they may say, oh, well, you look nice, because that's obvious because they're human. However, that is not the circumstance. So I'm not one that's gonna say, well, you can't say how you feel if you do feel that way, right? I'm not gonna say you can't say that, but all I am gonna say is you're gonna have to prove that, because where I come from, I be seeing black females doing a lot of things that you would be like, okay, they doing more than working with people. Like, I done seen more females giving up their tax checks to get people's the illegal businesses off the ground. Okay, like seriously, and they be doing too much. Seriously, black women literally do too much. Like, they do too much. But you know, like you said, I'm like, you know, it's like we're extremely submissive, but people don't really see it. Like sometimes, and I'll say this, sometimes women can be so submissive that it comes off as something else, and they're not viewed as submissive. They may be viewed as women that are easy, right? I know that's happened a lot, at least back in the 80s. Women that were so giving that they were used as it just was used up, like, because people were like, okay, she's easy, when in reality she was just wanting to be submissive to somebody she really liked. Like, it comes off the wrong way. So, you know, I mean, then there's women that aren't, you know, but again, here's the stereotype being reinforced, and I don't like that, you know. Like, it's like, and I'm not here to really defend black women, because black women, you know, just like white women, we got our issues. Like, I could talk all day about some of the crap I see, okay, because I be taking pictures now with my phone. I could put some crazy stuff up in here, but I'm not, because I'm not here to bash anybody or berate anybody. However, I mean, I just have to call a spade a spade. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Marcus says some men travel for vacation, they have family, they might go for a time business, and then they want to travel there. They just want to travel, but there are people I know from different countries travel there, end up getting married. Yeah, when you travel to other countries with a U.S. passport, it's easy to get married. It really is. Take a guess why. It's really, that K1 visa is good to get. It's easy, you know. And I mean, come on, like, it's easy, you know. And I mean, again, if you okay with that, that's fine. You're okay. But I'm gonna tell you something, okay? I used to do a lot of jobs that I used to see marriage certificates, divorcees, stuff like that. And I'll tell you something. These women that come over here married to these American guys that can't wait to get over here, whatever the case may be, they acting submissive, you know, while they over there till they get over here, then suddenly they get a divorce. It'd be funny. It just be funny, the numbers that you be finding the men divorcing these foreign women that they go over there and marry and bring back to the United States. That's why I hear men trying to say, now when you go there and you marry a woman from overseas, you have to actually decide to stay over there with her, not bring her here. But everybody over there know they trying to get here. Okay, so if you ain't trying to come here, they liable to, you know, cheat on you or go back to their husband that they probably already married to, and they just using you, because that happens. Okay. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through. Let me see. Yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing. What'd you say, Bob? I'm just saying, like I ain't hating on nobody, but we gotta call a spade a spade. All right, all right. So, I mean, anybody can come up and let me know that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, or whatever the case may be. But like I said, y'all ain't gonna keep me till 6:30 in the morning today. I am jumping off here, but if you wanna like leave a comment or even come up, you can. Give me one sec. Okay, so I got my little notes out the way. I did essentially cover everything I wanted to cover because this is some shit right here. Like it really is. Yeah, like it really is. I was taken aback by some of the stuff I was seeing. I was just so taken aback. Like it was just too much. Oh no, I ain't gonna. I can take the battle. Like, and here's the thing, right? I don't mind people like disagreeing with me, right? I don't mind because essentially I'm not always trying to prove my point. Because I could turn around and say, listen, damn what I said. I think you're right. Like I said earlier, like Mr. Larry, last time I was on with him, I had a good debate with him, right? And about similar issues, right? However, even though I know that I had points, he had points, I personally feel that he won that debate because he technically had points that I didn't have. So, and I enjoyed that. I really did. And me and Larry go back. I like Larry. You see what I'm saying? He's a very smart guy. But I mean, yes, we have disagreements, but it's like, yeah, I can disagree with someone and still have a good debate with them and then turn around, still like them as a person. But that's me, and that's why, yeah, I don't mind sparring, and as some of you guys know, I do martial arts, so it's just very ironic that I like to spar like in physically at birth. That's just like a weird little, caveat that's happening with me. But hey, Mr. Best, you there?
What's going on? What's going on, family? What's going on? What's going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen. I mean, I don't never, you know me. I don't really care about people's preferences, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know what I mean? If you like orange juice and I like apple juice, then guess what? I'm not drinking orange juice. Like I don't like that's why I was so confused by why the brother Avery Spears was coming at Lizzo. Like at the end of the day, if you got your cup of tea, then just don't drink it. You know what I mean? Right. Drink coffee or drink some lemonade. I don't know what to tell you, but if she not rocking with what you like. She not your flavor. If she not your flavor, then don't F with her. Like that's just as simple as it is.
Right.
Now,
and people do. There's some men that got a strange fetish for that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's strange. I mean, like if you like somebody on the bigger side, on the plus side, that's what you like, right? Some people like women that look really skinny and kind of look like men.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that's weird to me, right? That's weird to me.
Yeah. For different reasons, but
yeah. But everybody has their different things, right? Some women like women that have a bare belly. Some women that they like the women that have the fat in the back of the head. Some women like the women that all they got, what I mean, is only one part of their body looks more bigger than the other part of the body. You know what I'm saying? And there's no proportion at all. So everybody got their preferences, right? You know what I mean? I like chocolate chip cookies, right? I don't like oatmeal cookies. You throw me an oatmeal cookie, I'm gonna throw that shit in the garbage. Like straight up. I hate oatmeal cookies. Like it's just not gonna happen for me. I never liked oatmeal cookies. Never wanted to eat no oatmeal cookies. It's not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. I see what Marcus says, and the only issue is what she is passing as a message and the influence on people and her nerve and gal to complain and cry about which she bought on herself, just keeping it a buck. I don't know if you're talking about Lizzo, bro. Maybe you are, maybe not. I don't know. But all I gotta say is, like, at the end of the day, I never understood why anybody complained about something that they didn't like. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like beets. You don't see me on a video saying, "Man, beets is the worst fruit or vegetable you can ever eat, and it's terrible or whatever." Right. I just don't eat the shit. Like that's it.
Right.
So I think a lot of times to me it's projection.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. That's
He
exactly
said,
what it is.
he said, "What? Oh man, you missing out, Mr. Best. Hey, I don't like it. I just don't. I hate it. It actually, you know, I'm allergic to it actually. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
actually get
Okay.
like my throat gets like really sore with it. It's crazy. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, like Marcus said, yes on Lizzo. So if somebody's with Lizzo and they like her, you know,
Right.
man, hey, she probably giving them the time of their life. You know what I'm saying?
Because
You
she know
know,
how to
but
work, I tell you that.
hey, whatever that is, I know she did it during the Laker game.
Yeah, I
And
see that.
you know what's funny? At that point, I didn't even look at the screen.
I
I
was
had
ashamed
stepped
to look at
away.
the screen because of where she did it at, and the fact that I seen little white boys like children are standing around. I just couldn't look. However, I seen the replay and I was like, okay, I get it, Lizzo, but that was the wrong time to be excited over a game. Like, come on. But I'm just saying.
There's a time and place for that, right, family? There's a time and place for that.
Right. And here's the thing. Personally, with me, I don't twerk where people can see it. Like if I'm twerking, it's in the privacy of me and whoever I'm in private with. I don't do that public because I just see it as a very sexual thing. I don't see it as like a dance to get turned up about. It's too sexual for me. However, my issue is, okay, you have these women who, like you said, they're not these men's preferences, and they're saying they're living their lives. My thing is, why are you complaining about women that you will never try your arm with? That, or if you do try your arm with, you know
they don't want you,
China, or they don't want you. Like it's like, why are you complaining about something that's not your problem?
Well, and I need to step away for a second, but before I do that, I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna say two things, right? One, I think I hear people try to say that twerking is actually a form of tribal dance. Tribal dance is completely different. People, do your research. Stop disrespecting tribal dance, okay? Because it has nothing to do with what twerking is about. Okay, tribal dance is a ceremonial celebration of a new life, of death, or of a accomplishment by a tribe, right? It has nothing to do with twerking. So y'all disrespecting, you know, African culture by saying that, other than indigenous culture by saying that, is very disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? And y'all, you know, a lot of times people just want to blur the lines because they want to do some more BS. You know what I mean? So if you like doing that, then just say you like doing it. Don't try to mix it. It ain't the same thing. You can put sugar and salt next to each other. They may look the same, but they're not the same. Okay? They're completely not the same. And y'all know it ain't the same. Like, and then if somebody indigenous and checks you on that, if somebody from African culture checks you on that, you're gonna get in your feels, right? Because they definitely gonna ride you and break it down on why you shouldn't be doing that and why you shouldn't be comparing that to a ceremonial dance, which has nothing to do with what you're talking about. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with that. So that's one. Two,
go ahead.
Two, I will also say, I think the reason why people do that and they project a lot of times is because that's the only thing that they have. You know what I mean? Like everybody has a screen, everybody has media, everybody has social media, everybody has a way to project themselves and project their voices. All they have. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times what I see is that these people, when it comes to the outside life, they have nothing else going for them. You know what I'm saying? They have nothing else going for them. And that's just what it is. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Right. And if they had a life, or if they had, if they weren't, they didn't secretly get hurt by these type of women, right? Or these type of men, right? Because women do it too. They project on, oh man, why, you know, I don't like brothers who make a certain amount of money because they're this or they're that. And I'm like, you don't like them because you had a bad experience with one person, or maybe two, or maybe three, however. You had that bad experience. Don't base it on everybody else, right? This is what I tell people. Be into people that are into you. Right. That's so clear and evident to kind of find, right? But the thing is that you don't look for that first. Not you per se, but people don't look for that first, right? They look for all these criteria, right? They got to be this. They got to be that. They got to be that. So if they start matching all of these physical, you know, all these physical demands and all these physical criteria, right? Now, when it gets to the bare character that you know is really going to be the end all to be all, right? Because you don't want to be with somebody that is going to treat you badly, or somebody that you can't get along with, right? So when it comes really down to that, you ain't checked that. That's the last thing you check. right? And so now you end up in a situation where you are broke, busted, and disgusted. You mad at the world because you didn't check the inventory. It's like somebody give you a Lamborghini and you don't check the engine. Is that person's fault or that's your own? You should do the Carfax.
That is their fault, right? But here's the problem.
It is. But what I'm saying is you should still do your research.
You should do your research, right? But here's the problem. There's no incentive for men or women specifically, to do the research, because all they gotta do, right, is be their shithead self and then claim, don't nobody want to date me, and then go online and then find some dumbass that's sitting there trying to tell them, oh no, it's not your fault, it's somebody else's fault, and you should have you shouldn't have dealt with them in the first place, and you should do what you need to do and go overseas. And it's just a bunch of pandering going on to everybody. And this is why like I said earlier, like, I took issue with the whole dude dropping $300 in the chat talking about he's so wealthy but yet he can't get a date. And I'm like, yo, it's too many gold digging holes out here for you to say you can't get a date. All out here is dinner dates and this, that, and the third, and women just wanting to get flowed out for no apparent reason, but you can't get one to go on a date with you for an hour. Nigga, you are fucked up to the point where anybody can see it on the surface. Okay, seriously, like, you fucked up on the surface. Hey, Vaughn. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. Like, I'm not. And if you guys know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. But that to me really got underneath my skin. That nobody, and I mean nobody, responded to this guy and told him, look, it's not everybody else, dude. It's not. It's you. Okay, like, it's you. If you the type where you can't keep a woman, then that's what's going on with you. But don't sit here and say it's everybody else but me. Like, and don't do that. But here's the thing: a man can do that, a woman can do that. But these content creators that claim that they trying to change the world, but yet they're giving they're giving the room for these spaces to exist like this. I don't got time for it. And truth be told, I'm not gonna jump in the white comment section and go off on them like that. I'm not. And like I said, the only reason why I brought it up today is because my opinion has changed. I used to didn't call people pick-me's. I felt like that was a derogatory term. I really felt like, if you want to be male identified, that helps you, then do it if it makes you feel better. But now I feel like, I see how that's eroding the community. Like, I really do see it now. I see how it allows a foothold for woman hater men to just be in the spot and just basically, getting off on, the berating of a specific group of women that they say they don't care about and they're not dating. However, they wake up every single day to talk about them. Okay, like, there's some male content creators that every single day you get up to talk about how much you hate bitches and hoes, or black bitches and hoes, despite the fact that hoeing started with outside of black women. Like, it's serious. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't wake up every day and talk about how much I hate anything, or black men, or black women for that matter. And I'm a black woman. I can't get up and do that. I can get up like today and talk about, okay, I think these content creators are helping to widen the gap between black men and black women. I don't feel like, no matter, even the ones that are good, it's of no help because their voices are being drowned out. I mean, I could do that like right now and just let you guys know my opinion on that. But I'm not waking up every time talking about, what black men are doing, what black women are doing, the problems in the community. It's like, no, I got other things I'm interested in talking about, other issues that I do think that are more pressing, or just as pressing. I'll say that. So no, that's not what we're gonna do here. As far as like, taking it to the furthest extreme about just men and women in the relationship between men and women. It's kind of easy when you really think about it. It is. If you meet somebody you vibe with them. If you meet somebody and your intuition telling you something more, then go with that. Usually that's the truth. But it's like, it's really how much time are you willing to invest? How much time do you got? And if you're going to invest that, you got to understand you have to accept what comes with that. And honestly, I had to accept that. Like, I was told by a guy that, look, you might not find anybody. Not because you shouldn't have someone, but you might not find anybody because pickings are slim. Like, the type of people or the type of man that might vibe with you, that's kind of slim. So you have to be okay with that. I mean, you probably will meet somebody, but you got to be okay with the way the numbers are at. And I'm sitting here like, all right, I can do that. I'm an adult, but I'm be honest with you, there's not a whole lot of adults out here. It just ain't. It really ain't. So I'm not gonna stay up here because tonight I just want to get it off my chest. I have something else that I want to do, but it's taking me a while. Somebody in the chat know what I'm talking about. Okay, sir. But I'm gonna get them on here, and we're gonna chop it up for a good long time. That'll be a day where I give y'all 6 hours, and I'm okay with that. Okay. But somebody in the chat, okay, Ron, they know what I'm talking about. And we gonna have a good old time, but I didn't want to take that today because I just got back off vacation, and I'm telling you, I ain't done nothing. I ain't done nothing. Class done started back up. I got my classes starting back up in about 2-3 days. I ain't even ready, but yeah, that's why I can't stay with y'all tonight. But when I get inside my other conversations, trust me, y'all gonna be like, okay, she is going ham. I'm setting the bar high, Vaughn. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm setting the bar high. Hold on, Marcus. What do you mean? Whatever you do, don't bring to it excited. The debate already been debunked. Okay, Marcus, you every day you think about a zodiac sign. I'm telling you now. You gonna find a woman, and all she gonna do is get paid for talking about zodiac signs. That's what you gonna get. Okay, that's what you're gonna get. I wish that on you, like a good woman that works as a tarot card reader. Oh, Marcus. Okay, hey, you good to go, Marcus. You're good to go. Hold on. I'm still learning the StreamYard, yo. I'm still learning. Give me a second. Hey, Marcus, what you?
What's up? What's up? I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Why? What you laughing for? This ain't even a laughing man. I was serious. I was so sincere.
No, I'm sorry. My bad. I ain't trying to be silly like that. My bad. I'm glad I make people laugh and smile. That's always a joy in my heart, you know. I always like making people laugh and joy at the end of the day.
Listen, look here, okay?
It might be my quote-unquote zodiac sign. Yo, I'm a Sagittarius or a Capricorn.
Marcus, do you know about the Zodiac killer?
I'm sorry.
Listen, for all y'all who don't know, this is an in-house joke. Right? Marcus, he's
Soapbox said Zodiac killer.
Zodiac killer.
Don't mind.
Respectfully.
That's an in-house joke.
Yeah, very respectful.
In-house joke right there. Okay. No, but seriously, it's no. Now here's the thing, Marcus. I think that would be an interesting topic, but personally, I don't know how to formulate that to in a way that a man would want to listen to it, like to try to understand it, because most may feel like, you know what, it doesn't really matter, and I'm not here to put something in somebody's ear that really, I mean, like we discussed, like, is it necessary? But then, like, they don't want to understand it because it's not really necessary. So I mean, don't get me wrong, I would do something, but I mean, you would probably have to help me figure out, well, how is that supposed to be?
No, I do not. No, I will not.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, I do it. Okay, because you know,
I'm pretty sure there's plenty of men and women who believe in that, though. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of men and women who believe in that stuff, though.
I mean, it is. I mean, usually well, most people don't make careers out of it, but a good amount of people do. I'll be honest with you, they do. But to be honest with you, a good amount of people want some fake stuff too. Like they do. It's easy to fake. That's why I always tell you, you have to be careful when it comes to stuff like that. You do. You can't just run into it. It's not that sort of circumstance. But
I heard y'all talking about what were the topics earlier today? It was Lizzo and Ari Spears. Is that what y'all were talking about earlier?
That was a point in the conversation, but really what it was that content creator I heard, right? She addressed it, right? However, like she said that basically Ari Spears was the hot phone. However, she turned around and had more of an issue with Lizzo. And I'm saying, well, the issue is Ari Spears, not Lizzo. So why are you attacking Lizzo for being attacked for her weight? It's like she ain't the only big girl out here. You wouldn't walk up to no big girl and talk shit about her in her face, in the flesh like that, on the strength of nothingness. You know you ain't about that life. So why are you doing that on your platform like that? I didn't like that. And I don't like Lizzo, but I did not like that. And to me, that's what I honestly see now as what the divestment movement says, as, you know, somebody being male identified or black male identified, meaning that a black male can blatantly do something stupid, and the same thing on a woman, they would literally tear her apart for, but they won't do that on him, even as stupid as that statement was. Okay, like nobody, and I mean nobody on this platform said anything, and I'm like, most men know this is some dumb shit. How in the world these females out here like just sitting here like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like Mr. Best said, if big women ain't your thing, why are you talking about it? Like, I don't talk about, you know, big or skinny men, because I my preference is kind of like, you know, goes up and down. I don't sit up here talking about something that I don't care about. Like, I just don't care about it. So I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking about it. Like, that's just me personally. But this is what you have content creators supporting, and what it's doing in turn is causing people to say, you know what, women, that is, F men. I don't care, because look how they treat women like that. Turn around and attack Lizzo. Meanwhile, Lizzo, her response was, bitch, I'm winning though. Like, I'm influenced.
It's a fair response.
That's what that was her response. She didn't come back on him and talk about his weight, his neck, how dirty he looked. Literally, like, how dirty he looked. Like who the fuck his woman is, how much she weigh. That's not what Lizzo responded with. And she just responded with, dude, I'm getting my money doing me. I ain't worried about you. And here's my thing. That's what she is doing. She ain't lying. But my thing is, he mad because she's influencing society in a way that he's not used to. Meaning this, I walked into Victoria's Secret the other day, and I seen something that I was like, never in the history of Americanism have I seen this. Meaning, it was a big girl with lingerie on that looked like it belonged on a skinny girl, and I didn't even want to buy lingerie because I was like, ew, like, it don't even look appealing. Like, I can't even see the straps on her.
It don't matter because the guy's gonna love it.
No. Here's my thing. From a marketing standpoint, it just didn't look appealing to me because of her. Like, and I'm not gay or anything, but she didn't look appealing. So therefore, the lingerie to me, I was like, okay, I could do without it from a marketing standpoint. But I see a lot of huge women now marketing small women clothes, and to me, I just be looking like, are you trying to force me to think this is fine? Men, on the other hand, are feeling like, well, nah, that ain't gonna happen. But see, here's the problem, though. Women, again, if you're in a position of power, right? Money is power. You're not liable to listen to people who don't have more power than you. And if you're gonna sit here and say, well, women, they're overweight, Black women overweight, they don't want to lose weight. Well, let me ask you something. Why should they lose weight? Because as y'all know, men it's no shortage of penis out here for big women. It's not. Ain't no virgin big women out here. There's no shortage of a man will have sex with a big woman. He will. He might not marry her or whatever, but he will. Nowadays, with as slim as the pickings are out here, a lot of men are wifing up these big girls and going to Planet Fitness with them. That's what I see.
Planet Fitness is not the best gym to go because they offer pizzas the first. They offer pizzas the first day of the month, just to enter and sign up.
Listen, they ain't give me that, so I don't believe that. They ain't
Listen,
give me that.
I literally walked into a Planet. I walked into a Planet Fitness, and I know what they were doing. They want the customers to pack in the weight, so that way later they feel bad for eating that pizza and put the weight on, so they can keep paying for that gym membership. They literally did that. They bought Little Caesars pizzas because they were on a budget. They bought those $6 pizzas. Ain't nothing wrong with Little Caesars, though. Ain't nothing wrong with Little Caesars.
There's a lot of stuff wrong with that pizza, but go ahead.
Yeah, I get you, though. You can't compare it to New York pizza. I got you. It's the best.
Oh my
I'm talking about health-wise, but go ahead. Yeah.
But because I still like pizza. Don't get me wrong, but I don't eat it as much. But I'm saying they did that. They did that to put it to the customers and take them in and say, "Hey, first week signing up, your first day coming in, let's give you some pizza. Get on that cardio machine. Hypertension, cholesterol, diabetes. Let's go. Have a good time." Right. And then on the way out, soda.
But see, you see how they know how to market. They know how to market that. But the thing is, right? Do you think Ari Spears will go up to the CEO or make a video about the CEO of Planet Fitness talking about how like they ain't shit and they doing like? You think he would do that? Because the CEO of Planet Fitness ain't worried about Ari Spears. They gonna be like, listen, dude, like for real, we do what we want to do. Why? Because we got the money to do so. So. I was just taken aback that some women just kind of felt like, you know what, he's right. She is big and people need to lose weight. And I'm like, hold on. Men are big too. Women can afford to be fat. You know why? Because we carry babies. Like that's what happens. But it's like men can't really afford to be fat because men are protective.
Hold on, family. I gotta pause you for 1 second. Yeah. 1 second. Gotta think. Critically Drinking, you know what I mean? Shy Cutie, Nova Rain, the whole Twitch crew for the Twitch raid. Yeah, Twitch gang. Man, I see y'all in the building. Thank y'all for bringing that. Thank you for bringing the viewership up on the Twitch side. Truly appreciate y'all. Y'all are always free to come up and be a part of the experience. The link is definitely in the chat. Y'all know where to catch us and find us. Man, much love to y'all. Thank you, Arshawn Dave. You know what I mean? And thank you, everybody in Critically Drinking and the whole Critically Drinking team, Nova Rain and Shy Cutie and all that. Thank y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for real. Much love to y'all.
Shout out to Arshawn.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just want to do a quick PSA too. Quick PSA. Look, man, if y'all still drinking soda in 2022, whew, man, I think you just need therapy or some mental health classes or something. If you still are drinking soda in 2022, you need your mind check. You just need your mind check. Somebody need to come sit with you and do a mind check. Because that to me is just as bad as you smoking a cigarette. Honestly, if not worse.
That's true.
So, yeah, I can see that.
Every now and then I give in to a little Coke or a little Coca-Cola, not actual Coke.
Don't do it.
Dr. Pepper.
Don't do it.
I know.
No, I know he's right. He is right. But I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Again, okay, women are big, right? Women are big. I get that. But America wouldn't be America if it didn't thrive off of forcing people, its population to be fat. Seriously, like
Well, Lola, not all women are big though, right?
I know, but here's the thing: not all women are big, right? And I don't know the percentage, but not all women are big. But that just goes to the point of what you said earlier. If not all women are big, right? Then what are these men really complaining about in terms of like women being overweight, black women being overweight? Like, what are they complaining about? Like, if you know that you could be with the smaller women, but you know deep down inside, you don't want them smaller women because those smaller women don't carry the curvature that you're attracted to.
Fact.
Why are you complaining about the women you're attracted to? But I'm just saying.
I corrected it in 3.
Yeah, he said Dr. Pepper, I think. I think he corrected that. Yeah, forget Coke. He's a Dr. Pepper guy.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. It's like if it's not in your purview of what you want, don't even focus on it. But the only thing I want to explain too is these people that like Lizzo, they still have a thing called influence over people, which that in itself carries a certain level of responsibility, whether it's direct or indirect, whether it's on her or not. Masses are still going to follow her. Some people are sheep. Some people are going to follow it like that.
Well, remember, she's not the first overweight woman at her side.
Oh, no. I never said that, no. I think like, who's the other one? She lost weight and the BBW squad, they literally got pitchforks and fires and stuff, fire torches. What's her name? Adele. And then also Rebel Wilson. So they had the gall in the nerve to get mad at them because they cared about their health. Mm-hmm. And they lost weight. And they look, and Adele said it herself. She has never been the most happiest as she is now, especially being with Rich Paul, who is AKA the agent / manager of LeBron James, right? Mr. Ball?
Yeah, best friend. Yep.
There you go. That's his best friend / agent / manager, whatever he does for him. But she said it herself. I've never been the happiest, and she lost weight. She's the healthiest she's been, and with the man she's with. So, and that's because she made a change in her life that only she could have control of. That she didn't want to do
Vaughn
surgery.
is wrong with that Kelly Price comment though.
Yeah,
Vaughn, you're wrong. And Vaughn, come up too if you can. Vaughn, come up, man.
I was going to say
to the stage real quick, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I just got to welcome to the stage real quick. Z, me, the producer for Knowledge and Relationships. DJ Eddie King. What up, baby?
What's going on? Tiger.
What's up, Eddie?
What's going on, Marcus? Mr. Best.
What's good, man? What's good?
Y'all got me feeling guilty over here for drinking soda. I'm eating vegetables right now.
He ain't eating no vegetables.
No, I am. I'm eating string beans, green peas, carrots, and corn.
I ate that today. That's pretty good. You know,
what in Chipotle bowl?
Nope. Why is it Chipotle? Because I'm Hispanic?
No, because I was thinking earlier today, so I know that ain't no healthy meal.
No, I just put some. They're like the frozen bags, so I just put it in a little pot. Put a little bit of pepper and a little bit of lemon.
Yeah, it's still good with the frozen.
Listen, y'all be lying. Y'all be lying.
All my life. All my life.
You're not drinking.
All my life.
Good with it's frozen. It still be good. Yeah.
Y'all be lying. Yeah, well, it's
cool. We got him.
Also,
we got him. I'm gonna let Mr. Best do.
Who's that?
You know, I'm gonna bring him up. We got the man. That's his kid. He is the undisputed champion of the world. Von Eric. What is going on, man?
Was you there? He wasn't out there.
Man, Von Eric got all the belts. He's the champion.
What's up, everybody? Blessings to all.
Shout out to Baltimore.
Vaughn, what up, baby?
What's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
I've been searching all over the world for you, man. I don't know if you got my links and stuff, but I've been searching for you.
Oh no, I don't think. Where'd you send it to me on Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotta check it.
Okay. No, you probably don't even be on.
See, Lola, you got
Instagram
people here rocking with you, Lola.
Oh my God! See, what are you trying to?
Hey.
Well, Kelly Price was big at
people?
one time, right?
Kelly Price was, when I say big, I mean I think she was bigger than Lizzo.
Yeah, she was bigger. Remember, it was a thing when she was with Puffy, and she asked Puffy to help her come out, and Puffy said, "No, big people, the people won't accept you because you're too big."
Mm-hmm. Now I don't know if that was. I think he was telling the truth. He was. However, I don't know how he marketed her.
Well, he didn't bring her out. It was Ron Osley that brought her out.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
But even still, I don't know how they marketed her or if they marketed her. Like, I don't remember that. Like, that's the one thing about the 90s I forgot.
Well, I think they didn't show a whole body. They showed it from the neck up. So
yeah, usually you see it from like here and
right. She's sitting down. She was sitting down most of the time.
Right. She was. But see, here's the thing. She really could sing.
No, you're wrong for
that, No, I'm not joking. I'm just speaking the truth. That's how they did it. They from the neck up.
From the neck up.
You know, she sitting down. She was good. But, you know, hey, big woman good in the wintertime. Summertime, you just got to go with the bones. So that you know
how. Don't get with the swimsuit beach models.
Did he say go with the bones, Lord?
That's how it was. Come on now, you know how it was back in the day. You know how it was. Stop playing.
I thought that it was because they could cook. I ain't think it's because their body.
They was cooked.
Listen, yeah, they could make some damn good sandwiches.
Yeah, they could cook, and it was warm in the wintertime. Summertime, you know, you gotta go with the skinny.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you like this: them women on 600-pound life, man. Hey, they be saucing it up, baby. Yo,
yeah, they do.
They be saucing it up. They be cooking everything. Like they be pulling out trays, pans, things from the cabinet, all that. Like, man, I'm telling you. And them brothers be chilling. Them brothers don't be going nowhere. Like
nowhere.
They're not leaving.
Nowhere.
But here's
yeah, but also, they also pay them though.
Would men rather have a woman that can cook and clean and do stuff, but she big, or would they rather have a piece of the bones and nothing else?
It depends on the man. It depends on the man.
See, so y'all always deflecting.
It depends on the type of bone.
Huh?
It depends on the type of bone.
Right. It depends on the man.
It depends on the bone now too. Oh.
Part of preference.
Preference in the type of bone, right? So well, okay, here's the thing. My thing is this. I've always been on the small side, and I've always fought for attention from men because men always gave the career to women. Yeah. When I was younger, growing up in the 80s and the 90s, men usually gave attention to the women that were remember what thick was back in the day?
Right.
Like thick wasn't what it is today.
Right.
Thick was thick. I wasn't that. I was always the short girl that may have been 120 pounds, might have been 120 pounds. That was it. And I couldn't get men looking at me like anything. Like I was that bone that they were like,
You short?
I was short and I was small.
Right.
So every chick has guys behind them.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm telling you
Is Lola, you doing Captain America right now? You doing Captain America?
Captain America.
Captain Planet.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Eddie. Shield slash. Oh shit.
I'm sorry, Lola, but the paranormal captivity is real up in here.
This is
too much paranormal captivity.
I'm telling y'all the truth, and y'all play it. It was a real thing for me. I felt bad growing up, and it was.
Yeah, that's true. It was me was. Oh no! When I went to back in the day, when I went to a midget strip club, I was in love. I went to that one.
What? Oh my God! Eric, what did you just say?
I went to a midget strip club one time and fell in love.
Man.
So it depends on the man. It was that. Oh, I could not believe it. So this was years ago, back in my rolling days. But yes, I was in love ever since.
Oh my God. Well, okay. It says Shy Cutie 38. I found out too later on that it was a lot of guys that liked me, but they was never about to approach me in school. They was not. I was the short girl that didn't have all the hips and the breasts. They weren't feeling me.
Some of the guys are afraid of rejection, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
In high school?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's even guys in high school that get afraid of rejection.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Vaughn, Southwestern. Don't
I
tell
know.
me.
That's true.
Don't tell me
I know. That's true. That's true.
But Vaughn, looking at it from a rear view mirror, she's saying that because they didn't approach her, but deep down, she even said it herself. They wanted her.
I found out later on when I was an adult that they liked me back then. But the thing is, back then I was really feeling like I wanted to gain weight. I wanted to be curvy. I wanted to be the thick chick. But it's like I couldn't because they were the ones getting the attention. Now suddenly men are acting like they lost this attraction to thick chicks and everything is about being 5'6" and 125. It's like that's not what I'm seeing out here. Men ain't looking forward to, as you said, the bones. Okay, that's not what they.
But Marcus is right also, Lola, because it was it happens on both sides. It was some women some guys that wanted to approach you, go with you, be with you, but other niggas would tease them if they was with you. So that's why.
I was fucked up. Okay, I was fucked up.
No.
And I know Von Eric ain't just say something about something with midgets. Like, yo, you ain't. Nah, I'm gonna ignore that.
I didn't say nothing bad about it. I ain't say nothing bad about it. Nah.
So, oh my goodness, this is strange. I really want to know how you ended up there, but see, if you don't want to tell us, it's okay.
No, please ask that question, please.
No. What's that street over there? Eastern Avenue. What's that? Over there.
You talking about Route 40 East?
Yeah. It was up there where that McDonald's at. You know where that McDonald's at? It's that there should be a club over there. And my homeboy,
is that the midget club
over there? My homeboy, they was like, "Yo, there's these midgets over here." I was like, "What midgets? What?" So they was like, "Yeah, yo, have you ever been? No, you want to go? Hell yeah!"
That strip club was called the Lollipop Guild.
Man, I went in there. I thought I was in Disney World or something like that with strip club.
The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz and the Seventh Award. They
little
was
munchkins.
Oh my
flipping strip. I said, "Oh my goodness, Lord, please save me."
Lola, he wasn't having Lola. Little short thickums, thicker than a Snicker.
I mean,
no, they thick, okay, because
they was thick, jumping in the chairs, picking guys up. I said, "Lord, please."
And I wasn't even there.
Did somebody pick you up, Vaughn?
Yeah, she did. She picked me up.
No, you didn't. You picked her up, and she was like, "Let's go to a Ferris wheel."
Yeah, she picked me up. Yes.
Oh my
God.
God.
Hey Vaughn, when you picked her up, did she flutter her little feet, like little happy feet?
Man, listen, I only want to get into it because listen, I was out of my mind at that time, and I didn't drink because I don't drink, but I was wilding. It was a good time.
What was your drink? What was you sipping on?
Juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, or so.
And what?
That's it. I never drank.
Oh, he's the kind of guy that would order cranberry juice. Cranberry juice at a bar. Damn, this is like The Departed all over again.
So you was wilding with pineapple juice and lemon.
Pineapple juice, orange juice.
Mr. Beck, so you good?
Pineapple juice or a virgin pack.
Pineapple juice.
Or virgin
Tiger.
I was wilding. I never drink, but one time my homie stuck me in the virgin deck. He stuck alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Or you talking about someone? I was jumping on people's cars, falling out on the
You
floor.
can't handle liquor.
Nah, not at all.
He said, "I can't handle liquor." Oh my God. Okay, so now that I know that, so men like thick midgets, and thick women, taller, thick women, right? So the average women in between don't get no love, basically. That's not what they get.
Well, no, not me. I'm not,
Oh, all y'all quiet. I noticed that. All y'all
No,
quiet.
I didn't say that I was going to these places.
It depends on.
Let me just write down the address. Give me the address real quick.
That's bad. That's bad. Like, that is so bad.
It's P.O. Box, Maryland.
It depends. It depends on me, the woman, how we interact and stuff like that. But yeah, I like it.
Y'all don't have no preference for average women. Y'all want thick bitches and girls. That's what y'all.
But me, it might be. But for me, it's like I got a certain number of choices that I like in certain types of women. So it isn't just one set choice,
Right. Yeah, it's not that. No, it's not that.
So it's like one of three choices. She's slim, pretty, in shape, has a pretty face. Her breath don't smell like shit. She's nice. Or she can be slim, thick, breath cannot smell like shit. She has to be nice, pretty, feminine, and she knows how to cook a sandwich. And she can be a little thick, a few pounds on her. But that's the sandwich has to be immaculate.
Yes,
the sides are supposed to be good.
Yeah.
Definitely no zodiac sign bullshit.
Zodiac killer.
Because Mr. Best is like Zodiac killer.
You gonna get one. But wait a minute though. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I don't think that men are saying that and actually pursuing those women the way that they say that they are. Because if they are, more men wouldn't be complaining about not the slim, but the little bit of women that they don't want to date. It's like in reality, right? If you, Vaughn, if you like midgets, right? Why would you be complaining about tall men?
I wouldn't complain about a tall woman. No, I mean, I like midgets, but I like tall women. I mean, but it depends on. I said I like tall women too. It's just that when I went to the bitches strip club, it just.
Hold on. Wait. Yo, y'all got a midget.
What's up, M3? What's up, M3?
What's up, everybody? I got a story to tell y'all too after this.
Y'all got a midget strip club out there in Baltimore?
Oh, we had one. It's not there no more.
They left with the carnival.
Oh.
Yeah, they got it. Well, they all grew up, so.
Okay, I guess they grew up a few inches. So hey, yo.
They grew up. He said, I guess they grew up.
Hey, Vaughn. Okay, now I gotta tell you like a little, like a little woman story, right?
Oh my God.
So, all right, here it goes, right? So, see, a guy like me, right? I never condone. I never condone, like hitting on like women, especially little women, in particular. I'm gonna tell you why, right? See, these little women, they're like underdog, man. Like they're small, but they got that superhuman strength, right? I don't know what it is about the little women, They're like small chihuahuas, but they fight like pit bulls, man.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was in elementary school, I got into an argument with a little woman, right? She was probably like 4'5" or 4'11", whatever the case.
Damn.
And we was like fighting over crayons. So, I don't know what got it to me or whatever, right? But like I pushed her or whatever. And that was a big mistake. Okay? Because she grabbed me by the neck. She was like, "Get over here," right? And she put me in the meanest chokehold, man, like in the meanest headlock. I could not get out of it. Imagine your back is bent down. You trying to fight like a bitch.
It's like mini me.
Right. But just imagine like your posture, right? Look, I don't know how she was there. Look, she grabbed me by the collar, right? Reached for my neck, and then was over. You know, and the kids had to get her off my neck, man. So,
Oh my!
Yeah.
those
Yeah, they strong.
yeah.
Get out of there. That was bad.
Yeah, they strong. They
So,
yes.
so wait a minute. But see, y'all, what y'all doing is putting a bad name on small women, because see, y'all acting like we all like hot tamale type females, and that's not it. Like, we not all like
No,
that.
we're not saying. We're not saying. I'm not saying. But I will get a short one. Like let a woman, because my mom, she's short too. My mom is 5'1". But let a woman get smart with me or something. I will go get a short woman in a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go get Mini Me, because she get ready to whoop your tail. Let me
go to Chuck E. Cheese.
Right.
Mini me.
Let me go get her. Let me go, because woo!
Let me get my little scrumptious little pretzel over here.
Yeah. Let me go get my elf. Let me go get my elf, because she will lay into
Let me go to Lord of the Rings, fight Middle Earth, and give me my little dwarf. You leave him alone.
I'm just saying, y'all had your experiences with small women, but I'm telling you, it's different.
I have.
It's different for women, and the more I hear men complaining about these other women, but in real life, they be with these women for real, talking about the wintertime and shit. Like,
but I think Lola, back when we grew up, it's different now. I think it's not the same when it was our generation looked at things different than what the generation looked at now.
Yeah,
some small women do get, they handle their own, and they get that, So I think when we grew up, it was more so light skin, because you was light skin, so you was all right, because you was light skin, you was like brown skin. So don't act like you wasn't. Now short, dark skin, that's a whole different story, and you know that when we was growing up.
Yeah, I'll give you that, right? But
right.
Yeah, Lola, you give me Ashanti vibes.
Oh my God, he said Ashanti vibes. Ashanti is good for real.
No.
I
don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think she
what?
Right. Yeah, she's not sure.
Yeah, she's not short. Is it K Michelle short though? Is she short?
Well, she's so big, she looks shorter, even if she doesn't.
Didn't she go crazy?
Oh, I don't know.
K Michelle.
I thought she was short.
No, she's short because she was so wide. Like,
oh, okay. Lil Kim is short. Is Lil Kim short?
Lil Kim is short. I think she just like me. I'm 4'11". She might be an inch over me or so, or maybe more. But yeah, she's short. She's real short. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, having my own struggles in real life made it where as though when I see people like speaking about what's going on, like really, really out on the concrete, I lose faith in so much so fast, because again, I'm like, listen, I live out here. Like, I see what these men are going home with. I see these men going to these strange strip clubs, okay, coming home turned out, and now they gotta go marry one of them, okay? And Vaughn act like he didn't get with one of them girls, okay, but he got turned out by. All right.
I never got with one of you talking about the midgets.
yeah, the midgets.
Damn.
Look, don't act like you never took one of them home from the club.
Listen to me. You know what? I'm gonna tell the truth. I sure enough gonna tell the truth.
My mind's telling me no.
Okay.
But my body's telling me yeah.
Right.
No.
Right. No. But listen. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Eddie.
It wasn't
perfect.
It wasn't. It was business, and then we end up we had a relationship.
Huh?
Yeah.
What happened? It was business.
What?
I ain't never heard of that before.
So what business did you have after the strip club closed?
No,
What business did you have after the strip club closed?
No, no,
What business did you have after the strip club closed?
no.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
No, we didn't go home after the strip club and had.
Damn.
No, we was.
y'all went to the
I was
conference.
going to
They went
business.
to the after party.
We was doing business, and it ended up we got into a relationship
with a midget.
with Mitch.
Eddie.
How long did this last?
Huh?
How
How
long
long?
did this last?
It lasted for about a year. Yeah, about a year.
And you didn't marry her?
No, I didn't marry her. No.
Why not? Why not?
I was young at the time.
Oh hell no. No, see this you act like this was last year. No. I know this was like 2 years ago. Talk
No,
about
it wasn't 2 years ago. No, it wasn't 2 years ago.
okay.
Dude,
That
this
club
was like,
just closed last I checked. But
It
okay.
was pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic.
that club did not sit. No, that was like when I was in my late 20s.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 52.
Oh, okay. You said late 20s. You talking about like
Late 90s.
late 90s or something like that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh well, if that's the case, then yeah, it was thriving out there. If it's late 90s, it was thriving.
Yeah.
I mean, but here's the thing. You should have married her. You shouldn't let her. You let that guy on. This is the problem.
I didn't lead her on. We both was young and we needed to grow up. And
She definitely grew up.
but
So-
Bless you, Mr. Bell.
Oh wow.
No, we both did. No, I'm saying that literally we both did. But we was young. I was young. She was young. But we started our business and then went to a relationship
You and the midget.
with a midget.
I think you were ashamed of her. I really did. I think you was ashamed.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. Nah. We used to go out. I used to carry her and hold her hand. Like she was like yeah. It was, I wasn't ashamed of her.
You used to carry her. Okay.
She was my baby.
Lola.
Why shouldn't I carry my baby? She was my baby at the time. Why shouldn't I?
Is there like a section for midgets at Hallmark or like, at Walgreens or something?
Yo,
Get a little card.
We've never listen. I haven't even heard anyone have a discussion about midgets.
Because it's such a taboo and that's what I'm talking about, Eddie. Men be having these little proclivities that they don't want to talk about, but it's like they ashamed to say in public that you know what?
They know I've opened up over on this platform before.
Say, oh what?
I've opened up on this platform before a while back, so I had my little experience.
Nah, don't talk about that no more, man.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that, Mr. Bell. I'm talking about the other one. I'm talking about the threesome. Yeah, regular chick and a midget. So I had my experience.
Oh, you had a midget too?
And a midget.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Good.
I don't shame it.
That's right.
Why y'all ashamed about these women y'all laid up with during the winter time? Let's talk about it.
Huh?
How you know she didn't lead? How you know they didn't lead us on?
How do you know we ashamed?
Yeah.
Well, these women cooking sandwiches, as Marcus said, cooking sandwiches. All right, they ain't leading you on nowhere. They trying to lure you in the house, but y'all don't take a hint. So why you stay up with them and y'all don't want to work?
To be fair, if that's the case, then what about that old folk tale about that witch that led Hansel and Gretel to that little cookie house? She was leading them with food too.
Yeah.
Right. And what about?
And guess what happened? She tried to eat them. When
a woman cooked for you, she could be leading you on too. That's why she's cooking for you.
Leading you on to what though?
To be into whatever, money, service, relationship, whatever. Whatever she's
supposed to do. They're supposed to cook. That's not leading you on into something that you shouldn't be leading into.
Why you say that? Why you say a woman's supposed to cook?
Because women are the ones that have to care for children, and thus, therefore, we have to care for children. So we're in the mindset and the mode of cooking for every damn body.
She means nurturing and caring. Like,
Okay, well, I can see nurturing, but supposed to. I know
it's nurturing.
Right, but a man can do that too. It's not what it's not supposed
Let me
to.
ask you
Lola,
something.
don't do that face, Lola. Don't do that face, Lola.
No. Let me ask you something, Vaughn. When you go to the hospital, do you want Heaven's chest leaning over you, fluffing your pillow? Or do
That's
you want
something.
me?
Depends. Depends on the type of chest.
Cooking and fluffing my pillow is too
No, I
different.
ain't talking just fluffing the pillow. Do you want to feel his man chest over you, or do you want to feel a woman's breast over you?
Yeah, of course I want to feel a
Okay,
woman's
so
breast.
they can both lean over you and flip the pillow.
But I'm saying,
what does that have to do with this?
Right, I'm talking about.
I thought we was talking about the midget.
Well, let that go. Let it go, Eddie. Let it go.
You want a midget now messing around with Vaughn.
Let it go, Eddie.
But I'm getting when you said supposed to, because that I mean, women. I can't believe you know how women is. What you mean supposed to cook? We supposed to cook.
How else you gonna eat?
I could cook.
It's called DoorDash, Uber, Grubhub. You can do microwave. You can do the oven. You can do pre-made shit.
I like homemade food.
My family can cook, and men can cook in my family.
My father can cook. My father can cook better than my mother, but my father has never cooked because he had to. Like my father cooked just to show off his chef skills. He's never cooked because he had to. Like my mother always cooked.
Did your father? Hold on. Did your father ever cook because he wanted to?
Right.
It could be because he wanted to.
If he was in the mood for being a chef, then he would go in there and cook gourmet food. But as far as cooking, like my mother cooked for us because she wanted to give us.
But I
cook because I wanted to though. Like I cook because and then also if I had people over, and let's say my chick or my mom wasn't in the house, I cook some. I put some steaks on the grill. I put some burgers there. I put some sirloin. I put some ribs, chicken, stuff like that. So we could all eat. Especially if the boys are around, I don't mind that we got some beers, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with the man knowing how to cook.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with knowing how to cook. You should know how to cook. I trained my son how to cook. However, my thing is, if you eat, you should be cooking. Period. But
I'm saying, but you said supposed to. So in a relationship, I believe so. When your parents got together, their both mentality is she's supposed to cook. They work that out
every day.
Did they work that out at the beginning?
No, in the beginning, my mother was cooking, period. And
no. Did they first get together? They ever talk to you that, and both of their mind, they had it that she's supposed to do the cooking? Yeah. Because that was a generation that passed down to, a main point in generations. Our generations, our parents' generations, and the generations before. But as time went on, generation has changed. There's no woman or man supposed to cook. I think that was a generation subject or principle.
Well, see, Ron, when I was growing up in the 80s and in the 90s, right? For instance, McDonald's was not everywhere, and the only thing you could order out was pizza. So, and it's
and Chinese food.
Right, and certain Chinese food, but that was about it. It wasn't we didn't have a whole lot of options in terms of food, right? You only had options if you went to a restaurant, if you had money, or if you cooked. So I'm used to cooking, period. This whole thing about being able to order out. My thing is this: I like my money in my bank account. I don't like it going out the door for ordering food and stuff. Right. It's I grew up seeing cooking, eating cooking, and just cooking. Granny, all the men knew how to cook, and they did cook, but it's the women are the ones that kept the pace of that. And I don't think that they did it because they felt if they didn't do it, they were gonna get hurt or slapped or something like that. But my great grandmother, when my mother met my father was used to my great grandmother cooking everything from scratch. My mother wasn't no scratch cooker. My mother knew how to get all them boxes and them cans together and do something good. Right. My father was not used to that. He was used to, you go kill a chicken as a woman, you skin it, you cook it. That's what he was used to. My grandma would cook biscuits from scratch and just sit up like breasts. like my mother didn't know how to do that, but my mother cooked, period. Like she cooked, and it was like big pots, but not like my great grandmother and my great grandparents raised my father, and she was born in 1900. My great grandfather was born in 1880s. Like they raised my father, so it's like my father was used to sheer cooking, and I just was raised like that. So that's why I do that.
So would you be uncomfortable? Would you feel uncomfortable within yourself if the man did?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got a question for Lola. I got a question for Lola.
They really skinned the chicken?
Hold on.
Yeah.
The women skinned the chicken.
I got a question for Lola. Would you date a midget?
Would I date a midget?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you asking me?
Yeah.
Because I'm short.
Why are you laughing?
Right.
Why you asking me that?
Yeah, why are you laughing?
Why'd you laugh, Lola?
Why you laughing? No, that's a question. Would you date a midget?
Wait, you
No,
said
I
you
wouldn't date a midget. No.
Oh, that's disrespectful.
But you know what's funny? But you know what's funny, Vaughn? The men have no problem if they would date a midget. But look, it's a hell no.
That is so disrespectful to your kind. That is so disrespectful. That is racist.
So wait a minute, Lola.
No, that's not racist. That's just height shaming.
Lola,
that's not racist. That's height shaming.
You said you was a midget.
I wouldn't date a midget. I'm be honest with you.
That is disrespectful.
I wouldn't. It's disrespectful. Here's my thing, right? Here's my thing.
They feel left out now.
I've dated short men, but I would never date a midget. That's outside of my thing. I just wouldn't.
So if you see little Von Troyer pull up from Austin Powers, Mini Me, little Troyer, he pulls up. He says, "Hey, yo, what's up, mom?" Hey, and he got racks. He throwing it up in the club. He said, "What's up, mom?" He pulls up in a Rolls Royce. He got the cane and everything. He looks at you. He says, "Lola, I'd love to take you out for dinner. My name is, Mr. Troyer, aka Mini Me from Austin Powers." You would not take that date?
I would tell him my man waiting on me at home. I'm sorry.
Oh man,
that is so disrespectful. You know what, Lola? That is so disrespectful because I'm gonna tell you why. You about to get on men for preferences, and you actually no. You gonna get on men? Yes, you are.
No,
you gonna get on men for.
She laughing.
Think that, and here you going to discriminate against midgets and short people. That is so disrespectful.
No, not short men. I've dated short men, but midgets. you said midgets. No, here's the thing. I'm not okay. Here's the thing. What I'm never gonna do is get online and talk shit about short men or midgets. Okay, I'm never gonna do that. I'm not gonna act like okay, I got a problem with them. Okay, that's the difference. I got my preferences. I do. However, I'm not online creating whole campaigns trying to come down on men because of their height. That's not what I'm doing.
Let me show you how disrespectful it is. How many inches are you? I just want to show you how disrespectful. How many inches are you from being a midget, Lola? Let me show you how disrespectful she is.
Yeah, I mean, can you stand up and see? Make sure.
Hold on, Eddie. Let
her ask this question. How many inches are you for being a midget, Lola? I'm gonna show you how disrespectful she is. How many inches?
As a woman, there's some leeway. Okay.
Wait, nah, Mr. Best, are you hearing this?
I'm 4'11". Okay, I'm 4'11". I'm 5 feet with shoes on. I'm 5'2" with heels on. I wear my heels pretty regularly. Okay.
How many? Can you tell the people how many inches are you away from being a midget?
It's 4'10". It's 4'10".
Ain't no midget no 4'10".
Yes. Von Eric, am I not right? If you're 4'10" or below, you're considered a midget, right?
Hold on.
I think 4'10".
I gotta see 4'10".
So you're 1 inch from being chopped down to being known a midget.
And then she got a nerve to discriminate against midgets.
hold on, man. It's hard for me to believe. Oh, stand up and let me see if you're a midget. Let me see.
You can't tell from here. I'm sitting down, but I'm.
Oh my gosh. That is so disrespectful. I mean, if that is not disrespectful, then I don't know what it is.
Well, wait a minute. If that guy is 4'10", but he puts on Timberlands, he's like 4'11". He's right at your height. He's right at your height.
Yeah.
You're really 4'11", Lola? You're really 4'11"?
She said,
You Snooki's height? You're Snooki's height? No.
Yeah. Stand up. Let me see, Lola. Let me see.
She gonna turn him down. And she gonna turn.
You better wear 6-inch high heels.
Right. She gonna turn him down. I'm telling you right now, Lola, do not say nothing about men when it comes to picking or anything.
Listen, Lola loves to wear them wedges. Lola, you got wedges, Lola? You got wedges?
No, because men will say they like slim women, slim, thick women, but they'll be having sex with and getting turned out by everything else that they don't like. That's not me, okay? I like what I like, and I'm true to what I like, okay? That's not true to midgets.
Miss 4'11", okay.
See.
Hey, look, just to let you know, Lola, I'm 5'11", 5'11.5" with Timberlands. Just letting you know.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a whole foot taller than you, and you have the nerve. You have the nerve to break down a guy that's 4'10" or below.
I don't just. But wait a minute. Why is it that tall guys don't like tall women though? And they tall.
I find tall women sexy as long as they got like a nice frame and hold on. I like me a tall woman that has sexy thick legs, or in-shaped legs, and she got a pretty face, and she don't have to have a great body, but she got a decent body.
As long as she ain't taller than you.
And she could be taller than me.
Oh, what? See, now you lying.
Oh, listen, I did not get a master's degree in capping at the University of Captivity where you went to.
Right.
Miss 4'11", Miss I ain't gonna never date no guy 4'10" or below. Exactly. He gotta wear Timberlands and he gotta wear high waters.
No, because most men are not 4'11". Okay, it's rare that I see a man my height. It is rare. It is rare, and I don't really have a preference in height. I've dated shorter men. The tallest guy I've dated was 5. No, not 5. It's 6'3".
Oh man, I know.
Where did he take you? Where did he take you for a date?
Where did he take me for a date?
He took me to the circuit.
No. I was gonna say Dave & Buster's. Dave & Buster's is a great date.
I've never been to Dave & Buster's.
Oh, you're missing out. You're missing out, Lola.
You gotta go.
Yeah, that'd have been a good date though. That would have been a good date.
That's a good date.
Or go-kart riding.
Yeah.
I don't do short people stuff.
Listen, all you do is just get a car seat, and he'll get you there. He'll strap you in. You have a good time. You'll be safe. He love you. He'll protect you. He'll die for you.
Now, I wouldn't date.
Don't give me that face.
I dated tall women. I dated thick women. Big women, I can't because of my asthma. That's the only reason. Because that's the only reason.
What does your asthma got to do with them?
Listen. Without getting all into it, I can't do it.
What does your asthma got to do with a big girl?
You don't get it? You don't get it?
Okay. All right.
You don't get it, Lola? He gonna be huffing and puffing trying to keep her off.
That was so disrespectful.
That is
real life. That's biology. That's anatomy.
That is keeping it real.
First off, we don't do more.
Lola, he gonna get a double workout for that.
Yo, he said I have asthma. Like, yo, bro, how's that not disrespectful?
That is not. How is that disrespectful?
Eddie, he got to save his own life.
Y'all wrong, man.
What are you doing with her that you wouldn't do with a smaller one?
Listen.
Plenty of things.
Come on with that.
Like what?
Come on. I can't. Right.
Like what? Like what? I wanna know.
What, the midget?
The answers I can say are not PG-13. They're above
Right.
their rated R, and we cannot say that on knowledge and relationships.
A small person cannot, with asthma, cannot do what they can do with a midget or a short person. Come on now, you know that. Just think about that. Just lifting up a leg, you could get an asthma attack. Come on.
If you laying down, what you lifting up?
So that means it's just going to be land, and we're just going to do that for the rest of our life.
K&R.
Most of these girls know how to do 180 splits, even though they
Yes, but that's what I'm talking about.
But that's dangerous.
180 split on my chest? No,
that's dangerous.
That's asthma. That's going to take my. Come on, you know. Come on.
You want to crack ribs? What's wrong with you?
Come on.
You're gonna puncture a lung.
Come on, man.
You're gonna puncture a lung.
Come on, man. Now you know that. Come on, now. Let's be real.
Look at Lola. She's even laughing. Lola laughing too. Lola. Tiger.
What you say? Look, I had to. Come on now. You just can't just lay and do that. You got to come up with different different positions and stuff. You got to make it exciting and interesting. You just can't just lay. Oh, come on. Since we got to do this. No, they can't do that. And since I can't do it due to my disability, I have to, have a preference. That's just keeping it true and real.
Your disability means you can't date bigger women.
Due to my disability.
Asthma. Really?
Come on now. Come on, Lola. Keep it real.
Lola even knows, but she laughing. Look, she got that smirk underneath her lip.
She know. She trying to.
No, because see, I'm wondering what is big men doing when they date big women too. What are they doing?
The women get on top.
They big, so they can't get on top according to Vaughn.
Women get on top.
Big women can get on top. When I say big women can get on top.
Can get on top.
You ever been on a mechanical bull?
Yeah, big women can get on top.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why can Vaughn can't get on top?
See, you didn't listen to what I said.
He said he would run out of breath. I get it.
No. I said
get the inhaler.
I won't run out of breath if I'm on top, because if I start having an asthma attack, I just use my pump. Bam, bam. So I can keep that. But it's other things that you have to do, And
Vaughn, you sound like your face down ass.
Come on, Dad. That's being honest.
I'm just
Yo, he said
Lola. Hey Lola, you really 4'11"?
I'm 4'11".
That's what I'm saying. See, man, listen, we don't
do that too. No.
You gotta say
Wait a minute. What?
We gotta see
what? I'm 4'11".
Aww. That's so adorable.
121 pounds. That's what I am.
Be careful for strong winds.
Y'all know I'm strong. I mean, I can trust me. I can throw a kick that'll leave you in the hospital. But
I know. Usually, short people do that. They kick in the shin.
Man, she know that kung fu.
I kick in the jaw, but
And she's serious about that.
Sure, I know.
You really can do that though.
I'll get you with that step ladder. I got you.
We've been to the dojo. I've seen that.
I don't want to listen. I got picked up by one, so I know for sure what they.
I think you would like it, Vaughn. I think you and a big girl I think you would like it.
Okay.
I think it would be an experience for you to.
Wait a minute. Listen.
No, I don't believe it now. I don't believe it.
I had big girls before.
Why?
I had big girls before, but I can't. Come on now. Come on. Let's be honest. I can't do 600 and 4. I can't. That's asthma.
Now that's too much weight. That's too much. Right
Lola.
That's too much.
My 600-pound life.
Most of y'all ain't seeing no 600 pounds. Most of y'all seeing one.
I've seen. No.
You was
Lola. You're coming at it from a short angle.
Right. Stop playing.
Okay, you know what Mark is saying.
You go to church, you'll see a whole bunch.
Sorry, Lola, I couldn't help it.
And you go a whole bunch of
Even in church, the most you seeing is maybe 190, 200. You ain't seeing no 400-pound women in church.
You stop lying.
What?
You go to a holiness church or a Pentecostal. That's all you see.
Man, I've seen some big women in churches, just like I see them at Burlington Coat Factory, at Ross, at Marshalls, at Walmart, at Winco, at Costco. What you talking about? No, I've seen all middle aged and young.
You been to Bethel? You been to Bethel?
That who?
Bethel, the church in Baltimore. Bethel. You been in that church?
I have.
And you didn't see all those big women in the middle?
Stop.
In the middle.
But wait, in my defense, I was there at a mayor's conference, so there was no one in the building.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, you sitting in the front?
No, I wasn't sitting in the front. Okay, all I'm saying is men are complaining about big girls. Meanwhile,
I've been with a big girl. We 600 pounds. That's too much. Come on.
I haven't seen nobody 600 pounds.
No, you haven't.
Damn. I haven't seen it.
I've been with a big woman before. She was like, what, 300 pounds? That's not too much, but well, listen, okay, it is a little bit too much, but it was cool. Sure.
Yeah, I've been with big women about 300, 350, about 350. So yeah, and I knew that I couldn't go no higher because I had to take my pump out.
It was a limit.
So she was 350.
About 350. She about 350. Yeah, about 300, 350.
What did you like about her? What did you like about her?
She was, listen.
Damn.
First, she was beautiful. I mean, she was beautiful, and she had a very good personality. And yeah, she could cook. It was like being with a good friend. She was friends. And
how many friends cooking for you?
How you doing, Daryl?
What's up, Daryl?
How many friends cooking for you, Vaughn?
How many friends?
You said she cooked for you like a good friend. How many friends?
No, I said we was good friends. We was good friends.
You know what though? I don't think I've ever dated a 4'11" chick before.
She was good. Have you ever been to the after hour club back in the day?
You talking about 457?
No, what was the one on Pennsylvania Avenue?
No, my father would kill me if he found out I was there.
Okay. And it was another one right down the street.
350.
But yeah, she used to go there, but yeah, she was beautiful. Can cook.
At 350, she was beautiful.
Yeah, she had cook. I mean, face was off the chain.
Now stop saying her face. You know you like everything else about her.
Okay, yes, I did. When I was yes, I did. But I'm just saying that her face stuck out. I'm just telling you the truth. Her face stuck out.
You liked her backside. You liked her calves. You liked her ankles.
Yes, at the time, yes, I did.
They're called kinkles, okay?
Yes,
you liked her kinkles then.
Yes.
Yes,
at the time, yes, I did, and we got along.
Yeah, Lola's like a savage. She a roaster.
What broke y'all up then, Vaughn? If everything was so good, and she was so beautiful, and she was doing everything.
The asthma.
Stop. Let him answer truthfully. What happened?
It was me. It was definitely me.
What happened?
I said I was seeing other women. That's what
guess what, Lola? Listen, Lola, hold on. Lola, basically he had better prospects to choose from.
I would say that.
What was a better prospect than a woman that is giving you the world?
A girl that was 250.
Listen, he lied. He said he told her he had asthma. That's it.
Well, I did tell I did have asthma. And
that was it.
And she made sure that I had. Matter of fact, she was cool because she was like, "You got your asthma pop? I got one for you just in case you don't." That's not cool.
Why was you cheating on her?
I was dumb.
Lola, you don't get it.
Young, dumb, full of. You know how it was. Yeah. Yeah,
So you're telling me you didn't date a big girl beyond the age of 25?
No, I was in my 30s then. When I
So he was not young and full of cum then.
Well, the way I was,
Lola.
the way I was moving, yeah, my action was.
Lola, so I'm telling you.
Late 30s, full of young, dumb, and full of cum. In late 30s.
Not late 30s. I was like 33 or 33. 35. And she was a nice person. And I mean, if she lost weight, goodness gracious. But
she did not.
I didn't. She did not. Well, she did later on. After we broke up, she did. And she looked good. But
okay. And did you try to get back with him?
No.
No, why? Because you was with somebody better?
No, matter of fact, I was working at Mondawmin and what's that Learners? Remember the Learners at Mondawmin?
I remember Learners. On the first floor.
Yeah, I used to be the security guard in there. And she came in. Yeah. And she came in. And I was like, oh, smiling at me. She was like, don't be smiling at me. Yup, I look good. don't even try. That's how that. Yeah, she said, I look good. Yeah.
So she know you did what you did because of her.
No, she know that me and her got along. It wasn't that she was big, and she know I didn't leave her because she was big.
Right.
When she did lose her weight, she looked good. She said, because she was like, I look good, that you'll want to stop running the street. You'll stay home now, huh? I was like, yeah. I would. But yeah, I was in the club. I used to dance and all that. So thought I was a superstar and all that. So.
Well, so wait a minute. When did you actually slow down and realize that it wasn't shit out there?
Probably about 30, 38. About 38. 38, I started to slow down.
Do you see the problem?
Vaughn hit that wall? You hit that wall, Vaughn?
No, I ain't hit the wall. I just started.
I got you.
But don't you see?
Was it the zodiac signs?
Listen, don't listen to him. Don't you see the problem with when men take it to closer to 40 with the playing the field, in that the women that they can date, by the time they actually settle down and want to seriously date them, these women have been through life too long, honestly, because they're waiting the game out. And it's like, remember when your grandparents and great grandparents used to get married around 18 to 23, and so they got the best of those women because they married them in their prime. Men waiting to their 40 to think about settling down, and then they might be beyond that when they actually settle down. Like that's
Lola,
in the game.
Lola, at the same time, women love to date a man, and they've done a statistical number on it, and they did this survey, and they said that women will usually, on average, when they settle down, they'll get with the guy older, in the range of 6 to 8 years older than her.
That's at any stage. Women typically date women 3 to 5 years older than them. That's at any age.
It was 6. But it was like 7 to 8 though. So at the end of the day, it's like Vaughn could be at 40, and he could be marrying a 30 or a girl in her late 20s.
Right.
So it's good.
No. Here's the thing. What y'all not going to do is put these faces.
Here we go. You're going to shame us because we're getting younger chicks. Here we go.
It ain't that. It's not that. Here's the thing. If you're 50 years old, right? Typically, you're not really going to be equipped to deal with the newest generation of women that are 19 to 25. Like the fact that you stand being around a 19-year-old at 50. It's
but we never said 19, 20-year-olds though.
Okay.
I think that. No, 19, I could see, but we're not talking. I don't think he was talking.
We're not talking about 19, 20-year-olds or not. We're talking about the example of.
Yeah, about 10 to 5 years younger than you.
Yeah, so if a guy is like 40, a guy will most likely end up with a chick like is in her 30s, maybe late 20s at the youngest.
Well, no, but okay, Marcus, in your example, you 40 years old, you dating a woman, let's say she's 32, okay? According to most statistics that people like you like to quote, this is the wrong time for a woman to be starting a family, okay? It's just the wrong time. Now, I know for Black women, we typically retain our age and our youth for Black women specifically. White women, Spanish women, different circumstance because of different genetics. However, at 30-something years old, just starting to date a guy, and then maybe 4 years down the line, you have a child. Now you're closer to 40 as a woman having a child. Do you see the problem here?
No, I hear you about as far as like health complications and stuff.
But I see your point. But in my case, right, it was a different atmosphere. I was a club hopper, and a lot of women that I was meeting were club hoppers. And they was all in the club. So when I was careful, you know, because remember I didn't have my child until I was 45. My son. I only got one son, and I didn't have my child until I was 45.
Okay.
So
how old was she?
Who?
His mother.
Oh, she was much younger than me.
Told ya.
She was 30.
You was 45. She was 30.
No. She was 35. She about 35.
35. You was 45.
So,
prove my point.
And I was, and really thought that was by because I'm usually careful, but
that was an accident.
That was because I'm.
Hold on. When did you think you should want kids? If 45 was too young for you?
Actually, well, I did, because when I had my son, I didn't want a kid then because I was my business. And I knew since when I was in business, I had a contracted business, and then I had the bar, and I didn't want him to have it that I have a child, and I didn't have it to the point that he needed the love that I was missing when I was young, because I didn't have my father, even though my brother's father was my father. But I wanted to make sure that he had my attention, so it would be, we was close, and I knew my business may not have it that I could be there. So I didn't really at that time was thinking about not having a child right now, but it happened. So
your mentality was when I retire from my business, that's when I'll have kids.
No, I wanted to have it when I was able, that my business were able to run without me being there.
And you were thinking, how many years would you have to work in that business to get it to that point?
The most would have been 3 years. Yeah, the most 3 years.
So you wanted to wait till you were like
48. Yeah, Lola.
Huh? Yeah.
You wanted to wait till you were 48, 49 and start having kids.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Lola, us men, we can have kids for 60, 80 years old.
Right, and the girl. See, when I was in the club, I definitely did one, because I was that big girl. She was different. She was different. She was cool. She's
the one that got away.
No, I ain't gonna say she got away.
Oh, look at Lola. She putting words in his mouth.
Right. When she came out the club. So when we met, she stopped going to the club. She didn't want to go to the club. All the other women that I was with, they was club hoppers. You know. Different clubs, like going to the club and stuff like that.
304.
She came out of it. So that's why, and I was still into it. So that's why Alice didn't, go on, because she wanted, basically me to stop. And at the time, I didn't want to stop. And the girls that I was with, they didn't want to stop. They were still club hopping. So I was careful in who I was, dealing with.
Well, okay. Here's my real gripe with the situation, right? And this is why I like to talk to people about their real life circumstances versus the vast majority of people and the statistics of who's in what. Because when we start talking about your personal situation, we get to see more real, like honestly, more data. My personal gripe is this. if you're saying as a man, I want a child when I want a child, okay? First of all, to a degree, that's selfish. One, because ain't no men having no kids. Hold on, y'all.
I wonder.
No, hold on, I'm about to show you. Hold on.
It's just funny. It's funny how like earlier she had issue with Vaughn dating a chick that's a midget,
Right.
but Lola,
Hold on,
she'd be like,
I'll
oh
be right
no, never catch with a 4'10" dude.
And then she says, selfish. Oh, come on, Lola. And I can't believe she discriminating against bitches. And she's about an inch.
That's her preference. She got a preference.
That is just so disrespectful, though.
You can say it's just preference.
It's supposed to be power to the people. She straight just turned against her.
Mr. Best or Eddie's still there? Are y'all still there?
She got turned against her.
Okay, hold on, I'm back. Let me talk about me. Like I said, my issue is you're a man, so you're not having a baby, okay, at any age. So the only thing you have to contribute is the best part of making a baby.
Confused.
So at the end of the day, the longer you wait, let's say there's a woman that likes you and she wants to have a baby with you, and let's say you 40, let's say you in your early 40s, and okay, you have a business and you want to wait till your business is really at the perfect moment, and you want to wait 6 more years, right? Now you and her, you're relatively the same age, maybe a few years difference, but you want to wait 6 years. She don't have 6 years in that regard to start a family. But she's really a good woman for you. It's like you're taking you're dragging women to the very edge of the cliff for the sake of it. And my thing is, even at 60, even if your business got off the ground, right, that doesn't mean that there won't be something else that might not come up that might cause you to not necessarily have to be home all the time. Like there's no good time to have kids. Like it's never a good time. It's like you can have money, but what if emotionally you're not ready? Like,
well, I wasn't with no one, but I could see if I was with someone. But if I was with,
single all through your 40s.
You
were single all through your 40s?
Yeah, I was single.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, I was single. Wait a minute. I would not all through my 40s, not all through because I did get married in my late 40s. So, but I was married for a short time. But I was and when we got married, it was short. When we got when we was dating, it was short too. But yeah, most of my 40s, I was single. Yeah. So if I was with someone and she wanted to have a child, yes, I wouldn't say no. Let me do this and let me do that. No, I wanted to be married when I had my child.
Why did you? Okay, here's the thing. Most men feel like they can be good fathers without being married. Why did you need to be married?
Because I wanted to raise my child in a 2-parent system. At that time, that's how I felt. I wanted to have a mother and a father. They
would have a mother and father either way, but you wanted to be in the
same household. Yeah.
Same household. Okay. And so that's important at what age now?
Well, whatever age the person decide, but I'm talking about me, where I wanted to have, when I had my child, at the time, even when I was in my 20s or whatever, I was careful. Even in my 30s, I was careful because I wanted to have a child and be married, and we raised our child together.
Now, did that work out the way that you planned?
No,
okay.
because I didn't. The child, I wasn't with the mother.
Oh, so it was you just had random sex and it was so good. You derailed your own plan.
I don't know about when you say so good, but it was good at the time.
Here's my thing. If I wait that many years to have a child because I want to be married, like that many years, you better believe if I slip up, that shit was good.
Well, I ain't gonna say. It was good at the time, but it was something. When we got together, it wasn't like I was uncareful. I should have never, as a person, how I was, all those years, how careful I was. I should have never been in a relationship, especially at, pretty much at my age. I should have never been in a relationship with her or did that with her.
Because she's too young, you were too old.
No, at that age, I should have been with a person that I could look at as, my wife, us growing, getting married.
You running up in her raw, you telling me she ain't wife material?
How you know I ran up into her raw?
Okay, you know what? What season is this? What season?
How you know I ran up into the raw?
Oh, you telling me it bust? That's what you think. That's what you're telling me.
Okay, then I told you I've been careful.
You've been careful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
just don't say she was 4'10". Vaughn.
I was careful all the way up to. Remember, I had my son was 45 when he was born.
Okay. All I'm saying is this. You were saying that you were so careful and that she wasn't the one for you. My thing is this, given what you're saying and the climate that I see today, or let's say within the last 20 years, men can't afford to look at women and say, well, she's good enough to sleep with. Because if she should turn out to be, your child's mother, now your life plans are going to be off. Now your finances are going to be off, and now that affects everything else. And it's like, why is it that you just don't want sex from a woman that you want to be with? Why don't you want that? I mean, you could have got with the midget girl, but you didn't want her.
The midget girl was in my 20s.
Big girl, but you didn't want that. You had all these wife materials. I don't know about the midget, but you had all this wife material, and you didn't want that. And my thing is, when I say that I went through life being the type of female that, people would say, she looks attractive, but people are like, look, I'd rather be with the females that are easy. I'd rather be with those women. And so when I say, well, no, good women have an uphill battle too. Like, I say that because of circumstances like that.
But see, the thing is, I see what you're saying, but when I was young, and all the way, I was, like I said, I was careful. So, and I talked to the women that I was with. It wasn't now, yes, I had flames. I ain't gonna say I haven't, but
clearly,
the women that I was with, I talked. We treated each other good. We came up with mutual agreements because I was always straight up, always talk. It wasn't, I'm gonna try to get this and then roll out. It wasn't like that. Mm-hmm. I was always straight up. We knew what type of environment we was in as far as clubbing and things like that. Or you want to stop going to club? No, I'm gonna keep on club. Do you want to be? No. So it was always a communication with the women that I was with. This was all in part as far as me being careful, because I seen a lot of guys out there and I seen a lot of things go on. So I was always careful, almost always communicating and aware of who I was messing with and who I was dealing with. It's just the one that I ended up having a child with. It was, hey, we all make do things that we don't want to do to come up on the other side. Hey, so
I hear you. It's just that stories like that prove why it's not just women that need to be careful with who they sleep with, because at any given moment that person could be somebody you have to deal with for the rest of your life. Men have an uphill battle with that too. It's like if you are not careful, your children could be mothered by someone that would leave them in a trash can. Or
But that's the thing with me. That's the thing. See, now I was also blessed enough is I had full custody of my son.
okay,
I had full custody
because she wasn't a good mom.
Well, I don't want to get it all into her how she was, but I just want to say this: I had full custody, so I don't have to deal with baby mama drama.
You did
And they were all above 4'10".
Right.
So what, Marcus?
Right. So I didn't have to go through none of that.
Well, technically you did.
How?
Here's the thing: the fact that you have to take full custody of a child from a mother, that in and of itself says that there were major issues. Okay, that in and of itself that's unprecedented in generally in American culture. But two, the fact that your child's living with you under that circumstance, that is drama, because now you have to fill in gaps that you otherwise wouldn't have to fill in. So that's extra time, that's extra work. And here's the thing: you'll never fill those gaps, no matter what you do.
No. See, no, because it's the same point. Like me, I never knew my dad, but I look at my brother's dad as my dad because I always knew him as a young child. I always knew him as that because I never knew my dad.
You're telling me that your son isn't going through something internally because of the circumstance?
No, because he has a person in his life, his godmother, that he looked at as his mother. That's all he knew.
I'm gonna tell you something, right? Having a feeling is nice. It's good. It's even healthy. But psychologically, we're bonded to our parents, and when that bond is broken, something's broken within us. No one else can replace that. It can aid us in our life in terms of like learning how to be adults, right, from other adults. But it's like a broken parent-child relationship affects you. I mean, I had both my parents and it affected me, and I had both my parents in the same house growing up. So I know how it feels. And
it depends. It depends on the person's mentality and their inner strength. And he has minds. Now he may, don't get me wrong, he's going to have things that, yes, it's going to come to him as an older person, but no, it's not going to, because he has my personality, me in him. So, and I know how I dealt with it. See, it's even as, because I was.
Did you have your mother?
Tell my mother what?
Did you have your mother growing up?
Yeah, I have my mother growing up.
Okay. Do you know that psychologically, right? Boys that are missing their mother psychologically are very different from boys that are missing their father.
It depends on the boy. It depends on the boy. Because
point in relationships, I'm telling you, it affects them differently. It just affects them differently on the two different sides. But they are affected. Period.
If you talk to a psychiatrist, right, they would tell you it depends.
No, I don't need to speak to a psychiatrist. I got these niggas running up in my vagina. I know that there's a difference between men that didn't grow up with their fathers and men that didn't grow up with their mothers.
But no, you're still looking at it different. Because you're talking about men that you dealt with that went up into your vagina. I'm talking about the ones that did not. So men are men. What are you saying? No. Men are men in certain characteristics and stuff like that, but you still have to look at the man, how the man was raised, what type of environment it came from, and things. This all goes into aspects as far as the man. See, you dealt with men in a certain way throughout your life. You dealt with all men. So I'm saying is, as far as in the psychiatrist way, even this, because I researched, I've talked to them. Mm-hmm. It depends on just what I just explained now. The man, how they was raised, who they was close to, what type of environment they was around, and things like that. All of these come into as far as what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, because you're right. but it doesn't go. I'm saying is two sides and other sides to it, and you have to put other faucets in there to determine is that person going to come out that way. Or
There's other factors that are going to contribute to that.
Right, there's other factors. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. There are other factors that contribute to everybody's life, right? It is. However, in my experience, there's always this line that is running through everybody that I can see. And I've dealt with men that didn't have their mothers that were from the upper class and from the lower class. I've dealt with men that didn't have their fathers. Obviously, I come from the 80s, so that was a big thing. So, I mean, I've seen that no matter what the social status has been or is, these men, it's something that is affecting both of them differently, but I can pinpoint it almost with accuracy now. And all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you was being a little selfish with your decision making when it comes to kids. That's all I'm saying.
Here we go. Listen, Vaughn, this whole time she was hating on you about the midget thing. Right. She's hating on you the fact that you had it with a younger chick. She's hating on the fact that it proved my point. Listen, that's what she's smirking, because it proved my point. Right. I literally said the statistics of the reason why the man will usually on average go with a younger chick, and you just proved it. Thank you.
And I'm glad she's not a psychologist, because she's making a determination on how can it be selfish if I wasn't with someone.
I know you wasn't sleeping alone.
Listen, you're saying I'm selfish. If I was with someone and making a decision.
Don't be smirking like that.
She will say, "How can I be selfish if I wasn't with someone?" And that means I'm making a decision on my own without her input. No,
man, I wish that midget strip club was still open. But Lola's still muted. Lola's still muted. We can't even hear what she's saying. She's speaking to herself.
No, what I was saying was, I know he wasn't sleeping alone. I know these been like the back of my hand.
Well, how can you?
But you're assuming, Lola. You're assuming.
Right. Where is the selfishness coming from?
Let me tell you something. I've been living in this city all my life. I know it like the back of my hand. These
what
men,
city is that? Is that Baltimore? Baltimore?
No, she don't. She don't. Where is the selfishness come from? Where does that come from? How can you say that I was selfish?
The selfishness comes in when you say, I'm going to have a baby when I want to have a baby. And that's when whenever my business kicks off.
That's as long as both parties agree to it. As long as both parties agree to it, there's no selfishness in it.
But Marcus, you said nobody else was there.
No, you're saying, listen.
Lola,
if I'm being careful, and if I'm not with no one, and I'm trying to be careful as far as
you sleeping around, right? Okay,
but so
Lola, why are you putting people's words in people's mouths?
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. She's putting, and then she's claiming things to someone that does not apply.
This right here, you know what this is? This is toxic femininity right here. This is misandry right here.
Right. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
No, it's not toxic femininity. What it is?
Then it's misandry.
Vaughn is claiming that he was a saint when he was single. He wasn't doing anything but focusing on his money, and he couldn't do nothing but just that, right? Because nobody else was around. I'm telling you that he had females that was around, and he was sleeping around, and he felt like, you know what, I'm gonna have a baby when I'm 50. That's what he said. My business.
But that's called preference.
That's called preference. Yes.
That's called preference and choice.
That's called preference.
Lola, really?
Really? You're not having a baby though. You didn't have a baby.
Listen. It was
the baby has to come out of a woman. He chose a woman.
A baby. I told you I wanted to be married, right, and have a baby within the household.
The older you are, the older that woman probably is going to be.
Okay, but that's still my preference. That's not selfishness. That's my preference.
Okay, let me hit you with what the MGTOW, not the MGTOW, the red pill people say.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Vaughn, here we go.
Pregnancy isn't an issue.
Here we go.
What you say?
Geriatric pregnancies is not an issue for you?
What? What?
Geriatric pregnancy.
Geriatric pregnancy.
That's not an issue for you?
No, it's not an issue.
Oh, it's not for you.
No, it's not. It's
not. Like I said, Lola, you're just proving our point more on preferences, and you're just proving it more on shaming, on misandry, on shaming, all that stuff.
I'm talking about selfishness.
Putting words. Look at her smiling through her teeth.
I'm talking about preference. I'm not talking about selfishness. You messing me up. I'm talking about selfishness because I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Okay, Vaughn, I'm 40.
Oh, who said I was the saint? Who said I was the saint?
No, nobody perfect, Lola. Nobody's perfect.
You said that you were single, then turned around and was like you was being careful the entire time. I'm like,
okay, but that's it. That's not being a saint.
You were single and you were doing your thing too, right?
Right. That's not a saint because I'm out. If I'm out having sexual relationship, that's not a saint. I'm just being careful as far as.
Come on, Lola. What you doing? You're being disingenuous, Lola.
Right. That's not being a saint. I'm just.
But you know what that is? That's raising a woman's love, and you know you're not gonna love her back. That's what that is.
If you don't communicate,
if you don't communicate, not honest, and show actions.
That's you. I said I communicate with all the women that I was with,
and you communicate to them. You didn't want nothing from them but their bodies, correct?
No, that's not what we can be. We communicate on a
Lola, really? Lola, listen, Vaughn. I know what she's doing, Vaughn. She's playing those games with you.
Yeah, she tried.
I'm just asking him.
No. Lola ain't slick.
Right. I just want to clarify things.
Lola ain't slick.
Talk to a woman to
listen. Find she's short, but she feisty. I get you.
Right. Communication is essential and it's important.
It is. I agree that communication is important, but that doesn't take away from the core value of what we're talking about. We're talking about men using women for purposes other than marriage, okay? And
the woman wasn't using the men. How you know the woman wasn't using me?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What was a woman possibly using you for?
My money.
Your money.
Yeah.
Your money in a world where they can make just as much as you, if not more.
Maybe they wasn't making that money.
Vaughn, but you know what I caught Lola just doing? Vaughn. You know what I caught Lola just doing right now? She threw the possibly on you, but she already determined you did the probably on the woman.
Right.
That's what she tried to do to you right now. She said she's basing the men off doing the probability to the women, but she's only leaving the possibility of women doing to men on just the possibly. That's what she's doing.
I know that women do use men for money. I do know that.
That wasn't what you were acknowledging before, though.
But I don't think women were using Vaughn. I think he was getting women that were
Here we go.
And he was like, you know what? I love what I'm doing right now. And
isn't life also about choices?
Not all.
Isn't life also about choices? Also, and it's also because you're a grown-up woman. You're a grown-ass woman. You choose to open your legs. You choose to decide what you want to go through. You choose yourself what you want to put yourself through.
But here's the thing.
I see what you're saying. You try to say that I talked the women into it. They didn't know. They couldn't decide on their no because I did a pimp talk.
Lola's not happy with any answer. Lola's not happy with any answer.
I think because I'm listening to his attitude when it comes to like him liking the lifestyle, the fast lifestyle, right? I think that with Vaughn, he came across good women, but he felt like, you know what, I like my lifestyle too much. And I think I got a good chance.
That's preference. That's choices.
But hold on. I think he felt like, you know what, when I turn 45, 50 years old, I'm going to have the same preference and the same amount of women trying to get at me that I have now. So I'm going to wait.
I don't think he thought that, though. No. Vaughn, is that what you think now?
That's not, first of all, it's something how when a man communicate,
You're not slick, Lola.
and I'm communicating with the women, and we come into a mutual agreement, which is supposed to, because let's just say I didn't, and something happened. Well, you should have told me that in the first place. Why you didn't let me know? So here I am doing what a man's supposed to do, and here you still say, oh, he's selfish.
Told you what? They should have told you what? I didn't catch that part. They should have told you.
When you mess with like a woman and you're not ready to go into that lifestyle, and you don't tell her, she should get upset and say, you should have told me that in the first place. Why didn't you tell me you wasn't ready? Why didn't you tell me this? Why didn't you communicate? You know that's how women is. That's how women are. I knew this because my mother taught me, my aunts taught me, all the women in my family. So I made sure that I communicate because I listened to them. So it won't be now, did we get into argument? Yes. But I made sure it was essential to communicate and let her know, and I know how she is, so it wouldn't be a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it does come to that, and she say, well, I'm ready to sell that, then I would have to tell her, no, I'm not ready at the time. Then we would have to separate and go our separate ways. I made sure of that because I was taught that. So I made sure of that. That's how.
Here's the thing. And here's the thing too, Lola. People when they don't get told or taught that in a verbal way, they learn it from a visual way. So they visualize what they're seeing. So if a man is going to grow up around a house full of women, he's going to know and learn how to operate around women.
Well, here's the thing, Marcus. Am
I not right, Vaughn?
You're right.
I listen. I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I am saying is that 90% of the time, when a woman hears a man say that he noticed what I'm saying, hears him say, I'm not ready to settle down, but I am ready to settle down sex with you, right? What women interpret and what it is two different things. So my question is, and this isn't posed to you per se, Vaughn, but my question is, what benefit was it for a woman to get into any type of sexual relationship with a man that's telling her, I'm going to offer you nothing but this penis that you can get anywhere, probably from a man that wants to settle down with you? How does that benefit? Hold on. How does that benefit her as a woman? The only way your penis benefited her was in the hope that what you said was essentially you not really understanding what you have in her, and her you saying, you know what, I'm gonna show him who I am, and I'm gonna be a
Lola, did every penis that ever inserted inside you, did that benefit you?
Hold on, Marcus. As a man, you can't answer this. A lot of times women, we self-sacrifice in that way because we think that if we are good enough, then the man will stay. And here's where the problems come in, that because women will do everything to have a man choose them, but then when they realize it doesn't matter what you do, he's on a whole nother echelon. This is where women feel like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna do me, and I don't want marriage anymore now either. And now you have women, a lot of women, that don't want to fuck with men and don't want marriage anymore because they've been that girl that's wanted marriage and didn't get it and they did everything. This is the problem.
But you talked about certain situations.
Yeah, you're talking about that scenario, which right, I'm not saying that scenario doesn't exist. That scenario does exist for both sides. There's men that I know that wanted to be monogamous, that wanted the marriage, but the woman didn't want to.
Right.
Most men want monogamy and a marriage, and most men in that circumstance don't exist. So why would you give me such
true to a certain extent?
No, you don't know that. You don't know that because you don't know most men.
I know the sample of men I got, and trust me, I've been with black men, non-black men, poor men, non-working men, rich men, millionaires, trillionaires.
Okay,
so I'm telling you now, at the end of the day, most women do want to settle
Where are
down,
they now?
and they're willing to have sex.
Where are they now?
Not most of
Lola. Where are they now?
Right, and a lot of women that you see especially in the club scene, right? In the club scene, were not ready. If you communicate, and some of them was like, some women, it wasn't, oh, You just want to have sex? No, we went out, dated. I paid. She paid.
Like each other.
She cooked for me. I cooked for her. We did things. It was women that we did. Now it was some women that I communicate with it. They were like, "Oh, I seen you in the club. I seen your swag and thing. How you was in the club. That's all I want. That's all I want." And it was some women that was like that. That's all they wanted. Just like men. That's the men just wanted that. It's women out there. That's all they want.
I have to be honest with you, Vaughn, right? Even though I'm from the city, right? I've never been to any club per se. I have not. So I'm not familiar with that lifestyle to say what the statistics are of women there. But I can tell you from the people I know, right? And the people I've run into.
They're called certified street strollers.
Right. Just in general, I'm not going to say that most people I know and have like physically know are like clubbers. Like I can't say that is the case. So when I speak in a general way in terms of the population, but I will give you that women that stay at clubs and drink a lot have problems, and they probably are they're probably masculine, trying to act just like men and sleep around just like men. But like I said, it's not to a woman's benefit to do that, because at any given moment, her literal life and social status could be something totally different just based on your penis. So this is why I'm saying that women, like they on a different time. So therefore, I think that you probably have ran across good women in the time you were quote unquote single, and you were holding out. I think.
No, let me hold on, Vaughn. Lola, all the men that inserted inside you, were they good, valuable men that they brought something to the table to you?
Yes.
And so why aren't you with them now?
The reason why I'm not with the men that I have been involved with is because we weren't compatible on a more personal way. On paper, we were definitely compatible.
But at the time that you were with them, what did you get off them? What did you get from them?
What do you mean? What did I get from them?
Because you said earlier, you told Vaughn, the woman that you were sleeping with, well, you said something about as far as the lines, all they were getting is penis and maybe a good time. And you said that was the so-called. But hold on. Now I'm flipping it on you. Mm-hmm. What was the value of them sleeping with you? What did they get out of it being with you?
Oh, everybody that slept with me got more than vagina from me. Trust me. Everybody that has ever been with me got a lifestyle upgrade. Like, let's just say that. Trust me. My father, my grandfathers, and my
what makes you think Vaughn didn't give that with those women?
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, and I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
If he was having sex during the time,
Vaughn, you cannot make this shit up.
No, Marcus, hold on, Marcus. If he was having sex, because we don't know, if he was having sex with women during the time he was single, okay, and these women were all from the club, okay, there's a good chance that they wasn't the best type of women, but maybe a few of them probably.
We're not talking about him. We're talking about you.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I've never met a man in a club. I've never been with a man that would actually spend time.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I've never been with a man that was not looking for an actual relationship. I've never been in a situationship in that way. I don't know what that feels like, despite the fact that I'm fully aware that it exists. It's never been my experience.
You said yourself right now that they weren't just experiencing a good time. They weren't experiencing just a good time in bed. You said you were going to change their life. You added value to their life. How was their life going to be upgraded? Can you describe that?
There's certain women that when you, as a man, if you get with, your lifestyle upgrades. Look at Sidney Poitier, for instance.
Why do you keep using these examples? I'm talking about what you do with them. So what did you do with them?
My thing is the men that got with me, they literally.
Vaughn, the deflection is real, Vaughn.
No, I'm not deflecting. I'm just saying, for instance, I have.
You're not answering the direct question.
Each one got a different part of me, and their life changed differently as a result of me. So at the end of the day, I don't just come to the table with the ability to cook and clean. Like, I got an estate in my name. I got a lot of stuff that I come to the table with. So when people got with me, they got houses, they got extra cars, credit increase, they got trips, they got all sorts of like lifestyle upgrades in terms of their careers. Like, trust me, like I'm not that regular type of female in that way. I am average as far as I'm concerned, but my thing is I'm not just somebody who is gonna Netflix and chill with you. That's not my thing. Even my friends,
but men are more simple than women, though.
I'm not saying they're not.
I didn't say you didn't say they're not, but I'm just stating that out, just in general.
Basically,
men are just
right. She's asking me questions because the things that she's been through.
Hey, Vaughn, but you want to know why I asked that? It's to show the contradiction in it. I wanted to show the contradiction in it.
I had a good friend of mine, right?
Lola, you know I still got love for you, but damn it.
I had a good friend.
I like to see you smile, Lola.
And he got a girl.
She said real estate, the credit went up,
right? All of that, but she and
I believe you, Lola. You look smart. You look smart as hell, but you ain't slick. You ain't slick.
Right. He had a woman that she was the leader of Department of Social Service, and met her in the club, right? And they got together. She brought him a car. She did like what you did, credit. He was doing good, doing out. Guess what? Guess what she said to him? She said, "Listen, I know how you are. I know you like going to clubs. You like to go out. Only thing I ask when I call you, you come over here and do what you know what you got to do. That's all I want. When I call you, you come." He couldn't even do. He couldn't even do that.
Why not?
Because she brought him a car, nice car, one of them Honda Coupes. Back in the day, she brought him that, and he thought he was the man. I had a guy who did he was a pest control. He did a house. He used to go with Stacy Lattisaw. He did the same thing with Stacy Lattisaw. Used her and had her Benz driving around and Baltimore because she's from DC. But same thing happened to him. But this and then where the Echo Lounge at on Pennsylvania Avenue, right? It's a lot of women. It's always been like that for years. Women, younger women, older women, successful women, right? Some of them do like what you want in a relationship. Some of them do not.
Right.
That's all I want. You just come over, you just do this, hook up. So it's just not just a man thing. It's a woman too.
Well, I agree with you.
It's just not even in the clubs, outside of the club. It's still as far as it's just that in the club, it's the same way. It's just that you meet a person in a club. Now,
I'm just surprised that Lola still seems shocked to hear some of this news or something like that. Like you're shocked and awe.
No, I'm not. It's not that I'm shocked. It's just that what I want you guys to understand is that women that get to the point, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, women that get to the point where they're like, you know what, let me just pay for penis. Let me just, that's all I can look forward to. They were once the woman that laid with a guy that was hoping to be that one, and they never got chosen, even though they did the work. And honestly, it's not every man's fault that happens. The numbers are not there to assure that every single woman that's a good woman is going to get a man, period. Like the numbers aren't there for that. So yes, it is harsh, but at the end of the day, they get to a point where they say, you know what, if I can't have a man, I guess essentially I'll act like a man and I'll just order penis and do what I want to do in that way. And I mean, it still boils down to
we got it. You want to order beefcake. You got it.
You know what now?
Did you fall in love quick?
Oh, me? Yeah. I used to. I stopped. I stopped
because of the stuff that you went through, right?
What's your sign?
No. I didn't stop because of stuff like that. The reason why I stopped is because I had to learn a hard lesson about something about myself, and so that's why. Because I'm a very giving person. And I like
you was right. You was giving your all.
But see, I wasn't giving my all because I was trying to buy a penis. It's just my love language.
I'm not saying buy a penis. I'm saying that you was giving your all. You was doing what you felt that what you supposed to keep in a relationship because
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. The lesson I had to learn is that there's some people that will take advantage of you, and it doesn't matter if you're a good person. Luck is not on your side, but so much. And so I had to recognize, because I've had things stolen from me. I've had like people purposely do some very ill stuff, and I couldn't understand, well, why? Because I was such a nice person, and I thought the relationship was so great. But in reality, it wasn't just about me. Everything isn't about like Lola. So, you know, I had to learn a hard lesson about me, but that had nothing to do with the other person. That was me. So, you know, it's what I'm saying. I didn't go through men, let's say, overly cheating on me. I've been cheating on when I was a teenager, but I really didn't deal with that as an adult. So my lessons wasn't like, okay, I've been dogged out so much. It's not really like a dog circumstance. Like,
why you say you don't? Why you say?
I'm with a guy. I dated a guy that was like retired Army, right? He woke up out his sleep and grabs his gun one night. At the end of the day, pussy don't solve that problem.
That's called PTSD.
I'm not about to get shot in the face. I don't know how to deal with that. Me and him we couldn't move forward. But that's not something that most women are gonna say they go through, let alone with servicemen. So, yeah, I didn't go through that.
Yeah, that's called PTSD.
Yeah,
from a serviceman.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like that's that. But most people are not saying, well, I broke up with a man and I'm so hurt because they all got PTSD. Most men don't have PTSD, but that was something I went through. But it didn't hurt me from the standpoint.
But I always hear women saying, man, I had trauma. I had this trauma from this relationship.
Say again?
But I always hear women say, man, I had trauma from this past relationship. Or this traumatized me. So
there is some things that are traumatizing. There is. I mean, it is. It is. But here's the thing, humans are not wired to accept trauma and move like they haven't had trauma. Like, trauma affects how you behave. If I traumatize you and keep you in a room that's 2 feet by 3 feet for 6 years, that's gonna traumatize you. I'm just saying. And I haven't done nothing to you but put you in a box. Now let me do something to you. It's gonna traumatize you. It just is what it is. But I mean, at the end of the day, everything isn't to that degree. But to Vaughn's point, it's like, no, I'm not speaking because, well, I've had guys that then did all of that to me like that. Don't get me wrong. I have had a guy that have told me, well, you know, I'm not ready to settle down and I like what we have. But I've had a guy to tell me that. But you know what I did? Because I stopped falling in love so easy, I started to become okay with things like that and allowing men to be them, but still doing me and not focusing on, well, trying to settle down with someone. Because at the end of the day, this is a different dating scene.
Hey, Lola, do you have an issue when people state ultimatums, men or women?
Yes and no.
I don't.
Yeah.
If a woman has been with a man for like, let's say 5-6 years, and she says, you know what, I want to get married. I don't know if you've been in your head, like, and I'm saying I'm the woman in this point, right? Let's say I'm from the woman's perspective. Mm-hmm. She tells the man, hey, listen, in about a year or so, if you don't propose to me or just be engaged in general, I'm out the door. It's either take it or leave it. And the guy says, okay. So when that time comes around, if there's no engagement ring, you leave. That's a fair, in a way, ultimatum.
Yeah.
I think what's happening is fair in terms of expectations, but I think the way that what you just expressed, the way it went about was very disrespectful. First of all, you telling someone, if you do not feel a certain way about me, then I'm leaving. This puts stress on the relationship just from saying that. All you have to do within yourself is know after a certain amount of time that you just have to like stage left it. You don't have to tell somebody, put them on eggshells.
But communication is key in a relationship.
As if for some reason they're obligated to have feelings for you in a certain way.
No. But there's communication.
No, I get what you're saying, but there's some things you do not have to communicate. Like, I'm never going to communicate to a man, don't have certain things in your phone if you with me. If I feel like I have to go through your phone, I won't. Understand my drift, okay? I don't search phones, and if I feel like I do, I won't. It just won't be no me and you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not asking you to do anything with your phone. You are a grown adult. You do what you want to do with your phone. But I leave. I'm not telling you if you do this, then I'm going to do this. No. If something happens, then that's what happens. I'm not going to tell you shit. You are an adult. Right now, if I'm dating a guy, right, and it's like he's trying to drag this out for like a year, 2, 3 years, I know he don't feel the same way about me. I know that. So what am I supposed to do? Tell him, well, if you don't do this, I know he don't feel the same way about me. Men know when the fuck they really feeling the chick and when they not. It don't take 16 years. So it's like, I know that. So if I know that, what am I going to do? All I have to do is say, you know what? I think it's been great, but I think we just need to remain friends and I need to move on. And that's it. I don't need to give him no if you don't do some shit by a specific time.
Well, here's the thing, but also play the other scenario too, though, because this other scenario also I've seen it happen. Let's say within that year, within a few months, he gives you that engagement ring, but he tells you, I bought this before you told me that conversation. I had this before. And I bought it.
I don't want no man marrying me because he know I told him I'm gonna leave.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen though. You didn't listen.
I don't want that.
No. But you didn't listen to what I just said. Mm-hmm. Let's say within that time that you had that conversation with him, and he had that ring, and he tells you, "Oh, I already had this ring before you gave me that conversation."
I'll never know that.
No. But that doesn't mean it is not true. Just because you don't know that doesn't mean
I'll never really know. I'll never really know.
It's not for you to know. It's for that moment to just be grateful about it and understand that he actually does love you and he wants to go all the way with you.
No. If I have to give somebody an ultimatum, right? I don't feel like whatever they do is going to be out of love. I feel like whatever they do is going to be out of obligation. And a lot of times men will marry women out of obligation, not love. And then they'll still feel like, you know what, this was the worst decision of my fucking life.
But you never heard of vetting though, too? Like a vetting process can take years. Especially for the man, because the man will take a chance. He'll take more risk, and he has more to lose in the marriage, especially in the Western society.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk on men. There's a lot of risk on women. But at the end of the day, it don't take years to figure out if somebody's for you or not. You just don't.
Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree on that.
My thing is, if you're enjoying each other and time's kind of dragging out, just accept the fact that this person enjoys you a certain way, but not in the way to marry you. Like, and just accept that and keep them as a friend and move on. Like, you don't have to give people ultimatums. Just move on. If it's too long.
I agree to disagree.
How long you think they should wait? I mean, how long you think is the wait period should be?
My thing is this, right? If a guy is well established, right, and you meet him as a woman and you guys are dating and you can see, okay, there's chemistry, there's a lot that's going on there, right? There's alchemy, chemistry, all of that, and everything is firing on all cylinders, right? Yet it doesn't really move beyond that. Like, it just kind of stays there, and he's established. Chances are he just likes what he gets out of you. Like, he likes what he gets out of you. But let's suppose a man is not established, right? But he might need a few more years before he can, let's say, really take you on as a wife and pay the mortgage by himself. That sort of man, you'll know that he wants a stable relationship with you and future with you. However, there's a process that he's on that you're going to have to be on if you're going to be with him. However, it's leading to some place. That's different. Now, I'll do 2-3 years with a man like that. I would, but I'm not doing 2-3 years with a man that's like, okay, we just kick it. I just like to just kick it. There's a time to just kick it. There's a time frame to just kick it. But there's a time frame where you like, you know what, when I do kick it with you.
And now you understand why men should bet more in the West.
We're not really going anywhere, so that's all it will ever be. Like,
Lola, and that's why I think men in the West that want to date in the West need to vet the relationships way longer rather than proposing so quickly, as opposed to going overseas to a different country and you can actually vet even quicker and get the ring quicker. Because earlier, I remember hearing about.
American men have always vetted women for like years. How many people do you know been in a relationship 10, 20 years and still ain't married, but got 3-5 kids together?
I know a few.
Oh no, that's an American thing. So why would you say, well, American?
I know a few. I know a few because of the courts, the laws in the courts. That's why they're not going to want to take a risk like that, especially with a man that's worth his own nuts, that's worth his own value, that has his shit together, like you said, should not be taking that risk so quickly.
I'm not saying that somebody should take a risk too quickly. What I'm saying is, if you know someone's for you, if you know that, then don't drag it out, because that person has other options of people that might be actually ready for a relationship. If you know, if you don't know, be honest about that and let shit go. Period.
But Lola, that itself too can take years too, though.
No,
to make sure to signify.
You're a married person within a year. You were a married person within a year.
It depends on the circumstance, like I expressed.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
If a guy is telling me he wants a future with me, however, there's a process in terms of him working towards us actually building a life together, I'll wait 2-3 years with him.
But however, no, I'm talking about what you just said.
No, however, for men that just want to kick it,
no, I ain't talking about that.
No, there's no 2-3 years with that type of
right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you said. If that's what you said, it shouldn't drag on if y'all get along. Whenever that you say it's time to go to that next level. If you see that within a year, would you marry a person?
If I seen that the relationship was progressing, basically.
Not just progressing to the point that you see, you know what? Yes, it is time for us to get married.
If it's progressing to the point where, yeah, it's time for us to get married, then it's time for us to get married. What's the question?
So the question is, would you do that if it was within a year?
Yeah, if it's time, if we're ready, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not about to say, well, I'm not going to get married under a year simply because I just got an issue with 1 year. My thing is, are you ready for marriage? 1, is this the person that you truly know you want to marry? 2, is that the 2 things that have to line up? If those 2 things are lining up, it doesn't matter how long you wait. It doesn't matter. You're going to waste your time. You're wasting your time if you know that I believe ready for marriage and the person isn't the one you want to marry. You know,
yes, I do believe that. If you feel that way, I understand that. But sometimes people are camouflaged. Where I say people can think, or they do want it. They do want this, and they do feel this, but they see things that they know it would not progress, but think it will when they get married, or think it will as time goes on. This is what they believe, so they go on and just, go ahead and get married, and believe that it's going to progress instead of holding off and working to see if it will progress. Because that person could change soon as after they get married. Because they in their comfort zone, so they change. They have changed make almost sometimes make a 360. So y'all may feel that, but in your conscious, you know it's things that, wait a minute, I don't know, I'm able to keep up with that or put up with that if it progresses on and on. And some people, it's not just the women, the man too. They get married. Well, shoot, I'm comfortable. We married now. We married now, so
because think about it, Vaughn. If that dude gets married to that woman, and then the woman shows her true colors later, and then I heard this many a time, and then she cleans him out. She cleans him out, trust fund and all, will and all, marital, spousal support, child support, all that kind of stuff. She gets half, whatever, all that shit. I've heard of fucking men that have built their shit up before being with that woman, and once getting with that woman, she took what that guy worked his ass off for his life.
Well, let me say this, right? There are, for what
and supposedly they had gotten married within a year or 2.
but there's people that did that after 20 years and still got divorced. So the
Right,
time,
but at least that vetting was still vetting there.
I mean, vet or no vet, if the end result is the same, then you're talking about something totally different in terms of the reason. However, for the circumstance that Vaughn explained, what I've seen with what you just explained, Vaughn, is older generations that happening with them. Meaning they get together knowing that they really don't like the person, but they feel like, oh, well, I'll grow to love him. I've heard that a lot with the old generation. I can't say that I've heard that much with my generation, or even let's say my older sister's generation, but I definitely don't hear it with no younger generation. But with the older generation, like my mother's generation and above, yes, I have heard that, and it's always been mostly to their detriment. There's a few that stayed married, probably unhappy, but mostly it didn't work out for them to do that. Now here's the thing.
It's about duty, though.
If you make a decision to do that, right, knowing that as a woman we come equipped with intuition and we know what we dealing with before we deal with it, and the reason why we get our hearts broken real is because we knew before we did it, and we just decided to say, you know what, he looked better than my intuition is keeping me safe. That's on us, and you deserve whatever you get at that point, okay? But as far as I'm concerned, this is why I don't have a specific time limit, but I do have there is a specific time when things should happen and when it shouldn't, and I'll know when it's there. There's been marriages that are successful after 30 days. Like there's been marriages successful after 7 years. But at the end of the day, you'll know when you know. Personally, for me, I don't do the whole falling in love thing straight off the bat. I am reserved in that way. However, when I do fall in love, I'm still reserved in another way because I understand reality. But I know for me, if I am dating someone, like we're not just kicking it. I'm dating you to court you for marriage, stuff like that. Yeah, we on a different type of time, meaning that things should always be progressing. And even in a marriage, things should be progressing. And honestly, right, I feel like people that get in a marriage and then suddenly change, there were signs that they wasn't who they were portraying themselves to be before you got married. There were signs, but a lot of times people ignore those signs and those red flags. For instance, right, there was a girl on, I think it was the Black Authority, Jason Black's podcast, right? And she came on, right, and she had like a tits out and she was trying to look all, feminine, and she was saying how she believed in submission, full submission, and she was like putting on and people was like, wow, she seemed really, really good, but I seen through it, like in my heart space, like I could tell she's lying. And she hadn't really done anything but showed a bunch of men, okay, this is the type of woman that we should be looking for, right? But sure as you born, after about 3 hours of her being on the show, people was in the comment section saying, yo, this bitch is masculine as fuck. Fuck that bitch. And I'm sitting here like, the reason why you feel that way is because what she showed you, because you paid attention for 3 hours, is that despite the fact she believes in full submission, she told you literally that you won't tell me shit. Even though she said, I believe in full submission, them tits don't mean nothing when people lying. So again, when you pay attention close enough, you know when somebody putting on and not who they say they are. I know I've ignored signs and shit like the hard way. So no, vet them longer so you can see who they really are. No, understand who you are so that you can recognize the fake somebody else, like when they're around you. But you don't have to sit and vet nobody for years on and hoping that you see something like that's.
But what about that? What about the not? Because your first of all, your foundation needs to be strong. But what about if because when your foundation is strong, you are able to see things. I was blessed and always since I was young was to listen to people, and mainly the older people in my life, what they went through. I've been like that ever since I was a child. I always pay attention to details when a person speaks. But sometimes I know when you say someone is being fake, but sometimes a person's not being fake. It's just the way they was raised and by the way they was raised, they have a blinder over their eyes and unable to see what they're doing because it appears right to them, but the person they're dealing with, it appears wrong to them. So unless you're able to deal with it, or if your communication is strong and that person that you're dealing with communicate and they open with their communication and able to be submissive to your words, they may change or they may not. But then if you see that, you must make a decision to carry on or to let the person go and grow separate from you. Because sometimes the person may be unable to grow by them being comfortable being with you. And they may have to separate to grow and then may come back. So it's a lot of things that goes in it. So if you see that, what decision would you make?
If I seen that off break, I'm making a decision to do what I need to do off break. And I'll tell you this, right? If and this is why I don't ask people like interview questions like what's your favorite color? What do you like to do? Stuff like that. I don't ask those kind of questions. I like questions that you have to explain your life for me to understand. Because through listening to you explain your life and your childhood and stuff like that, I can pinpoint what your issues is. Because I know what my issues is, right? So when you tell me when you grew up, you had a sexual assault happen to you as a male, I already know to a large degree what I'm dealing with you. If you tell me that, that you got 4 children by 3 different women and you didn't get married to none of them, that tells me what I'm dealing with. And if your last child is 2 years old, I kind of know who and what I'm dealing with right now. So it's like, I'm not going to personally now, at 40, I'm not ignoring red flags. Like I'm not. And don't get me wrong, everybody got red flags. Like people look at me and say, no, you got a bunch of red flags. I have red flags. However, there's a lot about me that mitigates those flags. But that's for people to understand and see if you know me well enough. But no, I'm not making concessions for people when I know on the surface that they got problems that I can't solve. Like hold on,
Lola. Hold on, right? So wait, hold on. So one, are you, and Kamora Fresh, we kind of talking about like, men and women dynamics in a sense, right? About now, the conversation has evolved into other things as it always does. But this is what I'm saying, right? Mm-hmm. One, you cannot expect any man to like, or really anybody to really communicate those things that deeply when they first meet you, right?
I'm surprised if you listen close enough.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you have to have a rational time frame in which a person is going to tell you certain things, right? Especially if it's somebody of a certain age. Now, if you're dating somebody younger, maybe not as experienced, maybe they will show all their cards, right? Because they're not really experienced and they don't really know and they kind of wet behind the ears and et cetera, right? They may kind of spill all their tea because, they see somebody, they like them, they're, they want to get to know them, they're attracted, and so now they're going to spill all their beans, correct? But if you have somebody who is more mature and who's been through relationships, who's kind of been through things, they're not going to tell you most of the time everything they've been through off bat. They want to make sure that you're trustworthy.
Oh, right. I agree with you, but at the end of the day, like my father told me, right?
That for loyalty.
You can learn a lot by somebody by what they don't say too. Like you don't always have to hear what they're saying because a lot of times people lie. But if you listen to what they don't say to you, what they don't do with you, where they don't go, stuff like that, that'll tell you a lot about somebody. But I don't need to know everything about them.
But my only question is this, right? My only question is this. I have 2 things. One, right? Do you have a rational time frame for you to get to know these type of things from these people that you are getting to know? Are you expecting them? No, but okay. I think there is a rational time frame, right? Like, there's no way. Let's say you just met Von Erich, right? You just met him, right? You can't expect this man to tell you his whole life. He don't know you, right?
I don't need to know his whole life.
Okay, but you say you want to know. Okay, you just say you want to know in-depth reasoning about why he does what he does. You know who he is as a person, things of that nature, right? You like to ask those type of questions, correct?
No. What I was trying to explain is that I like to have conversations with people where when they talk, they have to speak like openly about the answers that they're giving.
Correct. But hold on. For you to get a clear answer on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you need time, and when that person needs time also to feel comfortable to divulge that information?
Well, if I'm looking for something specific, obviously it might need a specific amount of time, right? If I'm looking for something specific. But I know for me, I'm not looking for anything specific. I know that if I hear a red flag, I'm gonna focus in on it. If me and Vaughn are dating, right, and let's say it's been a month, and let's say I'm around him and his friends, we on a double date, and they make a comment about what he went to jail for. And he ain't talking to me about going to jail, but they make a comment about what he went to jail for. And it kind of has an overtone that it might have something to do with, a child, right? He ain't told me nothing about him going to jail. That's just a passing comment from a friend. You, Mr. Best, you got an idea of what I went to school for. You already know that I'm not finna ask him no question about his jail life. I'm not gonna ask that question, but you best believe I'm gonna know the answer. Okay. Like it's certain things that I don't need to ask you about. It's certain things I'm just gonna observe. But here's the thing: when you know. It might take a year, might take 6 months. It might not be a reason for you to try at all. But at the end of the day, this whole dragging things out, it's only to the benefit of men from a sexual standpoint.
Is Lola low-key doing identity checks, and is she low-key stalking people? Are you doing that on the low?
I don't low-key do nothing.
That's what I was thinking too, Mr. Best.
I don't low-key. No, I'm not low-key. I'm on-key. I do it, okay? I don't.
What?
I'm on.
She does it. She just admitted she does.
I search for.
But then again, she's not the first woman I've heard say that, though. I've heard many women say stuff like that. So, and I've done it too. I've done it towards women that I'm thinking of taking serious too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hold on.
What?
Y'all tripping, right?
What you mean?
Y'all tripping, cause look, if y'all on here sitting on this panel talking about y'all gotta do identity checks on people, then. To me, look, if I gotta do an identity check on you, I don't need to be talking to you.
No, right? It's not an identity check.
If you are making my spidey senses tingle that goddamn badly, then why am I talking to you?
But
why
are you
in my environment?
But some people do it because they really maybe care about a person. They want to be sure about it,
No. There's no more. No, I hear people say that. Oh, I got to be sure. It ain't about being sure. You know in your heart that this person. Hold on. You know this person. You know in your heart this person is a little off, and y'all trying to sit up here on the panel and make excuses for that. You know they're a little off. Not necessarily. Hold on. Let me finish. Y'all like what y'all see, or y'all like what's going on within the context of the relationship, right? And because y'all like what y'all see, or y'all like what's going on in the relationship, now you're gonna sit back now and try to. Find out more information when you know that they only are good for only maybe one or two things in a relationship. They're not somebody you're gonna bring to the altar. All right.
But it's called mitigate risk.
Hold on. You know in your heart that they are not marriage material. You know this already. See, this is the thing. Y'all people gotta stop capping out here, all right? Y'all be knowing when somebody is marriage material or not. It's very easy. Social cues, hygiene, morals and values, beliefs, you know what I mean? What they eat, all types of stuff.
That's basic.
You know what I mean? No. But those are flags for you, or those are signals for you to understand who they are, and if this is somebody you want to live with for the rest of your life, or potentially live with for the rest of your life. So y'all can't sit here and say that it's okay to do background. I ain't never heard such thing in my life. How you gonna do a background check on somebody because you just want to be sure. You know that there's something that's making you unsure. Hold on. This is my thing. Why don't you just say, right? This is where communication comes in, right? Why don't y'all just say, I don't trust something about you, right? I see this behavior, right? Or I'm feeling this way. Yo, I don't like what I'm seeing. Why not just have that conversation? Why we got to do all this back? Hold on. Hold on. Why we got to do all these background checks? Because y'all know, I'm not going to let y'all sit up here and cap. I'm not going to know you because y'all going to try to cap. And I'm not going to let you sit up here and
mitigating risk.
Y'all trying to, you and Marcus both are trying to cap, right? And y'all are capping because y'all both know that this person has showed you enough of they stuff that you know that this ain't gonna work out but for so long.
Okay.
You know this already.
No,
you know this already.
Go ahead, Marcus.
And it's little things that they do. Not only that, right? And this is my thing, right? And this time I picked on what you said too, Lola. You said that you have these red flags, right? Yeah, I know you're laughing, but I pick up on things very easy. I'm very observant of what everybody's saying on this panel. You said that you have red flags, but those red flags are legitimate, right?
I said I have mitigated them. I didn't say they're legitimate. I said
okay. So whatever terminology you want to use, right? To me, she's trying to say that her red flags are justifiable. That's what I get from that. Don't try to say that you're not saying that. That's what I get from that.
Repeat that.
I feel like she's saying that her red flags are justifiable. You know what I mean? That's what I feel. Now, here's the thing. Y'all need to stop capping up here. Talking about you doing some dang on background checks on people, and then also don't be trying to justify the red flags, specifically you, Lola, that you got. All right, don't be trying to justify them red flags. If you need to get the help that you need to get, then you go get the help that you need to get to deal with this dang on red flag. And that is a fact. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. Don't say it and be capping.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, Mr. Best, I only did it like once or twice, but that was just like one or twice.
It don't matter. It don't matter how many times you did it, Marcus. You looked up somebody because you know you wasn't sure and you ain't communicate. That's the thing. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all ain't communicating.
It's just trying to do like a double checking, like a mitigating risk type thing for me.
Mitigating risk. Well, okay, Mr. Best, with me, right? I ran a background check on a guy, right? I had just met him, right? I didn't run it because I found out anything about him that made me feel like, oh, I need to go check up on him. I did it because I thought he was really that fine that I really didn't believe that either I wasn't related to him, he wasn't married, or maybe he was a woman or something. But I wanted to be sure, like, because I'm like, okay, he really, like, I don't believe like he out here single because he just seemed like he was too
Why didn't you just communicate this though?
I didn't know him. Like, we didn't have that sort of rapport at the time. It was just like a distant situation, and I'm nosy, so. Here's the thing, I professionally work a certain way, so I knew how to do things. So my thing is, I didn't run a background check because I thought, well, let me figure out something from you because I don't trust you. My thing was like, yo, you dope as shit. Let me see if I'm tripping. Like,
okay, but why? Here's my thing, Lola, right? Why can't y'all just, and this is to you too, Marcus, you ain't off the hook. Why can't y'all not just say how y'all really feel in that moment? Right? Because y'all can't just say, listen, hold on. Y'all just can't say, yo, I'm feeling you in this way. I really like you, blah, blah, blah. But
I literally said that already, Mr. Best.
No, you didn't. You didn't say that.
It's recorded. Right? It's recorded. I said it's recorded.
You didn't say that. You didn't tell that person how you really felt about them, right? And so instead of you saying how you really felt about the situation, whether you was really feeling them and you couldn't believe that it was actually real. And hold on, and you didn't want to show that you was being insecure, right? You didn't want to show your weaknesses, right? You know what I'm saying? Which eventually that's gonna come out anyway, right?
We all have Achilles heels.
I know, but once the insecurity is there, it's kind of like a black hole, right? You know what I'm saying? You're just gonna keep going further and further down. No. It is because you're never gonna ever feel secure. You're always gonna feel like I'm not good enough, or they too good, or something must be wrong. That's always gonna come up. I'm telling you, it's always gonna come up if you don't just clear the air and just say how you feel. And what the insecurities you feel, right? Secondly, right, if they're doing stuff that you don't like, right, that you see that are potential red flags, right? But you're not really sure. You're like, all right, man, okay, I'm chilling with her, but her phone always ringing up late at night, and she always texting. And then when I ask her, you know, who she texting, she don't want to tell me. You know what I mean? She try to hide the phone, or she try to go in the bathroom or whatever. I see her texting. Like, I know that she texting somebody. Like, I know she texting somebody, right? You know it, right? You see it, Marcus. You know she texting. You know what I mean? You done figured it out, right? Or Lola, you know, you said he gonna be home at 3:00. He keep coming home at 6:00, and now you smelling alcohol on him. And you like, hold on, you say he gonna be home at 3. You here at 6?
Personal.
Like, what's going on? Like, why you coming here at 6:00? You said 3. Now it's 6:00. That's a 3-hour difference. Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm noticing something. Why didn't y'all just say this? Like, this is so simple and basic. Why don't y'all just say it and just clear the air? That's what I'm talking about. So that's the problem.
I've spent years saying stuff as a woman, and I didn't get any place. At this point in my life, I'm not saying anything. If you come in around me, first of all, I don't date men that are drunkards or that smoke, because I don't like smoke.
She said drunk. She said drunkers.
Yes, I don't do that. So if you come in smelling like liquor and I don't treat you like that, I'm not going to tell you to stop smoking. I'm not going to tell you to stop drinking. You're just going to notice. I'm going to call you one day and say, hey, I just think we should be friends. I'm not going to sit and tell you that I don't like smoke, or I don't drink, and I don't like drunk people. Like, I'm not going to tell you that, because that's me. Okay. I'm not saying.
Did you tell him beforehand that you don't like people to drink and smoke?
No. No. Here's the thing. When I get with you, I can tell if you're a drinker or if you're a smoker. I can tell. I don't need to ask you. I can tell.
You see it.
A few days and you break open.
How y'all go? Wait, hold on. No. How y'all go from?
Tell someone's a drinker.
Exactly. How y'all go from? Y'all got to do back research to now you know certain things about a person.
You see him with a beer bottle.
Yo, this don't make no sense. Hold on. How you gonna say that? Like at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, hold on. If you never ever told somebody that you don't like to drink or smoke, and now they come around you, right, and you smell smoke or drink on them, you're not even gonna communicate. You're just gonna end the whole thing, but you never communicate that.
She's gonna assume.
No.
Hey, what are y'all? Oh man, I'm confused, man. Y'all got me confused.
Okay, for instance, let's suppose I'm talking to a guy, right, and he wants to take me out, and he says, "Hey, let's go grab drinks." Nah, I don't drink. Like, okay. Now here's the thing: if a guy I'm with, we out.
Do you not drink for religious purposes or just health purposes? Because you don't like it.
No, I just don't like the taste of it, and I don't like how people are when they're drunk. Now, let's suppose when he's out, right, friends, he might take a sip of wine or something like that. I don't mind that, but the whole idea of social drinking to the point where you at home drinking and like you out drinking and like just drinking. Listen, I can pick up on that shit. I don't need to ask you a bunch of questions. I don't deal with drunkards, so I'm not going to tell you that. I'm just not going to deal with you.
What you been around a lot of drunkards? Because you said you didn't go to clubs. So how people that could?
That's a lot of holes in the story. That's a lot of holes in the story that this woman is selling.
The people don't drink.
The paranormal captivity is real.
Listen, how can you tell? No, how can you tell when you meet a person like at a supermarket or something like that? Mm-hmm. How can you tell what you call drunkards or drinkers? And you just meet him at a supermarket. He said, well, let's go to a bar. He's not a drinker. Mm-hmm. He could be just some casual drink every now and then. How do you know that he's that? How do you know he's that type?
I don't know that standing in the market, but let's suppose we go out to a restaurant and they have a bar and we're at the bar. And let's suppose he orders a virgin daiquiri and he says, don't mind me ordering this. I don't drink, but I like to come here. Okay, let's suppose he orders a pina colada like my dad, and he's like, this is something he gets when he comes to this restaurant, but it's not something he taking home, and he don't have, he don't drink dark liquor like that. Like, obviously, that's. I'm not saying that you can't take a sip of liquor with me, but if you the type where You drinking all the time, E&J, that clear shit at home, everywhere. No.
But how would you know that if you're not around the person?
Here's the thing: when I come around you and I pick up on that, then I pick up on it.
So it's what he does. You looking for what he's doing consistently throughout y'all dating and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'm looking at that. What you doing consistently?
But do you communicate? Do you communicate? Look, I'm not a smoker or drinker. That's not what I do.
No, when you first encounter me, you gonna know that.
You gonna communicate that?
No. Most people that first encounter me, they know Lola don't drink or smoke.
Lola, do you ever think right now when you suffer? Hold
on, Marcus. Hold on. How is somebody just gonna off bat know that you don't smoke or drink? This makes no sense. Like,
she's gonna smell, Mr. Best. She's gonna smell the Marlboro.
I didn't say off bat.
Vaughn, she's gonna smell the Camel.
Hold on, Marcus. If you get to know me to any degree, the very first thing you get to know with me is that I am 40 years old and I have never drank before and I've never smoked. I've just, those two things I've never done that a lot of people have done. That's a unique thing about me. All of my friends know that about me.
But a person won't automatically think you don't drink. They probably think you're an ex-alcoholic.
I mean, if you don't know me, you can think whatever you want to think, but when you get to know me, and I don't mean like a long time,
right?
You pick up on that.
So okay, let's say it's a celebration, right? And then Marcus, I want you to say what you got to say. It's a celebration, right? Mm-hmm. We passing out the champagne, right? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You're like, come on, Lola, it's just a celebration. You know what I mean? We celebrating something. You know what I mean? We just having a celebration. Let's say you are with your partner, right? And he just wants to have a celebration. You've been with each other forever long.
We're out,
blah,
right?
Blah, blah. You at an event. You at an event. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I mean? You're celebrating something big. You know what I mean? He said, look, I know you don't drink, but, can we just take this, just do a little toast real quick, get a little champagne. You know what I mean? The alcohol content is not a lot. We're just going to take this, this little bit of champagne. Are you okay with that?
Nobody's gonna ask me that.
But it's at an event. They passing the champagne around, and he asked you, can we drink this? Are you still gonna say no?
I'll take the champagne glass and toast, but I'm not drinking it.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I don't. My homie used to always call me when they used to go to DC and club. They used to always call me. They know, I'm not drinking.
So you never had a drink in your whole life?
Juice ready.
No, I didn't say I've never. Now I didn't. Okay, let me be clear about something, right? I've never had a whole drink. I've never had a whole drink. There was a time when I was with a guy that I trust a lot. Okay, and he drank a little bit, and there was a wine bottle, and there was some glasses, and he poured me some, right, and I took a sip or so from it. And even from like a sip, I noticed that my balance was off just a slight bit, and I was like, oh hell no, y'all! It might be an earthquake. I need to be alert out here. And I mean, I trusted him with my life, so if I would have gotten drunk, I know he would have taken care of me. However, that's something I'm uncomfortable with. Like I don't want to be incapacitated in that way. Like
right, I was like that. I'm like that. I was a perfect bar owner. I never drank the alcohol. I never drank.
Now, Marcus, I think you had a question or you had a statement or something, man.
It's just there's a lot of captivity going on, so at this point I can't even remember.
Marcus, this is not gonna work.
Mr. Best,
it's not gonna work. Like I'm being
give me a pineapple juice.
I'm just not understanding. It's just something like it's just hard for me to understand.
I remember now, Mr. Best. So you mean it?
Right.
I'm getting the vibe off you, Lola. Everything you've been saying, and this isn't me assuming, even though you've been assuming, is you make your basis off assumptions off the rip, either from past experiences and what else you've heard from other women in specific, in my opinion. And then you see the downfall of other relationships, or you see what's on TV as well, which is like, I'm not going to tell you I haven't been guilty of that myself, but at the same time, you spilling a certain rhetoric and you saying, hey, I'm no off the rip. because I'm a Sagittarius or Leo. I'm just saying this for comedic purposes at this moment. But I'm just saying, I'm going to know this person's a smoker or a drinker, or this person's been around the block, or this person drives a Ford Fiesta, or this person has bad credit score, just from my assumption. How does that make sense?
Because she's a Southwestern.
I always say this, y'all. I always say this. This is what I always say about Lola. This is what I always say about Lola, right? I always say Lola is the Scully of our group, okay? Because Scully always had these bold predictions about life and everything else. And she was so damn sure that she was right. She was so damn sure that she was right.
She went to Southwestern. I'm telling y'all. She is a straight.
Oh, man.
Y'all been raised in Baltimore and around Southwestern women.
Vaughn, what's your sign, Vaughn? Tell me what your sign is.
I'm a Libra.
She's gonna say, "Wait a minute, Libras don't drink."
No, that is not. No, okay, Marcus. I never said that I can tell signs off the bat. I said I know a woman that can.
No, that's just for comedic purposes only.
But let me say something. I never said that I can assume something about someone. What I'm saying is there's certain things I pick up on. Off rip.
Have you ever been wrong?
No, but wait a minute. I know that when you're a guy who doesn't smoke or drink, usually you into smell good, because most men that try to mask that smell, right? They never really do it. Okay, it's clear on them when they walk past you, and if they do it a lot, it's seeping out their skin. So I don't need anybody to tell me I smoke a lot or I drink a lot. I can pick up on that, and I'm not going to tell you you're right or wrong about that. But here's the thing: when I kiss you, I don't want to be sucking on a cigar. Like, I don't. Okay, like I just don't. All right, and it's just me. But it's like, for instance, okay, you tell me, okay, let's take your example. Okay, I see every time I'm with you, right? You're texting someone, you don't want me to see who you're texting, and you don't vocalize why you are texting. One, I know that you wasn't brought up with good manners. That's what I know. Because first of all, when you're at a dinner table, last thing you need to do is have your phone out texting and not saying, "Excuse me, let me take this," or something. Your phone's supposed to be up or down, one of the two. So, but it's like, at the end of the day, that says a lot about you. I wasn't raised like that. When I'm sharing a date with somebody, my phone on silent and it's in my purse. Okay, like, you don't know who in my phone when I'm on a date with you. You ain't about to see nobody texting me, even if they is texting me. All right, but men that do that, I know that they sloppy, and I know that they don't really know how to cover stuff, even though they trying. And my thing is, if you can keep on doing that in front of me and not saying anything, making shit awkward, but sooner or later I'm gonna say something, and then it's really gonna be awkward. And Mr. Best, you know, when I talk, it's always petty, no matter what I say.
Lola, is it heavy?
What?
Is it heavy?
Is what heavy?
Your crystal ball.
But you know what?
It's really not.
You have a crystal ball?
Hold on.
Oh, man. Oh, damn.
If a man is a businessman, like, when I back to business, you always had to have your phone on, and it always, because in the cable business, it was always things going on, because cable it's 24/7.
Right.
You have to have your phone on. You have to catch emails all through the night. You have to do this. So if I was on a date with you, of course I'm supposed to communicate and say, "Listen, this is not disrespectful, but I have to have this phone on, and I'm going to be looking at it periodically through our conversation due to my business."
You don't even have to say due to your business. All you really have to say is, let's suppose I'm talking, right? We at the table and your phone, buzz. All you guys said, hold that thought, give me 1 sec, and then do that, right? But you're respecting the fact that this phone is interrupting. And honestly, if you're a business owner, I know that you don't have to say, "I'm a business owner, that's why my phone is going off." I was on a date with a guy, and his bankers and shareholders was on the phone with him the entire time, okay? Like, literally the entire time, 100% of the time. I didn't speak to him not one time while we were on the date, okay? Now, he never said, "Excuse me." He never said, "Listen, I'm so sorry." Nothing. He was just on the phone talking. That's the reason why we didn't go out on a second date. Not because he was on international call on business. No, it's because he couldn't give me the courtesy to know, nigga, you on a date. Like, you don't even have 4 seconds to come off the phone to talk to me. Not 4 seconds. I don't mind you breaking away, but you ain't even breaking away to talk to me. So that's different. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not rigid. I'm really not rigid. It's like, if you need your phone right there to answer it, fine. But men that have business, you can pick up on the fact that, this is business. This is not them trying to figure out, let me keep her from seeing who on the phone and little stuff like that. Like, that's not how businessmen operate. Like, they much operate like businessmen.
You said first of all, let's clear this up. You said you're not rigid. Come on. You 4'11", and you from Southwestern.
Yo, Vaughn. Well, I'm gonna say this too. Vaughn, I'm glad. Hold on, Lola. I'm glad Mr. Best and Vaughn is here, and Lola, you're here too. Because don't smart businessmen that are wise, that are successful, wouldn't they vet their business partners? Wouldn't they vet their investments before they give their investments out? Wouldn't they do the homework? Wouldn't they? No, I'm asking. Wouldn't they?
No, I'm a woman, so.
I asked Lola. I included you. Stop with the whole "I am a woman" type thing. Stop it. You're 4'11" and you don't cook sandwiches. I get it, but I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm saying.
You said what,
Lola.
You said they wouldn't vet.
Listen, Vaughn. If a smart, wise businessman that's successful,
right,
wouldn't they vet their business partners? Wouldn't they vet their investments? Wouldn't they do their homework on them?
Yes.
Wouldn't they take the time to get to know them before they actually fully dive in and jump in?
Yes.
Unless you Trump.
Lola, not in the mood right now.
Right.
That's why. You don't want to hear the truth.
Lola, stop it. Drink some pineapple juice.
He said smart businessman. That's what he said. He said smart.
That's what I said. Unless you Trump.
Right.
He's smart. He is.
That's not the point, Lola. I'm saying in general.
In his own way, he's smart.
Okay.
Your crystal ball is calling cap.
No, it's called.
Hey, Lola, let's just say it. You go off of judgment and off generalization and off usually and off of assumptions like any general woman would do in this day and modern age. Listen.
You do.
What?
You do. You go off.
Vaughn knows you. Obviously, you go to Southwestern.
Yes.
And Vaughn should know that one thing Vaughn needs to know is, yes, I did go to Southwestern, but I came from Western. Okay.
But you went to Southwestern. They don't change the fact that you went to Southwestern.
I went to Southwestern my senior year. We know where I'm a Western girl. I'm a Western girl.
The title on the card still says graduated from Southwestern.
You know
it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Listen.
Tell him about the Western Doves, Vaughn.
Yes.
Listen, Vaughn was there, but I wasn't there. But Vaughn can vouch for me, and I believe Vaughn.
But that's true. But then, by you saying you from Western, that you just proved and gave strength to Marcus, because that's where you get your assumption from. And the things that you've been applying, like he just suggested, that's what Western girls do on that level.
Thank you. I think Mr. Best is trying to make that point too.
When I was talking when the rigid stuff come out, that's the Southwestern.
Yeah.
That's the Southwestern.
You was a damn lie. First of all, okay, I don't know if you can substantiate your point of why Western Doves are assumptive people.
Okay.
You haven't substantiated that.
Because
you proved my point, Lola.
Marcus just explained to you the way you are, especially when it comes to you are a Western. I'm glad you said it, because you were talking about your past. You could tell.
What you mean you can tell? You ain't saying what it was.
Listen. The reason why I'm not saying, because you heard everything Marcus said, right?
He said I make assumptions, but he didn't prove that either.
No, yes. Oh my goodness, he didn't.
Mr. Best, are you hearing this, Mr. Best?
What's an assumption? Where did I assume anything?
Listen.
Just the fact that you said what you said about a person is gonna, if you're already knowing off the rip, you said, I know off the rip, off the energy, off the vibes, just getting to see the person up front without even getting to know them. I know they're a drinker. I know they're a smoker. Yada yada yada. I know how he takes his shit in the morning. I know what side of the bed he sleeps on. I know what he wants on the side of his freaking plate. I know what kind of favorite color he is. I know what this is.
Let me tell you what Western girls are. Let me tell you so you all know what Western girls is. You know how you got preppy girl or valley girls. You got the suburb. You got the city. How the city girls are, and then you got the county girls or the suburb girls.
What's your star sign?
That's
what. What's your love language?
So you saying that I'm a valley girl? Is that what you saying?
Yeah, on the black side. When I say black, I'm talking
black valley girl.
Black. I ain't talking about suburb valley girls. I'm not talking about them.
Well, what other valley girls is
I'm not talking about. Y'all are different because up the street from Western is Friends. You know what the Friends school at, right?
Yeah.
Those girls and this Western girls are different type of girls. You know that, right?
Okay. Yes, they are.
Damn.
Okay.
That's like saying the girls that I went to high school are different from the girls that went to this other high school. The exact same comparison that Vaughn just used.
So
okay, wait a
minute. You got this.
Vaughn is not telling you that Western is an all-girls school. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a college preparatory.
I listen. Yeah. The high school I went to, there's a pier for just women's, like young women's, young whatever school just for women, like non-co-ed, just purely for women. And then there's one just for boys, and then there's the one that's like co-ed, and then you got the regular high schools. I went to a regular public high school.
What he's trying to say is because I went to a school that actually taught you how to live, that means I make assumptions. But here's the thing, and I'll give you, Marcus, that it may seem like I'm making an assumption when I say if I read a certain energy on somebody, my intuition tell me one thing. I move based on my intuition.
Have you ever been wrong?
That is an assumption, right?
Have you ever been wrong?
My intuition ain't never been wrong.
Did you talk to him? Like Mr. Best said, did you communicate?
Hold on, no. My logic has proven to be wrong at times, but my intuition has never been wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Not once.
Everything that you assumed about me has been wrong.
I didn't assume. I just told you what I think.
Yes, you did.
I said, Vaughn, I think that this, that, and the third happened based on what you said. That's not me necessarily just making.
But what you think always correlates with your assumptions.
That is just something that I'm thinking based on what you say. I'm not saying, well, I don't know you. You ain't told me shit, but I'm assuming on you. That's not what that is. I'm saying that you telling me you played the field for 1,000 years.
Lola, you did the same thing of assuming on.
Probably met a good woman.
Lola, you did the same thing on a different panel on me. And you assumed about it because of a certain topic that was talked about, and you didn't even know it. You were wrong.
I'm not saying that I'm right all the time. What I am saying is that
here we go. Because over there, you were for sure. You were like 100% on the money.
I'm separating it. What I'm saying is when I use my logic, sometimes
now you want separated. Okay.
But when I'm moving based on intuition, it's always been the opposite way. Meaning when I don't listen to it,
can't be always.
I'm always saying, damn, I should have listened to it. Always. So, that's
but you don't really learn. If that's the case, you didn't learn.
Like, it's not about learning. It could be something as small as going to the store and getting a soda versus
what?
The mailbox. Come on. It doesn't mean that's not what that is. You don't like spooky stuff like that.
All I heard was nothing but word vomit coming out of your mouth right now.
You don't understand. So obviously you're throwing up. I'm sure. But that's how I move. I don't assume on anybody. But I'm gonna be honest with you. If I think something and I'm really strong about it, I don't give a fuck. I'll assume on you then if I want to. For real.
Yeah, it's called prejudgment.
I can do that within myself, but here's the difference with me.
Prejudgment. At least you're admitting it.
No, I don't disrespect people by coming to them trying to tell them what they should do to conform to what I want. I will never do that. I will never tell a man you better do anything, or tell a man, well, look, this is what I'm doing, thus what you will do.
That's not the point, though, Lola. That was never the point.
If you doing something that I know is below my bottom line, I'm just gonna politely say we need to be friends. I'm not gonna put you on blast. None of that.
By assuming.
I don't. But
By
if
assuming.
you ask me a question, like if I come to you and say out the blue, right, that look, well, okay, I think we should be friends, because let's say I notice something that I know is beyond my bottom line. If you ask me, well, what is it? I don't mind telling you, okay, when it comes to this, I think that we should be friends.
Have you dated someone that was alcoholic?
I'm not telling you what to do with your life.
Have you dated someone that was alcoholic or that drank a lot?
No.
You haven't?
No.
You've been around someone that has drank a lot?
I've had my uncles who have all died due to drinking issues. Yes. Yeah, and
were you close? Were you close to your uncles?
Yeah, I've had 9 uncles. They've all died due to drinking unrelated issues.
But like, were you close to them that were to a point they were kind of like a dad to you?
Yeah.
When they passed away, how did that affect you?
How did it affect me? I felt like because of drinking, parts of my life I would never experience simply because of someone else's drinking. Like there's a certain love, right, that your father gives you, but there's a certain love that your grandfather gives you that your fathers can't fill those shoes for. Same thing with your uncles. And if I don't get a chance to experience uncles, right, as a female, or a grandfather as a female, even though I had a great dad, there's still a part of my life that I will always be missing out on, simply because somebody wants to drink. And so because of that, yeah, I've never felt like, oh, let me celebrate and drink. It's like, I'll never celebrate and throw liquor down my throat. Like, no, like.
Now you say you wouldn't go on a man's phone, but you allow a man go through your phone?
Ain't nobody going through my phone.
Oh, so that's why you wouldn't go through a man's phone.
No, it's not. That's not
right, boy. Wait, no, hold on. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this.
Because I'm telling you now, nobody needs to go through my phone. If I'm feeling you, ain't no other men snooping around me.
Okay, so
hold on. Let me say this.
But I'm not going through your phone because I respect the fact that you're a grown adult, and it's no reason for me to do that.
Let me say this. Listen. You know what I mean? All right. You know what I mean? I mean this. All right. Any grown man. You know what I mean? If you living with your lady, you can go through whatever phones you like. You are the man at the house.
You said living with. Now you changing the goal.
Yep. You can do whatever you like.
You changing the goal.
If you want to go through a phone, you go through it. She can't go through your phone, though. No. I mean,
yep.
You go through her phone anytime. Okay.
That's how it works in my house.
No, let me finish. There's a thing called women and children. Okay. Women and children have to be looked after. I don't have to be looked after. I'm a man. Only God look after me. So you don't got to be checking to see what I'm doing. None of that.
That's called a hierarchy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, as a man, I'm gonna check different things in the house. All right. So I'm be checking phones. I'm be checking the car, all that. Make sure everything is intact the way I believe is fit. Now, if you want to go with them other brothers who let you do whatever you want, then go ahead. But over here with the hold on. If you know what I mean, if you live with a big kahuna type of brother like me, you know what I'm saying, who runs the house, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean. When what we say go, you know what I mean. When we say go get that there, we mean go get that there. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
you know what I mean.
Okay.
When we say get up, we mean get up. You know what I mean? And Steve Harvey said it best. When a man comes up with a rule in this house, there's nothing that needs to be said. Men create dominion and order. And if a man not creating dominion and order in his home, he's not a man. Okay? You know what I mean? When he wakes up and when he lays down, he needs to be able to survey the whole land that he's a part of and say, this is what's gonna work. I'm a lightweight joking a little bit. But this is gonna work. This is not gonna work. All right? You know what I mean? I'm not joking on the fact that the man needs to set dominion and order in the home. I'm not joking about that. The checking the phone
The
thing.
king of the castle, baby.
Exactly. The checking the phone thing. I'm trolling on that one. I'm joking.
Control.
But I'm kind of like we're trolling. But I will say this though. You know, the man does need to, you know what I mean, control the tempo. And I gotta give a shout out to the homie. You know what I mean? Sir Hell Speaks Network.
Shout out.
Respect to Sir Hell Speaks, man. You know what I mean? The most respectable brother on YouTube, man. You know what I mean? Always giving y'all fresh content, man. Not that other bull crap. So yeah. You know what I mean? Listen, if a man sets the tone in his home, and he really sets the tone, you know what I'm saying? I just think, you know, women gotta follow if you want to be with that man. Now, if you want to be with somebody else,
from Mount Copernicus.
Yeah, if you want to be with somebody else that doesn't want to set the tone, then do your thing. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Y'all want a man to set the tone. You don't want no man to be like, well, Lola, I don't know. Can you help me? You don't want that. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what I'm talking about. You know, that's not no. My thing is, any man that's my husband, okay? Yes, Mr. Sarah speaks. Any man that's my husband, because I don't count no dude I'm just dating. Any man that's my husband, right? I trust him with my life. That's in part why I'm not going through his phone. And if he's part of my life, he's probably paying for my phone. So he doesn't necessarily have to go through my phone. But at the end of the day, he trusts me like I trust him. And if he ever has to go through my phone, I know I got problems on hand. So that's the relationship, the types of relationships I like. Like, I'm not saying I don't care about if a man is cheating on me or not. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, at the end of the day, I don't want a relationship where I have to go through somebody's phone or somebody feels like they have to go through my phone.
But there's healthy jealousy, Lola.
If my phone ring 2 a.m., trust me, I'm going to sit up and ask, who is this? Who? And like, then you go.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. Let's say, you know, there's the man in your home, right? You and the man live together. It's the man in your home, right? He's in the home, right? Now let's say, right, he goes out and he's doing something, right? He's doing something in the yard, or he's doing stuff around the house. Are you gonna come out there and tell him how to do things or how to get things done? Okay, perfect. Now, are you gonna, you know, since it's hot outside, are you gonna come out there, bring him some Gatorade or some water, make sure he all right? You gonna do that?
I mean, of course, if it's hot outside, of course I'm gonna bring him something to drink. I would bring anybody something to drink that come to my house.
You're gonna get some pineapple juice?
That's what I'm talking about. Hold on, Marcus. I'm trying to figure out where Lola really is at on this map right here. We trying to figure out right here. You trying to figure out. Now hold on. Lastly, hold on. If a man wakes up, right, and it's you and the kids, whatever, you say, look, listen. This was going down today, all right? We're going to be doing this, and that. We're going to be home by 7, all right? When we get home, I want you to get up in that kitchen. I want you cooking. I want the kids, you know, go and do your little homework or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all in bed by 9 p.m., you know what I mean? And then by 11 o'clock, you know what I mean? It's time for the adults to do what we do, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Is that wrong? Should men do that? Now, some women have a problem with it. Some women are like, well, no. Why is he dictating the whole day? And he can't tell me what to do, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Some of them have a problem with that. But this is the man in your home. Should he not be able to dictate what's going on? Should he not be saying, look, this is the plan for today. All right, we have a plan for today, and we'll let you know what the plan is. Is that really a problem?
He can say whatever he wants to say. But let me tell you something. Just like I don't tell him what to do in his manhood, what he ain't about to do is tell me what to do in my womanhood. I run my house when it comes to cooking, cleaning, and raising these kids. I don't need nobody to tell me shit, okay? Sir,
no. Hold on, no. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yo, y'all see that?
And the plot thickens. Hold on. The plot thickens.
Hold on.
She did a show about conditional. She did a show about conditional masculinity, right?
I knew it.
Conditional masculinity. Now, this is conditional femininity. This is conditional femininity because she did all this nice sweet talk and all that. Now we get down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
Now listen, the man in your home is saying, "Well, hold on. This is the man in your home, right? This is your man. He's in your home. He's the man of the house, right? Now." You have a problem
You're
with
not
him
listening.
now being. You have a problem with him now saying, "Listen,
No,
this is what we doing for today."
no, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, no man of mine has to tell me to be a woman and
Or you clean it up. You try to clean it up now.
No.
You have to tell me I need to clean up, put the kids to sleep, cook, and give me sex like a real woman. No man ever gonna have to tell me that.
No. I'm not. I didn't even say all that. I didn't even say all that. Hold on, bro. She's trying to. She's trying to duck and dodge.
And the real Lola comes out.
She's trying to duck and dodge. We got about like 10 minutes more left before I close this thing out. We got about 10 minutes more left before I close this thing out. Listen,
I ain't
right? Listen what I'm saying, right?
Look at my avatar name.
Hold on. But this is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is why communication is key. Remember, I said at the beginning, this is why communication is key. Before we even started any of these things, I said communication is key. Yes, definitely subscribe to Sir Hill Speaks. Great content, great YouTube content creator, right? Wally, thanks for rocking what he said. Wait, I thought a man leader of the household, aka that includes you. Yeah, she did say he was the leader of the household. She did say that. Now hold on. Don't run in your notes now. Exactly. Exactly. Now, she's trying to clean up. Now, listen. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Listen. At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, you cannot sit here and say, right? Mm-hmm. You always talk about how many to do this and you don't need to have conditional masculinity and blah, 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 blah. You done made all these shows about this and all that. Yeah. Hold on. At the end of the day, you cannot sit up here and say in some retrospect that you want to be under a man's leadership, and then when a man is actually bringing delegation and order and dominion to the home, now you want to fight back on it. It doesn't work that way. You cannot say that. Just say that you sometimes want him to lead in certain areas, which I feel like most women are. You know what I mean? Not all, but most women are that way. They want a man to only lead and delegate in certain retrospect. Like if somebody bring it to the home, or they need something picked up that's heavy, or whatever, you know what I mean? Or they just want there's something that they don't want to do, and now they feel like a man should be doing it. You know, they don't want to pay for a date, whatever the case, right? So now that it comes down to the nitty gritty, to the fundamentals of the household, now you are fighting back on the same point that you make. You cannot do that. If the man is a leader in the home, he's a leader. That's it.
That's why it didn't work out with me and the midget. Because
you're alive, Vaughn.
Because the midget was 4 feet trying to act 7 feet. No. That is not going to happen.
Oh shit.
Lola's trying to act 7 feet right now.
That's what she was trying to do. And I'm just being real.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me respond to Mr. Beth. First of all, right, I have a code of ethics. And my code of ethics is I'm not going to ever tell him what to do in the house.
Vaughn, read my tagline.
That's just my line right there. But I feel like, as my father told me, there's certain things he shouldn't have to tell you to do because you're a woman and your domain in this is this house. Now, granted, let's suppose both of y'all work. That don't take away from the fact that I'm still a woman. I'm supposed to be clean, okay? Like, there's certain things he shouldn't have to ask me to do. Like, it just is. If he has to tell me, hey, can you clean up the house and have it all done by the time I get home? That's a problem for me because he shouldn't have to do that. Period. If his friends want to come over at any given moment, I shouldn't have to be hurrying up to clean up the house because the shit fucked up. Like, that's not how it's supposed to be. I'm not saying that he shouldn't delegate things, but there's certain things that if he has to delegate, that means I'm off my shit as a woman. Period. I'm not cleaning it up. That's just the way I was raised. Like my father said, there's always good, better, and best, and you can always lose your man. So don't act like you can't. And my thing is, having a man having to tell you to do basic shit in the house, okay, just in the house, is taking him outside of his manhood. When he come home, he shouldn't have to be like, okay, was the dishes done? Oh, damn, you didn't do that, but now you late. Like, at the end of the day, if I run in the house, why is he coming home trying to having to tell me what to do? I've been home.
Right. I understand that, but I got you. I don't think Mr. Best was trying to, but I got you. Now, let's suppose he come home and he say, look, I don't get off till 10.
I want sex, and I know you're tired, but can you please have everything done and be up by 11, ready to go? Now that's a real request, okay? Because I'm 40.
You trying to dance? You trying to dance around this? You trying to dance better than Michael Jackson on this? You ain't dancing around this one.
I'm not there. I'm not there to dance.
You are dancing.
I'm
you
not
are dancing on
there
because hold on. I'm not even speaking. Ron just coached you in it. I'm not even speaking to none of that. I said if he wakes up, right? It's a weekend. He wake up. He say, "Look, listen here, woman. This is gonna be this, and this. You're gonna be home at this time, and I want the kids. Y'all make sure your homework done by this time, and then everybody going to bed at this time, and that's what it is, right?
That's something that's he's probably gonna already have established when we first move in.
See, you look what you doing.
Man.
You try to bring up a scenario so you won't have to answer his question.
Which is what? Am I going to turn over at 11:30? Is that what it is, phone?
Ask Miss Talbot. Answer the question the way he's answered because
she's smiling because she knows it's true.
You coming up with a scenario. That's why you're dancing, and you coming up with a scenario so you won't have to avoiding the question directly. You trying to do it you trying to get away from answering it. So that's you undercover. You showing yourself.
I'm okay. I don't have a problem with my man asking me.
Southwestern.
No, stop. I don't have a problem with my man asking me to do anything because at the end of the day, if I would put my life on the line for him, of course he can ask me to do shit in the house. I don't have a problem with that. My point is, my man, okay, don't have to be asking me to do basic shit like have sex with him and keep a clean house and have my kids in bed at the right time. That's stuff my husband don't have to worry about.
He didn't ask you that. He didn't ask you. I could see. Yeah, you.
Now you're going Baltimore on me. I thought he just asked me that woman. What we're gonna do is da 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 da.
You got the undercover. You undercover.
I am not. I'm telling you, he just said that. He just said, if I want you to have the kids in the bed by 9 and you up by 11, so we can do the do, and like that's what it's gonna be. Here's my thing: if my man come in the house at 11:30 and he in the mood, right? Like, why would I deny him? Like, realistically, why? No. Why would I deny him?
Nobody even said all that. You did.
That's what you talking about. You said we're going to do the do. What do are you talking about?
I said specifically.
Right.
I said, can the man tell you?
Slow it down. Because I want to slow it down so she can listen to every word.
I'm speaking as slow as I can. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna speak slow for her, okay?
Okay.
So Lola, right? I said, what if he woke up and he said, this is what we're doing for the day. We're doing this, and this and that, right? I want dinner at this time. I want the kids at bed at this time, and then I want us to chill and hang out around this time. You know what I'm saying? I want us to chill with each other. We're gonna chill. The adults gonna watch TV. We're gonna do our thing. The kids gonna be asleep. It's gonna be what it is, right? That's all I said. You added all these other caveats. Then you said, oh, a man can't tell me how I'm supposed to move in my household or whatever, and I can't. It's like, hold on. You just said that you don't mind being under a man's leadership. So if a man tells you, if you say you don't mind being under a man's leadership, and now a man is trying to lead, why are you fighting against it? And I think that's what's frustrating to us with women now, right? Is the fact that y'all say that you really want to be led, right? But you're so fearful that we're gonna lead you in the incorrect way, you fight against leadership. Even though, hold on, if this is a man that you're living with, he has proven, right? Because you like to test people, we all know that. Like to test people, you like do background checks and all this other stuff. Based on that, right? Based on the fact that you like to test people, do background checks and all that, he has proven that he is worthy to now be with you and now that you live together. So why now is there a problem when he is telling you and he is organizing the day for the whole entire family? Why is that not a problem?
Okay, let me say this. The way you explained it was him just saying something to me, and what he's saying is something that should be done every day. But if I understand it as, let's say, like you said, the last time, Oh, it's Saturday, Sunday morning, and he woke me and he said, "You know what,
But why does it matter though?
Let me finish. He wake up Sunday morning and say, "You know what? Let's do such and such today by such and such time." And just this, that, and the third. And that's just what he want to do for the day. I don't have no reason to be like, well, no. That's not
okay, let's ask a basic question. Let's ask a basic question.
Stop. That's not the same circumstance. My question, my point to you is from a general standpoint, he shouldn't have to ask me two basic things. But if you're saying, well, what if he just wants to do something totally different one morning and woke up and said, hey, let's do this. Let me tell you something. I embrace my man doing new shit. Okay. Like I'm never going to be like, you know what? No, I don't want to do nothing else. I just want to do the same thing. And no, I don't like that. Don't even make any sense. So no, that's not how I operate. I would never turn.
Let's get down to the core. Let's get down to the core of this, right? Mm-hmm. What part, right? Because you're trying to moonwalk again, right?
I'm not moving on you. I'm just being honest.
You're trying to moonwalk. We ain't letting you moonwalk in here, right? What part of masculinity? What part of masculinity and leadership are you opposed to, or that you find toxic? See, that's really what this is. What are you gonna say no against, and what are you gonna fight against? That's really the issue, because this is the thing. You can't You can't say on one instance, okay, cool. I'm willing to do this. Because see, for me, I think I'm getting the vibes, right, that you are argumentative. You're argumentative. I get that vibe. You're argumentative.
It's not argumentative. It's just that one, I have principles. And two, these principles are proven principles. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you what I won't do from as far as like leadership from a man. If a man asks me to do something illegal, right, and put myself in danger, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that I'm going to disrespect him because he asked me to do that, but I'm not going to do that. If he asks me to do something immoral, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to disrespect him publicly. I'm not going to put our business out in the street, but I'm not doing something immoral, let alone simply because somebody asked me to do that. If he tells me or asks me to do something that puts somebody else's life in danger, okay, the most I will do is let him know what my concern is. Now he can explain it and help me understand, or he can say, listen, that's just what I want. Either way, that's going to determine how I respond to that. But at the end of the day, those are the only things that would cause me to say, well, no, I can't do what you asked me to do.
If the dishes, he come home and those dishes is dirty, and he say, don't wash those dishes. Do not back that floor.
Don't touch it at all.
When he comes home and it was dishes to the sink, and he say, don't wash those dishes, don't vacuum that floor, sit your butt down and watch this. Will you do that?
I would.
Sure, definitely would. But if you gotta make her a sandwich, she's gonna pull her hair out.
I make sexy sandwiches, but no, Vaughn, I would do that, right? But I'll tell you this: I would feel bad as a woman if he came home and the dishes.
And that's the problem. See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Because would you wash the car too?
No, I'm not saying I would. What I'm saying is,
would you wash the car? If he say wash the car, sit down, you will wash the car. Okay. If he says sit down, do not vacuum that floor, sit down and watch a movie with me, you will feel bad?
No, not about that. What I'm saying is, if he told me don't wash the dishes, right, because of the way my father raised me, there shouldn't be any dishes in there when a man is around, period.
I got that, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about what you...
I don't feel bad that he's telling me to sit down. I feel bad that, okay, damn, I left
would you show him that you feeling bad?
No, I wouldn't let him see me feeling bad, but I'm just telling you I would feel bad.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's not gonna see me moping or nothing like that, but inside myself, I'd be like, okay, I should have did the dishes or whatever the case may be. But it's like, I wouldn't tell him, no, I'm not gonna relax. Come on. I'm a Capricorn. I have
those sandwiches are never gonna be made.
So you know what? But listen, this is what y'all like, y'all misinterpreting me, and I'm telling you that the truth of the matter, which is, yes, I will do what my husband asks me to do, but at the same time, I do believe that if there's certain things, if he asks me to do it, he's trying to be kind and not tell me, hey, I shouldn't have to tell you to do this. Like, he's trying to be kind and tell me, do this. Like, there's some stuff he's if he has to ask me to do, it's simply out of being nice and not saying I shouldn't have to. Like,
I'm still laughing at the fact that Marcus talking about cooking sandwiches.
I know. He want I know.
How do you cook a sandwich?
I'll give you cook a sandwich. I get it. You can get a sandwich. He gonna get a sandwich.
He's a cooking sandwiches.
He gonna get a damn thing.
Oh man, that's
You say ham, cheese, done.
I don't do them sandwiches. I don't cook them sandwiches.
Mr. Best, you gotta throw it on that plate. There, take it.
You don't cook ham? You don't cook grilled cheese sandwiches?
Since I was young.
Huh?
Since I was young. You know what I cook? You know what I cook?
You don't cook grilled cheese sandwiches.
Not since
So you mean to tell me if your man wants you to cook a grilled cheese sandwich with tomatoes on it, you wouldn't do it?
I would tell him I can do it. I don't know if you're gonna like it.
So see, that is some doggone stuff.
I don't know how to do that. But let me tell you this. I cook a mini seafood salad sandwich though. I can do that.
See, you gonna see. There you go.
There you go. It shows the Southwestern, Vaughn. She said seafood salad sandwich.
And you know, I can cook better than that.
Basically, what you saying, no, nigga, you gonna take this seafood sandwich that I want to cook for you. That's what you gonna take. That's what you're saying. That's why you say,
I'm a foodie. I will feed the shit out.
She said I could, but am I?
I haven't cooked a cheese sandwich since I was 12.
It doesn't matter if you haven't cooked it. The point is, if he asked for it, would you cook it?
I would cook it, but I don't think he's gonna like it. But I cook it.
She's gonna cook it with attitude, Vaughn.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he wouldn't like it then if she gonna cook it, because she got in her mind, this nigga gonna want me to cook a grilled cheese. What the hell wrong with grilled cheese sandwich?
She's gonna say, I'm higher than that.
Right.
Dare he?
That is not how I think. I do not think I'm higher than grilled cheese sandwiches. I know how to cook oops and noodles.
That's that Western food. That's that Western right there. Now
That's why I said it earlier, Vaughn.
That's that Western right there.
What is Western?
See, a Southwestern girl would have cooked with no problem cook that grilled cheese sandwich, but Western, yeah, there you go, right there. I'll cook a mean seafood sandwich. Oh my goodness.
Because that's my strong point. I would be embarrassed, right? If I cook something for a man and he put it in his mouth and he wanted to wait till I walk away to spit it out. Like, that would be embarrassing. I don't like it.
If he say he wants it, why would he spit it out if that's what he wants?
Okay, if, and that's a big if, he don't like
Vaughn,
how
she's gonna be pounding the meat. She's gonna be hitting the meat, punching it like Rocky, making the cheese.
I'm just saying, I can cook it. I hope he likes it, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't done that in 25 years, over 25 years, and I don't think I'm good at it. But I mean, if you want it, okay. But
what's so hard with cooking a grilled cheese? What?
All it takes is 2 pieces of bread, some butter on the stovetop,
right? And
or a damn freaking
I'm glad you know how to cook
Foreman grill.
See,
I'm glad you know how to cook.
There you go. You see what she was about to say?
Who cooks sandwiches, yo? This is crazy. I heard a warm sandwich, or you eating up a sandwich, but cooking sandwiches. Yo, this might be some new.
I'm talking oven roasted sandwiches.
Oven roasted. I thought that was on the pan.
What you
Oh man, panini?
That was in the pan. You're talking about in the oven. I never did that.
Okay.
I'm just saying. There's so many things I need to do better.
This message of sandwich has been brought to you by misandry and misogyny.
Look, Vaughn acting like he divorced a chick because she don't want to cook him a measly sandwich, but she rather cook a whole meal for him. Like, he really gonna divorce somebody because they don't want to cook him a grocery.
You go warm it up, but you can't cook it.
Yeah, you know what?
You can put it on the microwave. You can put it on the stovetop. I don't give a shit.
You might be right about that.
You gonna divorce somebody?
She didn't cook my sandwich.
But she cook everything else.
I didn't ask her for everything else.
You did some. You did some.
Vaughn, this just goes to prove the point that how simple men are and how complex fucking females are.
Right. But yet,
What you want? You want another man or you want a woman? Which one?
Oh.
I'm not. I'm just showing it. We're showing it right now, up front.
You want to give me what you want to give me, not what I want, but what you want. See, it's coming. The covers are coming.
Do you want to tell me how to have sex too?
Oh my goodness! You know what? It is
You
coming.
want to say, Lola, put your leg here and move it this way, and then move here, and then after that, put your arms here, and then you don't have to tell me how to do that now, do you?
Why are you moving?
Hey, I don't mind being a teacher. All right.
Here she
know what, Mark, what you gonna do?
The covers are coming off. That masculine covers, they're coming off.
But you
Because
know,
you're going to take it to sexual. That's sexual.
no, because you want to tell people what to do. So
We went from sandwiches to sex. What?
Yes.
That's what they want. They want sandwiches and sex. So at the end of the day, you tell me what you want on a sandwich.
Silence, sex, sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? And watch the kids.
If I ask, Lola, if the man asks for a sandwich, a simple sandwich, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, well, what you want that cheap sandwich for? You know, I can cook a meat. I didn't ask you for a meat, crab,
seafood, crab salad.
I didn't ask for that. I asked for a cheap. But I said I would do it.
3-minute sandwich.
Right.
I said I would do it, but it just might not taste right because I haven't cooked it.
You know why, Vaughn? Because she's gonna throw some stuff in there. Watch.
Right, she would throw
some ingredients in there.
No, that's not what that is. Okay, I know he wants a cheap ass sandwich, but here's the thing.
She's gonna throw some. Hey, Vaughn. She's gonna throw some of the world's spiciest chili pepper in there.
Yeah.
She's gonna throw that paprika. She's gonna throw them crushed red pepper. She's gonna throw habanero.
So y'all look, so Lola, you ready to go home or what we doing?
Yeah, you good? We're good to go. Vaughn over here capping, and then he got a support team.
My bad. I know I confused the audience. M3 is not here, so that timer message wasn't from him. It was actually me in the comments that said the timer thing, so I put that on there. So I ain't trying to confuse nobody, and then I actually made the right message, which is mine. But yeah, listen, y'all. You know what I mean? Thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna have Lola close y'all out. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna drop the music. Lola, go ahead and close us out. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I hope that you learned something. More so not about me, because they like to bring my personal into it to prove their points. But next time we'll get into some other things. But I had that on my heart, and I had to get that off. But we'll be back probably.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
M3, how you go? Okay.
What's up, M3, man?
Yeah, I just want to stop by real quick to say, yo, man, you guys had like an awesome show. You definitely helped me like my road trip a lot more smoother. So kept my wife awake and I, on the road. So I just want to say thank you for the entertainment you guys provide.
I hope she ain't on their side. Okay.
On what side?
On these two people's sides down the bottom here, trying to get me caught up. I hope she ain't on their side.
Nah, you know women stick together though.
So wait, is she M3? Is she cooking sandwiches?
Ain't nobody cooking tonight. Look, it's fast food and we're on the go. You feel me?
Let's go. We ain't doing nothing. We on the go. See, that's that.
Hey, just pick out AM3 in case you want a seafood crab salad. Just ask Lola.
Hey man, I never seen Vaughn like laugh like this, man.
I know how to do it. Okay, y'all acting like I'm fronting. I'm not fronting. I know.
Oh my God.
Boy, he
Right,
from Baltimore.
right.
You know he
Wink,
crazy.
wink.
Actually, I'm allergic to seafood.
You out your mind.
Yeah. I can't eat no seafood but tuna. That's the only fish I can eat.
That's because you've been eating it too much. I know you. You've been eating it too much.
Oh wow.
I'm telling you, I'm allergic to seafood.
He a Marylander talking about he allergic to seafood. You see how the lie?
Marylander.
Marylander, he's capping. All the caps are out. I'm telling you, the caps are out.
Capping, man.
Just be careful. You're cutting the grass out, and you might ask her for some lemonade. She might spike that lemonade. Here, take your cooked sandwich. I don't give a damn. Well, back.
Yo, that's a new slogan for season 2. Cooking sandwiches. Cooking sandwiches, man. Oh man.
Y'all too much. I ain't mess with y'all.
But yeah, Lola, go ahead. We sorry that we interrupted you by what I clowned. Sorry.
No, you guys are fine. I will see you guys next time. But until then, definitely click like, share, and let us know how you feel in the comment section. Definitely love to hear your opinions. And I will see you next time. And everyone else will definitely be back probably tomorrow. But I love you guys. Peace.
Much love,
Yeah,
man.
Mostly everybody stay back. Well, Lola, you stay back.
Man, Lola's trying to go to sleep. You know, it's like probably like 4 o'clock her time.
Well, no, not quite, but yeah.
Not quite. Yeah.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
Hold up, you want us to go, right? You want us to? Everybody else said everybody else want us to go.
I mean, I'm closing, so I mean, I'll let you know when I give you a boot.
Gotcha. Yo, I just want to say shout out to me and Vaughn. We love our midgets, so I know Lola don't like them like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever.
Knowledge and relationships